If you like the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and comment. For more videos like this.
Campers, hikers, and people who live deep in the forests, what's your creepiest horror story or the most terrifying creature or haunted paranormal thing you've seen out there?
Never going back. So I want an opinion on something that happened to me about 20 years ago. My buddy and I parked on a Forest Service road and went hiking into the woods. We were not far from the main highway, so you could constantly hear cars passing by. We were within earshot of the road the entire time, which is important. It was a partly cloudy day, and the forest was alive with birds, insects, and various other nature sounds. We came up to a creek, and I walked across a log. My buddy stayed on the other side. The second I crossed the stream, all sound stopped instantly. I couldn't even hear the sounds of the forest, the creek, or anything. Not even the passing cars that are a constant due to our location. It was as if all sound stopped. I instantly got an overwhelming feeling of dread and pure terror. I got goosebumps, and the hair on the back of my neck stood straight up. I instantly felt cold, and I went into high alert. I yelled at my buddy, who was only about 20 away from me but on the other side of the creek. He couldn't hear me, and the only sound I could hear was my voice echoing throughout the forest. I quickly ran back to the log and crossed it. All sounds instantly came back, and I asked my buddy why he didn't hear me yelling. He said I never said a word. So to prove a point, I crossed the log again, and the exact same thing happened. All sounds stopped, and I instantly was filled with dread again and knew I was in danger. This time I crossed the log, grabbed my buddy, and said to hell with this place. We got in the car and left. I have yet to get the courage back up to go there again. In 1982, UK Bigfoot researcher Deborah Hatswell claims she saw a woodwose in Salford, Lancashire, England, when she was 15 years old. She says she'd go to a park in the urban area every day as a child until one day, near a thick overgrown area in Billia Park, after she and her friends skipped school without telling their parents, they claim they saw a woodwose. Deborah noticed movement in the corner of her eye before suddenly what she and her friend called a monster, man-ape, or gorilla man at the time jumped out of the bushes. After seeing the tall creature, she screamed and ran as fast as she could, pushing her friend to the ground all the way home. She says she is ashamed of that. She looked back after pushing her friend, only to see the creature simply lean back into the greenery. Thinking about the expression on the creature's face, she recalls it was actually very confused and not aggressive like she expected. She believes that the creature was just as confused as her and that she was the one in the wrong place at the wrong time. She claims she can still see the creature in her mind very clearly even 40 years later and that it had amber-colored eyes, its teeth were like those of a human but more square. She distinctly says it had hair all over its body as opposed to fur, though they are the same thing. It is possible she means it had human or primate-like fur, and that she could see the skin through the hair, though it was still rather thick. She says its hair was very dark brown, but that the sun shone through the hair so she could see its skin. My encounter. Still don't know what I saw. We used to have a cabin up in northern Minnesota. I'll actually get specific, as this has been haunting me for a while. We used to have a cabin on McDougal Lake in MN. It was in the middle of McDougal Lake and very unpopulated. We used to hunt between RD 103 and 106 and would usually set up stands along the Stony River. Until my sophomore year of high school, we had never witnessed anything unusual in that area. My brother and I woke up earlier so we could get to the deer stand before the morning light and spent the day at our stand, not hearing really anything. A deer came walking towards us on the logging road, and we waited for a bit longer as it was a solid 10-pointer. Then out of nowhere it ran off. My brother muttered some curse words and headed back to our truck parked along 103. As we were walking on the old logging trail, we started to almost feel lightheaded at the exact same time. I remember all my senses going into hyperdrive. For the first time in my life, I felt afraid of the woods. We approached a hill, and suddenly we heard the most disgusting scream ever. This thing ran from our left to our right about 15 yards in front of us. It resembled a human but was a different color, and the eyes. That is what I will never forget. Its eyes were massive, and it ran in a bizarre sideways motion but was really fast. I'll never forget hearing it continue to run off into the woods and then stop. We ran to our car and booked it back to the cabin. The next day we came out with my papa, dad, 2 uncles, and 3 cousins and found the tracks. The only way I can possibly describe them is that they looked like an infinity sign with webbed appendages, and the imprint was further in the ground than the back part. My papa, who has been in the woods his whole life, a Native American who did tracking and was also the director of human rights in MN for a while, said we need to leave. He sold the cabin and never told us about it. To this day things with big eyes terrify me. It was around 10-ish years ago, so I was a teenager in high school at the time. I was walking through the woods near my town in Ohio with some friends, as we had built forts out of twigs and sticks and other items you would find in a forest. We returned to our forts one evening around 6 p.m. in the fall, so it was starting to get dark. It's about a couple 100-acre wooded area, so we brought flashlights with us so when it did get dark, we were able to find our way home. We started to hear this thrashing sound and decided to investigate. Upon getting closer, we see an about 8 foot tall, brown-haired, human-like animal. Brown bears are not native to Ohio, and black bears are increasingly rare, so we knew what we were seeing was in fact something else. It looked over at us, and we saw big yellow eyes shining back at us, and so we sprinted out of the woods as fast as we could. As we exited the woods to reach our car, an animal control van arrived and instructed us to leave the area immediately. They had live firearms with them as they entered the woods. We tried to pry more information out of them and tell them what we saw, but we were not given the time of day. None of us were on drugs or anything, so it was not a hallucination. No news was ever given on what happened that night with animal control. We got back to our friend's house to try to identify what we saw. While searching, we found a picture that resembled what we had seen. It was the Ohio Grassman, which is basically a Bigfoot living in the state of Ohio. Ever since then I have never ventured into the woods alone. My boyfriend's mom's house. My boyfriend and I used to live with his mom in a house located in Waupun, Wisconsin, along a highway that leads out of the city. There are no lights. My boyfriend and I were driving home from my parents' house, unpacking the car when I started to feel uneasy. Although my boyfriend seemed unfazed, I heard some really strange noises that felt out of the ordinary. It's woodsy, there are deer, foxes, bunnies, whatever. Now here's the weird thing, I was told it was a Wendigo, but since people here seem pretty smart with cryptid knowledge, I'll briefly describe what happened after I just kind of shrugged it off. My boyfriend is carrying stuff inside from the car, and I'm in the car just getting our dog ready, and I see this hairless, I guess white, creature, humanoid but on all fours. I don't know if there was more than one of them or if it moved really quick, really rapidly, and I told my boyfriend, "Hey, do you see those things?" And he says, "No, what things?" And I'm looking right at the thing and I say loudly, "That right there," and he still doesn't see this, and right as my boyfriend turns to this weird tall grass area that we had on the property that hides the septic cover and whatever, he looks back where the tall grass is, and we hear this sound of, like, a bunny being ended by something, and we book it and run inside, and right in front of the front door, if you walk to the opposite side of the house, there is a porch with a glass pane window, and it's on our wooden porch looking in through the glass door, so we book it too, I guess, his mom's room, and she is versed in Native American culture and whatever, so she does his whole, like, saging the house thing, and that seemed to make it disappear. For now, so we kind of just stayed up all night freaked out, and we eventually fell asleep and woke up in the mid to late morning, and we went back out to the car, and there were all these handprints on all the windows, and then after that night it never came back, and I would like to know what you guys think it was. I will quickly describe it in detail. It was a hairless, white humanoid creature moving on all fours. I don't know if you are familiar with the game Until Dawn, but the creature resembled the Wendigos from that game. Weird experiences while hunting. I live in the state of Oklahoma, and I am a hunter. I usually hunt south of Keys next to this large body of water. I believe it's called 10 Killer Lake, and it has a pretty nice atmosphere. My girlfriend and I usually go camping down there, and we bring our dog Jenny with us. We live up north in Tulsa, and it's usually an hour drive down to Keys. I'll get to the point. One night, Emma and I were sleeping in our camper when we felt a strange shudder. I woke up, and I looked at Emma, and she was still asleep. I get up and grab my Ruger and peek through the windows. I saw a liquid dripping from the canopy of the camper, and I thought it was a leak, but when I looked outside, I saw something hanging from the tree. I quietly wake up Emma and tell her there could possibly be a black bear near our site. I load my rifle and go looking outside, and I crawl on top of the camper to see the animal it dropped, and it was my dog lying on top of the camper. I shouted for my girlfriend to arm herself because it could possibly be something worse. She grabbed one of my .45s. Pistols rushed outside on top of the roof of the camper, and she almost fainted. I caught her before she could fall and tried to comfort her, but she was already in tears. I pointed my flashlight at the trees, and I scanned the area surrounding my camper, and I saw it. I saw a skinny creature hanging from a tree. The most noticeable detail would be the hands. It had 2 fingers and a thumb on it. It was dark and skinny and had these soul-piercing white dots for eyes. It wasn't a bear, that's for sure. I rushed my girlfriend into the truck, and we booked it out of there. I live in a pretty remote spot on the far west side of Vancouver Island. The First Nations out here have so much to say about Sasquatch and how they migrate across the island, and I can hear their warning cries late at night. I drive a boat for work, and we caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a man in all black standing absolutely still on a rocky beach at low tide. We were about 200 feet off the shore and moving at a good pace. Once we turned around to get a closer look, the figure was gone. We returned later to look for prints, but the tide comes up high in these areas. There are tons of clams and mussels in these parts, so maybe it was foraging at low tide? This beach is impossible to get to, as the terrain of the forest is very rough and there are no trails. We saw no boat or kayak, no other camping gear, or anything like that. Does anyone else have sightings in the Mears Island area? Did all three of us hallucinate the same figure? I wish one of us had seen it sooner, and we could have stayed in line of sight, but by the time we got the driver's attention, we had to turn around, and it was gone. Are they known for eating seafood? The folklore out here mentions they prefer beach areas sometimes because of the number of caves and hidden rocky areas right by the water. Either way, I'm told it's supposed to be good luck and not to be afraid, but I just want to know more. There's apparently more than one on Mears Island, according to the Ahausat. Thanks in advance for any insight, and I think we're going to set up trail cams in the spot we think we saw it. Possible skinwalker or something else? So I'm not sure what exactly the creature was. It was probably an animal like an opossum or raccoon, maybe, but I don't know. I'm honestly freaked out. So I live in rural northern Arkansas, and I'm not sure of the number of creeps that are seen around in this area. My home is nestled between multiple businesses that border the highway and are backed up to a large forest. Numerous cattle fields surround my home, and I hear coyotes almost every night. So just a little while ago I heard a cow mooing and gravel shuffling just on the other side of a large warehouse neighboring my home. Thinking that someone's cow got loose, I go to have a look. I hear the mooing get louder as I near the warehouse side, and then it just stops. Thinking I spooked it, I stand still for about 5 minutes. As I'm about to head back to my house, I hear rustling in the bushes behind the warehouse just in front of the tree line. I walk closer so the bushes are in my line of sight, and I hear the rustling again, along with this weird chewing sound. I made my presence known by saying hello, thinking that if it's a small animal, it'll run off. But it didn't. I decide to get closer and start heading around the back of the building toward the bushes. Now as you're heading around the back side, there's a bunch of thick bushes that run alongside the building and meet in the back where I heard the noises. As I get close, the rustling starts again, and so does the wet chewing sound. So stupid me grabs a rock and throws it into the bushes. Nothing happened. I decide to mope my way out because I started to feel weird. My skin started prickling, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. As I made my way back to the side of the warehouse, I heard the rustling alongside me in the bushes, like it was following me. I didn't run. I rounded the bushes to head back home, and as I did, I heard this sound. It sounded like the quiet voice of a woman. In the same tone and vocal shifts I used when I said hello just moments before. Needless to say, I was glad there was just an empty grass field between me and my house. The whole while home I felt like something was boring into the back of my head. I was too afraid to look back. Again, it was probably just an animal of some kind, and I've just been watching too many creepy videos tonight. But my mind won't stop. I've heard it said that with skinwalkers and other creepies, you make them more real by thinking/speaking about them. What do y'all think? Strange encounters. A week ago, I found myself at a remote lakeside campsite with my wife and our dog. The site had about 6 small cabins, nestled quietly among the trees. Soon after we went to sleep, I was woken to take a leak. Stepping outside, I was greeted by an incredible sky, countless stars scattered across the dark and a huge, glowing moon. I even caught sight of a shooting star and another mysterious star that moved unpredictably, changing direction as if it had no destination. I've seen many of these strange lights before, but this one felt different. Exhausted, I eventually returned to the cabin. Later, I experienced something that felt like a dream yet somehow real. I was aboard a spaceship, being examined by humanoid beings. It was fleeting, more like a vivid flash of memory than a continuous dream. By morning, I felt utterly drained, and my wife had to drive us home. The next night, I went to bed early, too tired to stay awake. My wife said I fell asleep almost instantly. Around 2 a.m., I suddenly realized I was on the living room couch, with no memory of how I had gotten there. Before fully waking, I sensed something gently placing my legs straight. Confused, I returned to bed, where my wife and dog were still peacefully asleep. Since then, I've been unusually tired and constantly hungry. I can't help but wonder, Were these merely dreams, or did they really happen? I think I saw some kind of water ghost in the river behind my house, and it briefly interacted with my dog. I live on the Skagit River in the foothills of NW, Washington. My dog is a Labrador, so obviously it is paradise for him, and we're down there pretty often. A few weeks ago we went down there, and I threw a stick into the water for him, but instead of bringing it back to me, he just brought it back to shore and started chewing on it. The water was really cold, even for a water dog like him. I was listening to some trash podcast and casually looking around for clear white river rocks for my aquarium since my dog didn't want to fetch. I noticed he dropped his stick and was peering out into the river, tail wagging, like he'd do when meeting a person or dog. I followed his gaze and briefly caught a glimpse of something I can't explain. It was basically a ghostly head poking out of the water, stationary despite the powerful river current, looking back at my dog. It had long hair and no beard, which made it resemble either a young boy or a woman, but the image was faint, so I don't recall any specific details. What I do remember, and will probably never forget, was the expression on the face. When I first glanced at it, the face was peaceful and bemused, like how most people react to my dog, because he's so handsome and social and endlessly trying to make new people friends. Then an instant later, the face was more like how someone looks when they're taking a deep breath before going underwater. Then it sank. But really weirdly, the shape of whatever it was seemed to go upstream against the current pretty fast. I'm guessing faster than any wildlife could go, even salmon. I know this will sound like it's from a cartoon, but my dog and I both kept staring out into the water for a few seconds. Then we looked at each other, then back out into the water. But there was nothing there. I walked to the edge of the water, and he walked out into the shallows and looked around. This sighting was so brief, and I know pareidolia or my imagination could explain the whole thing, but my dog saw it too. That's why I know it was something real, outside my own brain. Whatever it was, it made eye contact with my dog, and he showed very obvious body language that he noticed it before I did. We weren't scared of it, and we lingered around briefly before going back inside. I feel like it was a once-in-a-lifetime type of thing for me, but maybe dogs see that type of thing all the time, I don't know. I googled around, and of course there are a million legends about water spirits and cryptids and whatnot, but this stretch of river doesn't seem very ghostly, and I've never heard local legends anything like this. It's just a normal big river next to a highway in my backyard. I used to walk to my friend's house to hang with him or to get tutored by his older sister, who I was obsessed with. You had to walk down this really long gravel road, with a big cornfield on one side and a deep old oak forest on the other side. Halfway there was an abandoned shack and barn in the woods, by the side of the road. A probably 60-year-old black oak was growing through the collapsed tin roof, so this thing had long been forgotten about. If I ever stayed a little too late and walked back in the twilight, I'd normally see this light halfway down the gravel road, by where that shack was. A warm, yellow glow, like a kerosene lantern. But as I would get closer, the light would disappear. I'd rummaged through there many times, no sign of any homeless encampment. Just rotten wood, leaves, and a light that seemingly dimmed itself. One day during fall break, his sister walked back with me. She was going to babysit me, I was 13, she was 16, while our parents were out of town and my friend, her younger brother, was at a soccer camp. We walked slowly so she could collect the fallen oak leaves for a collage for her art class. I helped her collect the bright reds and yellows. Well, since that took a bit, the sun went down. The light appeared. She had heard me talk about it and knew I was unnerved by it. But what's weird is that this time, as I approached it with her, it didn't go away. It stayed bright, and when we got 100 yards from it, it drifted from the edge of the road into the middle of the road. As soon as we took another step, it was gone. But we could hear what sounded like crunching gravel, like running footsteps getting louder and louder in our direction. We sprinted with everything we had back to her house and got in with a spare key. Hello everyone, I hope you are all well. A few years back, I was living in rural Missouri, about an hour's drive from St. Louis in the Festus/Hillsboro area. I was always big into exploring the woods, climbing trees, falling from said trees, etc. Standard kid/young teen stuff. Well, one day, my younger brother and I were out walking, and we came upon a clearing. Now we'd known about this clearing for quite some time, as it wasn't too terribly far from our house, and it was nice to camp in. Well, as we walked near the tree line, we heard a loud noise about maybe 30 feet into the tree line that sounded like running. I didn't get a good look at it, as my brother and I ran, but I could tell it was dark brown or black, and it sounded too heavy to be a deer. There are black bears in the area, but they're so rare that they typically are reported within a day or two on the community page, and there had been none reported. So do you guys think it could have been a Sasquatch? I know Missouri has Momo. Near the dam, a few years back. A friend and I had gone for a drive out in the country/mountain area of our state, or for reference. After a few hours of driving aimlessly, we wound up parking at a dam. This particular dam was a gorgeous and secluded place during the day. We had a great vantage point wherein in front of us was a huge lake, behind us, and to our right, was a road, and then on the far side of the road, to our right, was a hill with a sharp cliff. We were on the lower side of this cliff. If that makes sense? Anyways, we were hanging out, all cozy in the car, eating snacks, drinking juices, and talking. As the sun set, we remarked about how calm and tranquil we felt being here. Then the darkness hit. At first everything still felt fine, calm, and tranquil. Being from this certain area of we are generally super comfortable with being out in the woods in the dark. After about 30 minutes of sitting in the car, in complete darkness, we both grew antsy. Something felt super off. At first neither of us mentioned feeling this way, but it was obvious by the way our banter had changed that something was wrong. I started to notice that looking out the windows began to unsettle me and actually scare me. I told my friend that I felt like something was watching us and that this entity wanted to hurt us. My friend mentioned that they experienced similar feelings and hesitated to express them, fearing they might be acting irrationally. We immediately decided to lock the doors. That's when we noticed the lights above the water. They were far enough out that we couldn't make them out, but not far enough that we couldn't see them moving. My friend asked me if I could see what they saw. Obviously I could. We both started focusing on these lights, quietly and calmly trying to rationalize what we saw. After a few minutes of us trying to decide what these lights were, my hair stood on end, and I immediately went into a panic. I told my friend that I felt something watching us from the back of the car, as though someone was literally standing a few feet away, and they said, "I know. I feel it too." We were sitting in the back seats of the car and agreed we needed to get the heck out of Dodge. As we went to move, we could sense that whatever was out there was moving with us. Like, if I moved forward towards the front of the car, so did it. If I paused, so did it. Out of the corner of my eye I finally saw movement. Not enough to make me lose it, but enough that I immediately bailed to the front passenger seat. My friend saw it too because they were right on my heels. When we went to leave, I could have sworn I saw a figure standing on the cliff/edge that I mentioned earlier. The panic and fear I felt was unreal. Needless to say, we didn't go back. My encounter, Southern Illinois, 2002. My encounter happened back in September of 2002 in Southern Illinois. A friend and I, both 16, just returned from seeing the movie Signs in the theater. My friend's house was a good 10-minute drive outside of our town, which is already rural. Later that night around midnight we decided to take a walk down an old farm road next to his house that cut through the woods for about a half mile to an open field in the woods, roughly the size and shape of a football field. So, we grabbed 2 flashlights and started out into the woods. The whole way out we were trying to freak each other out since we just got done watching a scary movie. We made our way out to the clearing and were in the corner of the field closest to his house, and we heard footsteps from the opposite side of the field, pretty far off. Our crappy condiment flashlights wouldn't reach, so we both turned off our lights to try to let our eyes adjust to the dark and squatted down. When we turned off the lights, the footsteps stopped. At this point we are looking towards the opposite side of the field. A few minutes have passed, and we were talking quietly trying to figure out who the hell would be in the middle of the woods at midnight. The closest neighbor lived about 3 miles down the road. Suddenly to our right we hear something massive running at us. This thing had to be huge. The sound of its feet hitting the ground is like nothing I have heard to this day. They just had so much weight behind them. The steps sounded bipedal, 1 foot after the other. Our adrenaline kicked in, and I moved faster than I have in my entire life. I literally felt like I was flying. We ran back to his house in a dead sprint and locked the doors. We briefly discussed what happened and went to bed. Strangely, we never really spoke about it again. I completely forgot about that night until about 9 years later. I recently got out of the Navy and moved back home. I ran into my friend from that night, and he brought it up. He had apparently put a good amount of thought into that night over the years. I wasn't very interested in the topic at that time, so I just shook it off and moved forward in life. Years later I can't quite figure out what happened that night. The demonic creature in the woods. This happened this school year, 9th grade, and after the basketball game, I and a couple of friends decided to mess around by the football stadium. It was nearly sundown, so a little bit of light was still up, and when we were under the stadium/bleachers, we heard a loud scream come from the football turf area. When we examined the area beyond the bleachers, we observed a remarkably tall figure that appeared almost demonic in nature. My impulsive friend, mistakenly believing it to be a person, attempted to provoke it by shouting and throwing objects. However, when the figure turned to face us, it looked directly at us, then vaulted over a 7-foot fence and fled into the woods. A couple of days later I heard people talking about a creature that lived in those woods, and they said that teachers try to ensure that students don't go in there. Maybe they know something? Something in the woods of Kino. I'm new here, and I'd like to share my story about a local cryptid in my area. I live near the tail end of the Appalachian Mountains in south-central Kentucky. A 10-minute drive south from my house takes you into a world of steep cliffs and deep hollows, as well as some of the most beautiful scenery Kentucky has to offer. There's a particular spur that takes you deep into the forest and down into ageless valleys where the decaying remains of old stone walls and collapsed dwellings overtaken by pine trees whisper the stories of their architects. Not much different from the surrounding areas, this particular spot is known by the locals as Kino. Due to the rich history of the area, it became one of my favorite places to explore. For many years I'd heard vague mention or simple stories about a creature known as the Kino monster that supposedly lived in the area. I'd never given a second to the idea until one strange evening. I had been exploring an area with my friend known to have several abandoned buildings that were partially intact. My friend had shown me a cave that is believed to be a native burial site, an old cemetery from the early 1800s, and an old stone wall that appeared to mark out the edges of a property that had now become part of the forest. We were examining the remains of an old barn that was still standing but unfortunately had been mostly stripped of its walls, leaving just the frame and the planks too high to reach without a ladder. It was starting to get dark, so we decided to take a quick break and then head back to the car. Just as we started picking up our bags to get moving, I heard it. It sounded like a soft owl hooting, but I'd never heard a species that sounded quite like it. It was too drawn out and slowed down, and its rhythm wasn't consistent. My friend quickly noticed this strange, almost howling sound that now seemed to be getting closer with each iteration of its noises. At first we thought it was funny. After a few moments of silence, we were laughing about how it sounded like a drunk owl. Then we heard it again but much closer and from the other side of the barn. It was different now, though. It sounded almost like a guttural groan following its poorly mimicked owl sounds. This immediately sent chills up my spine. Even typing this now, it still makes my hair stand up. Now thoroughly creeped out, my friend and I started our fast-paced walk down the trail back to the car. The noises began to follow us, growing louder and seemingly changing their point of origin from one side of the trail to the other. We were trying to look to see how it was changing position so quickly but couldn't detect any movement through the trees. Thankfully we quickly reached the car, but the noises were still following and had now seemed to be coming from about 50 feet into the woods from where the car was. The guttural hooting had started turning into what sounded like a whimpering dog, like it was hurt and crying out for help. I looked at my friend, who was also in disbelief and terror at what we were hearing. The whimpers started sounding angry, though, and transitioned into what is probably the scariest sound I've ever heard in these woods. This sound can only be described as something out of a horror movie. It sounded like a gargled, almost human, psychotic moaning followed by rapid, deep, garbled breaths, and it was almost like it was slinging its head back and forth, like a wild animal rapidly tearing into a carcass. It seemed to stay at the same distance, but I and my friend did not. We were in the car and down the road before we even discussed it. I'm still not sure what that thing was, but I'm glad I didn't find out. Some people I've told about this experience say it was the Kino monster and that it was trying to lure us into the woods by sounding like an injured animal. I've never experienced anything like it since. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed my story. If you have any idea what it was or have had a similar experience, please tell me. Bigfoot encounters 2 years back to back. Hey everyone, so up until last year I didn't believe Bigfoot existed at all, not even a thought in my head. Last year my brother and I went backpacking in Nicollet National Forest just west of Eagle River, Wisconsin, on their Hidden Lakes Trail. We hiked a little ways in and stayed the first night with nothing at all, just a normal backpack trip. On the second night, feeling tired and unwilling to hike any farther, we left the trail and took a road to a campsite that was accessible from the road but not from the trail. During the day, there was a ton of wind, and we even hung some clothes up to dry, and they were dry in under an hour. Once night came along, the wind completely died down, and there was zero wind at all. We went to bed around 11. While we were trying to sleep, we heard the usual noises of the woods, including wolves howling, and then we started to hear what sounded like wood knocking. The sounds were coming from various locations in the woods, and there seemed to be time gaps between the knocks. Some were of different pitches too, almost like they were made with different pieces of wood. Then I fell asleep and slept through the next part, but according to my brother, he woke up around 4 a.m., and what sounded like a massive tree fell just outside our campground to the point that he was worried it could have hit us. He said when the tree fell, all the squirrels in the area began to chirp and go crazy from all directions, and they all stopped at the same time, and the forest was dead quiet again. The next morning, when we got up, my brother told me about the incident, and we discussed the strange knocking sounds but couldn't figure out their source. We ended up banging our logs against trees to confirm that this was 100% the noise we heard. On the 1-hour drive home after our trip, we looked up as much information as we could on the Squatch, and a lot of our stuff seemed to match up with other data. I'm still not even convinced it was wolves howling that night after listening to the sounds of Bigfoot howls, but I'm not sure which it was. Fast forward to this year, I returned to the trail by myself to do a solo hike. On the second day I decided to stay on the trail instead of hiking on the road to the same campsite. When I got to the same section of the trail nearest the campsite from the year before, there was a notice on a trail map sign saying there is a wet area that has formed and been there for the past several years and to take a detour through a different trail. We haven't had much rain this year, so I thought it would be dried up, so I still continued on the trail to the wet area. When I got there, it was a literal swamp. This is also the area closest to the campsite the trail gets to and would have been the direction most of the activity was coming from the year before. I attempted to get through the marsh, but I couldn't get very far until I decided to turn around and take the detour. As soon as I turned around, though, I heard that unforgettable tree knock that I heard the year before. I pretended like I didn't hear it and continued back to the detour and followed the detour through. The detour was 3/4 of a mile long and the most remote part of the trail, with the densest forest I've seen. During the 3/4 of a mile, I heard 4 more tree knocks, some with different pitches like before, as if they were separate logs making those noises. Once I left the detour and got out of that section of the trail, I never heard anything again and finished it the next morning with no problems. Do you think these were Bigfoot encounters? Do you think it's possible that they stalked me after I attempted to cross the marsh? I've read that Bigfoots prefer swampy terrains if they can access them, so it would make sense if that's where they would gather. Strange encounter in Tahoe National Forest. I had an encounter last Friday night while stargazing on the dam/ridge above Sugar Pine Reservoir in the Tahoe National Forest. My girlfriend and I were standing at my truck near the hood, which had a gate in front of us and another fence to our right, and it was sitting about 15 yards back from the road. After about 40 minutes in the dark and mostly silence between my girlfriend and me, out of nowhere, with no other sign of activity, the sound of heavy, running footsteps seemed to be within 20 to 25 feet of us and approaching with a lot of power and force. The movement stopped near the back of my truck bed. Despite the darkness and the new moon, the stars provided enough light to see that there was no visible trace of any animal, person, or anything physical in our presence. Whatever this entity was, it appeared to have approached us, then vanished within a maximum of 3 seconds, leaving no evidence of escape, change of direction, or any sound of movement once it got close. There was no noise of approach. No breathing. No grunts. No smell or trace of any kind. Truly baffling. I've considered the possibility of any kind of animal being involved, but it just doesn't make sense. The only animal I could imagine being that stealthy is a mountain lion. However, I had my dogs in the back seat of the truck, and they were completely unaware of anything happening, despite being very attentive to animals and sounds when we are in the woods. My girlfriend and I both had this feeling of just needing to let whatever it was pass, and we didn't feel any real sense of dread or imminent danger. It was just incredibly bewildering and left us dumbfounded and with a little adrenaline. As soon as it appeared to cease, we remained stationary for an additional moment, then entered the truck and simply drove back down through Forest Hill to Roseville. If anyone has had similar encounters in this area or in other forests that resemble what I described, please let me know. I am still trying to make sense of the experience. The hunter and his dog. Okay, so, a little backstory that isn't really relevant to the story but sort of is. The women on my mom's side of the family seem to have all seen ghosts before. My mom's half-sister is a medium, or so I'm told, and my mom has reported seeing ghosts in our past houses. One house was over 100 years old, so it was understandable, and there would always be a shadow figure standing in the corner of our dining room, sometimes sitting on the mantel, my mom said. She said he didn't seem dangerous or unwelcoming at all, he gave off a peaceful vibe. My mom also said she once saw a couple dancing in our living room, but this story takes place in a different house. I was, I think, 7 at the time, but I remember it clearly. There was this dog that lived down the street named Roxy, who I would sometimes take for walks. On this day, I chose to take her behind the houses and into the woods, as it was her preferred location. The woods were very bright and peaceful, and Roxy loved to dig at the chipmunk holes in there. In the middle of the woods there is a split pathway, with one pathway from the way we came leading to the houses, and then in front of us two paths going different directions. The path going left led deeper into the woods, and the path from the right led out to a sort of highway that no one really crosses because, well, it's a highway. Each path was long and straight with not many turns, so you could see someone walking down towards you even 5 minutes before they got there. No one was on the paths. I looked down both the paths, no one. I looked down because Roxy was digging at something, and then, when I looked up, out of nowhere came this man. He was walking from the highway road and was just reaching the intersection where I was. He was wearing a US military uniform that had the camouflage on it, and he was carrying a hunting gun by his side. I remember thinking that it was weird he just came out of nowhere, but he might just be a fast walker. But, when I saw his dog. The dog was off-leash by his side. It was a greyhound that was so thin you could practically see through it, with visible veins and bones, which was quite scary. Roxy never noticed the two throughout this entire time, too busy digging. I remember being shocked at first but not scared, just thinking maybe the dog had a skin condition. This part is blurry. I can remember when I said hi to the man if he just looked at me or if he tipped his hat. His face is blurry in my mind. I remember he looked to be in his 40s and bald, though. But he never made a sound. You couldn't even hear his footsteps, nothing. I was sad he didn't respond because I wanted to pet his dog. I was 7 and stupid. Last time I saw him, he was just turning down the pathway to go deeper in the woods. When I looked down at Roxy, she was starting to fling dirt while digging, but when I looked back up, he was just gone. There was nothing, no footprints and no signs of anything. He was just gone. I'm still being naive, 7, I initially thought he was either a fast walker or had turned into the woods, but when I looked again, he was simply gone. I remember thinking it was a little weird at the time, but I didn't dwell on it. Thereafter, the rest of the walk was blurry. I didn't tell anyone about it because I just thought it was a man in the woods, nothing special, but now that I look back at it, that was so weird, and I think it might have been a ghost or spirit. What are your thoughts? When I was 18, I lived in rural Illinois, outside a town called Liberty. One night my friends and I, 3 of us total, decided to visit a cave that we frequently went to that was deep in the woods. Not a whole lot of people knew about this cave, and we viewed it as our secret hangout spot. We went into the cave as usual and explored the linear path like we had before. After we reached the end, we made our way back to the entrance of the cave. Now, the entrance of the cave was built into a hill, and at the top of it was a large ledge where you could sit. The cave entrance was also probably 20 feet wide and 7 feet tall, maybe a bit taller. When we reached the entryway to the cave and were in view of the actual entrance, one of my friends and I saw what looked like the tips of black bat wings dip down on both sides of the entryway and back up out of view, followed by the sounds of faint flapping, if that makes sense, and the sound of something large going through the trees in front of the cave. Branches also fell to the ground as whatever it was flew through the trees. As I mentioned, only my friend and I saw the wingtips, specifically, just the wingtips, but all 3 of us heard the noises and saw the branches fall. Not sure what it was. We think it was just a huge bat because there were bats in the cave, but we are also not sure that bats can get that big lol, as it had a 20-foot wingspan and, based off the sounds of it crashing through the trees, was big. All 3 of us were horrified and hid in the cave for about another hour after it happened. I got home from work to find my brother and nephew were sitting in their truck in their backyard next door. I started walking over to ask what they were up to when a rotten odor nearly gagged me. It smelled like raw flesh and wet hair of a mangy animal. I then heard a low-toned growling or moaning coming from the tree line. I immediately joined them in the truck. We listened for maybe an hour. At times it was so loud that we could almost feel the vibrations from it. We could tell where the thing was but could not see far enough into the brush to get a visual. It was dusk when this started. Now it's dark. It paced the wooded area behind our houses several times before finally fading away. None of us had an explanation nor volunteered to take to the woods with a flashlight. The next night, the same thing happened again. My brother was prepared with a spotlight, but when we tried to shine it, all went silent for the night. We were sure it was over for good, but we were wrong. I got home early the 3rd day and was met by a farmer who lives on the opposite side of the highway from us. He told me that he was cutting weeds from his back pasture when a large piece of wood was thrown at him. He wanted me to go over and pick up the equipment he had left behind. He was very upset. He visited for a while, and we told him about our experience. Luckily for all of our egos, our smelly friend made one final show. We heard a growl just like the last 2 evenings. Our farmer friend did something we hadn't thought of. He yelled at it. The vocalization immediately changed from the grunting into loud, high-pitched yodeling screams. As if it were trying to answer. The thing obviously started running away but continued whooping. This was the first time we heard actual footsteps. I am sure it was bipedal, as it sounded like a human running and pushing branches away as it went. Any thoughts? Anyone else seeing highly strange things that may or may not really be there? First, let me say that I am a female in my 50s. I don't drink or get high anymore, so I wasn't intoxicated in any way. Last Sunday, the 22nd, I was riding with my husband down a wooded country road. It was just around dusk, and I was just kind of zoning out, looking out the window, when something caught my attention on the edge of the woods that bordered the road. It was a dark-colored staircase, maybe 12 to 15 feet high, going up a tree. It was thin, like maybe it was made of wrought iron. I don't know how to explain it. It looked like it was superimposed on the tree, like it was part of it, but when my brain really registered what I was looking at, it was no longer there. Just the tree. In the past few years, I have seen many strange things, and I wonder if the veil between realities is getting thinner or if CERN might be involved. Last summer, while I was setting up camp deep in the woods of a national forest in West Virginia, I wandered a bit away from our designated camp spot and noticed that everything became really quiet, so I stopped. It was about 40 feet from our campsite in a campground, but it was the most dense, primeval forest I think I have ever been in. It felt almost magical, not scary at all, and I experienced a moment of reverence. I closed my eyes for a moment. When I opened them again, I saw many little humanoid, almost transparent, creatures, maybe 8 inches to a foot tall, peeping out of the underbrush, looking at me. I was gobsmacked, and I said to them, "Okay then, I'm going to go. I'm going to leave you alone, please leave me alone too," and I backed up out of there quickly. I didn't feel threatened, but I did feel like I wasn't supposed to be seeing them, or like I was intruding. I would love to hear about similar experiences. Thanks. My Bigfoot experience. I haven't really talked about this much because when I do, I get made fun of. People laugh, and then they think of me differently. I work in tech now, so I want my reputation to be more on the side of logic, decisiveness, and efficiency. I don't want to be the Bigfoot guy or have whispers happen, so I just don't talk about it. But whenever I see my cousin and I say, "Do you remember?" she knows what I'm talking about and says yes. Also, I grew up in a northern part of the lower peninsula of Michigan in a fishing village. Our family was from a state south of me, so it was a good day-long drive to them and vice versa. The house that we lived in at the time was on the edge of a state forest, and I loved to just hike around. I felt like I knew the area pretty well. I'm familiar with being in the woods. I've dealt with wild animals before. I've been to parts of northern Canada where there are no roads, so you have to fly in. I've chased wild bears and gotten way closer to moose than I ever should have. While I may not be as adventurous as Bear Grylls, I certainly don't live in the city. The day this happened was the same day that my older sister was graduating from high school. My cousin and I were about the same age. All the other kids in the extended family were at least 4 years older or younger than us, so we were default friends during family gatherings. We decided to go on a hike. I wanted to show her what real woods looked like since she was from a much more urban area. So we went off. I don't remember the exact time we left, but we needed to return by around 5 to make it to the graduation. We were hiking around, up and down hills, noticing the half-buried barbed wire fences from when it used to be grazing country. I'm telling her about that, and that's why not all of the trees are huge. They were all planted a few decades earlier, so they aren't fully mature yet. And then, I forgot where I was. I wasn't sure how to get back. So we turn and head in the direction that I believe will lead us back, but it does not take us there. It's been a while. We need to get back to make the graduation. I know that we are in state forest territory, so if we walk in the wrong direction, we won't see any civilization for dozens of miles. We can't hear any cars because we are so far away from the roads, which would otherwise be helpful. After what seemed like forever, we stumbled into a clearing. Mowed grass. It's on a hill that looks like it would be good for sledding in the winter. The hill has a drop-off on either side that has plenty of trees. So there would be trees rooted in the drop-off area that would have branches at ankle level on the hill depending on how high up the hill you were. And that's when it happened. We heard this sound, like when you are close to a horse that's breathing heavily, and it stopped us in our tracks. It seemed unnatural. It was not the kind of sound that you would expect to hear in that moment. It was creepy. We were not close to any animals that we knew of. We were in a clearing. And then we saw it. About a 1/4 way up the hill, one of the tree branches from the drop-off lifted up, and I saw it. It saw us. It was just the head, but it was plain as day. And just like that, it went away. We were terrified, so we ran. The mowed hill was a part of a farm, and we found the driveway, which led to a road, which led to another road that I knew, and we got back to my home in time for the graduation. Nobody believed us. To this day, nobody believes me. I know that hairy old farmers and hairy old hippies are just a part of the tapestry of culture in that area. I know them. I've spent time sitting around their fires while drinking and telling stories to each other. This was not them. This creature was not a person. The creature in question was not a bear or any other animal that I know. This was something that I've never seen before, and I hope to someday see again. And that is why I believe in Bigfoot. I had a truly terrifying experience in the forest. Hi. I'm a 15-year-old guy from Sweden. I've had a lot of scary encounters in my life, but this one is the worst one so far, mostly because I know it's real. My friends and I often explore the forest in the dark. We see a lot of creepy stuff, mostly drunk people, weird sounds, and even stalkers. But this was weird. So usually we are around 5 to 7 people walking around the forest, but this time we were only 2. My friend and I walked around the forest as usual and talked. But when we passed a tiny bridge, I started hearing sounds. I told my friend to stop, and he did, and I told him to listen. We heard footsteps from under the bridge. But it was weird, it sounded like footsteps on a wood floor, but there was only water underneath us. Both I and my friend looked down at our feet, scared. I told him we should go. When we looked up, we both screamed. In the far distance, there was a man standing beside the tree, looking at us. He was not like a black shadow, we could see his skin color did not match the tree line. We stood still for a second, and I asked him if he saw him too. He said yes and started panicking. My friend yelled at him, "What the duck are you doing?" By then the walking sound had already stopped, but then the whole bridge shook, and we looked down and saw a man with a black hoodie running away. The weird part is the man just disappeared, he ran out, and as soon as we blinked, he was gone. We were in shock, simply staring at each other in disbelief. After a few seconds we looked back at the tree, and the man was gone. We were pretty deep in the forest, so we had to continue on our way, which meant we needed to go to that tree. We walked for about 5 minutes, and we saw this open field at our left. Both I and my friend were terrified, so he said, "Let's walk past that field, I think we will get home faster." So we did. On the other side of the field, the trees were a lot higher and bigger and not so tight as the other part. We found some broken stalks and decided to sit there for a while since we had walked for a while. While sitting there, we heard this really loud banging, like someone banging really hard on a door. The sound came from the tree that was behind me. At first we freaked out, and the banging did not stop, it had some weird melody to it, like someone was banging for a song. After freaking out and starting to calm down, we took a second and started looking at the tree. My friend told me that it could be a woodpecker. I thought he was right, but the problem was the melody, the power of the bangs, and that it sounded like someone was inside of the tree. The bang was coming from the lower part of the tree, not the upper, like it would if it was a bird. The banging sounded like someone was inside of that tree, trying to get out. We were terrified, and we just started running back over the field, back to the side that we came from. I honestly don't know why, I guess that was the only way we could go that had a road. But when we were about halfway through the field, we started hearing the banging again. But now it sounds as if it came from the air, from nothing. It was as if someone had held a concert, and the only sound we heard was the banging. The banging echoed, and we just started screaming and running. At the end of the field we saw a woman walking, she had something like jogging clothes, and we ran to her asking for help. She just looked at us, and we asked her if she heard the banging. Then she said, "What banging?" We explained everything to her, and she said, "I saw her here all the time, I didn't hear anything." We told her thanks anyways and walked home. Nothing else happened that night. I asked my friend, and he honestly had no clue. Both I and my friend don't believe in ghosts, and we have no explanation of everything. Were the sound and the men connected? What was the sound? But I know we did not imagine anything since we both saw and reacted at the same time. Does someone know why a man would hide under a bridge and why another one would hide behind a tree? If the man had evil thoughts, then the man under the bridge should have stayed to attack someone else or attack us. I don't understand why he ran when we didn't notice him. I would be really happy for any response, and thanks if you had time to read all of this, it means a lot to me. Thanks. Paranormal encounter on the res. Hey y'all, I need opinions and answers. A couple of days ago, someone told me a story about a person I know, and we are eager to uncover its details. It was the middle of the day, and there were like 12 guys hanging out on the Six Nations Reserve in Ontario, and they came across something wild. They took a walk in the woods and saw what looked like a campout. At this point they had split into smaller groups and were surrounding this camp. They looked in the trees and saw fish guts hanging, and I mean all of the parts you normally wouldn't use. So they're standing there thinking, what is this crackhead on? Because he's balled up in the middle, rocking back and forth and humming. One of them laughed, and he automatically stopped. And I mean, he stopped dead, looked up, slowly looked to the other side, the one the kid who laughed wasn't on, and then slowly turned his head to face him. Then in a girl-like voice he said, I see you, so the boys on that half book it back to their friend's house. The kids on the other half are trapped. So they're watching this guy not move a muscle, and they start legitimately army crawling back until they're not wedged anymore. So this guy turns to them and says again in the same voice, I can see you. So the second half of them book it out of there, and he's running after them. So they get to the edge of the forest, where it turns into a field, and they keep running. The guy said that when they looked back, they saw the man watching from the edge of the forest. When the guys got inside, they regrouped and were talking about it. When they mentioned the person chasing them, the first group said, no, he was chasing us, and it sounded like he was right behind us. But the second group said, no, we watched him the whole time, and he never moved until he saw us. Normally I'd think it's a crackhead, but both groups heard running behind them. The guy stopped at the edge of the forest, and there weren't two crackheads at the camp. Plus there are stories of not leaving blinds open on the res because something will try to get you to come out to let them in. And the girlfriend of this person said she fell asleep on the call and heard 3 sets of knocking. She cut the third one off by waking the guy up and telling him to stop. It was annoying, but she woke him up, and he was confused because he didn't hear knocking. Anyways, I hope someone knows what it is. We're just curious and want to know if we should be worried. A true scary hunting at night experience. Is it weird to go hunting at night? I'm 13 when writing this. I live in Memphis, and this story occurred a year ago with my cousin Matthew. My cousin Matthew and I love hunting. We love the waiting and the thrill of hunting. We had our guns and our backpacks, and we set out. Now I live in a deep forest area. The forests around here are deep. Like 20 miles of trees and forest. Well, this story will sound very unbelievable but is 100% true. Now we went 3 to 4.5 miles into that forest. Now the first sign of something very wrong was when we saw boot-like footprints in the mud because it rained the day before. We thought someone traveled out here. So we brush it off with an explanation. 20 minutes later, about 5 miles in, we smell a bad stink. Like something rotten. Initially, we believed the smell was coming from a dead animal. But what we found was very shocking. We found a dead dog lying there. Someone ended it very badly. I remember exactly 3 feelings. Guilt, disgust, and the feeling of being watched. We stood there for what felt like hours but was about 1 minute. Then we hear a loud cracking noise. We see a man standing there with a revolver-looking handgun. A split second later we book it. We ran for almost 5 minutes as fast as we could. We turned around, and a few yards away was the guy sprinting after us. Matt and I just kept running until we reached the cabin we stayed at. It was at least 12 a.m., and we were spooked as duck. We only talked about the incident a few times. We informed our parents, and we never saw the guy again. But I give you a warning. Never visit Chickasaw Bluffs in Memphis. Because he was never caught. Things in the woods. So I live in St. Paul, Minnesota, and apparently there are tall black creatures that walk along the river on the east side of St. Paul. Don't expect you to know where these places are. I've never experienced or seen these myself, mainly because I haven't tried to seek them out yet. I plan on doing that in the summer. It's winter right now. Anyways, I have old-timer friends that say it is real and that they have seen them with their own eyes. I'm pretty skeptical about all this, but they say it is a tall, black creature. It is roughly as big as a 2-story house. When they get spotted by these things, they run off. Apparently they are shy and don't like confrontation. My grandma has an old friend that lives by the river, and during the summer nights they always walk past her home. My grandma's friend is pretty used to them, but her daughter isn't. My grandma's friend offered my grandma to stay and see them, but she was too scared to see them. I don't blame her. To be honest, I don't know why she hasn't recorded them. I've tried to do research, but I can't find anything on these things. Anyways, the main reason why I think this might be true is because of a friend of mine. I'm currently in high school and I'm a senior. My sophomore year of high school I had a one-off friend that I only talked to during that semester. So one day I'm talking about these things in class, and he blurts out, I thought I was crazy. Because when I used to live in St. Paul on the east side, I would see these every night. He was visibly flustered when he said that because he thought he was the only one that was seeing those things. It's currently winter in Minnesota, and I'm going in the summer to see these for myself. Hunting story. When I was 13, I got my first deer at my old hunting camp. The camp is located in central PA and was built by my great-grandfather in the 70s. He passed away in 2018. I went up there every year for things like hunting deer, squirrel, turkey, etc. My family would also all go up there in the summer months for recreational activities. It would just be a few people when it was hunting related, so on this trip it was my dad, uncle, and cousin, who is 3 years older than I. I never really enjoyed hunting until the year prior, and this year I was determined to shoot any deer I saw. On the first day at 9:09 a.m., I shot my deer. It was about 15 feet away from me, but I was using a 32-06 with iron sights, so it was actually a good thing. We wait for half an hour and go find it. My dad guts it, and we take it out of the woods and near the cabin. The place is decently secluded, there are people a few miles away, so it wasn't terrible. I go back out in the afternoon and see nothing, so everyone is done for the day, and my cousin, uncle, and I all go home. After dropping the deer off to be processed, we prepared for bed. My uncle and I slept on the couches in the living room, while my dad and cousin slept in 2 separate bedrooms. To paint a picture, the main door to get in the cabin opens up into a small kitchen area where there is a wide table that essentially separates the 2 rooms. I was sleeping on the couch, facing directly away from the door, and my uncle was perpendicular with it. The hallway that leads to the bathroom on the left and 2 bedrooms on either side is to my left. The gun rack is also a few yards behind me. I awoke at what I think was 2 a.m. because I didn't want to check my phone. What awoke me was the sound of the wooden door opening in the main entrance. Usually you have to get through a very loud screen door before you enter through that door. My uncle was still sleeping, so I assumed it was my dad or cousin going outside to pee. We had to use the bathroom outside because the pipes have to be emptied in the winter, or they could burst. I hear footsteps coming around the table and stopping a few yards behind my head. I know this wasn't sleep paralysis because I inchwormed my way onto the armrest of the couch and turned my head around to see who it was. What I saw was probably the most terrifying thing I've seen in my life so far. I could clearly see a tall, looked over 7 feet, completely black figure wearing a white puffer coat, with no other distinguishable features. I turned around, and my heart was no longer beating. It more closely resembled a constant sound because of how fast it was beating. I also noticed that during this time my uncle, who is a really bad snorer, was completely devoid of any noise. I lay there debating if I should run into my dad's room and grab my knife or make a dash for the gun rack because I thought that this thing was an intruder. I eventually heard footsteps retreat back into the hallway, presumably going into one of the bedrooms, but I couldn't tell. 5 minutes after I checked my phone and saw that it was 2:29 a.m., my uncle began to snore normally again, and when he woke up to stoke the fire, I finally felt safe again and fell asleep. I woke up around 4:45 the next day with all my family awake and eating breakfast. I brought it up to them, and no one seemed to have any problems that night. I still don't know what happened, but I do know it was real. Blood moon in the forest. Alright, so about 2 or 3 years ago I was out biking with my friends on Canada Day, chasing local fireworks shows, and just having a good time. It was like 10 o'clock at night or something, and there was me, Yargo, my best friend, Bill, and a random kid from another neighborhood nearby, Nye. Not our real names. We saw a shit ton of fireworks go off nearby us, and our choice to get there was to go around the large forest in my area or through it on the trails. Keep in mind we didn't have flashlights, the moon was only a bit yellow, and we were literally right in front of the forest. So we decide to bike on in, but just before we start to go, Nye says, guys? What's that? And he points to something in the forest. What? Are you trying to scare us, kid? We couldn't see what he saw, but he sure saw something because he got on his bike and turned right around, sobbing and eyes wide with fear. I don't get scared very easily, but one thing that just freaks me the duck out is when someone else just looks scared as shit and I have no clue what they see. Oh, and guess what just happened? That kid saw some shit, and I'm just standing there like, what the F? Bill chirps in, and he says, we got good quality bikes, and the forest is small. That kid is just being a douche, let's go. Of course we get on our bikes and go because that makes perfect sense. We start going through the forest, and even though it's not too big, we're still scared as shit, pedaling as fast as possible. However, my friend was pedaling too fast and slid on one of the turns in the path. He fell off his bike, and since I was going too fast, I couldn't stop. I hear him scream, and I think it's from the pain. I get through the forest, lose my speed, and head back in to help my friend. Even though I'm just more scared. I stop at the spot where he crashed, but he wasn't there, nor was his bike. I saw where he slid out and a bit of blood on the ground, but that was it. I thought he went back out the other way to get help. Just as I was getting on my bike to go home and call him, I noticed something. I look at the moon, and it has a dark red tinge to it, and I hear Bill scream again. At this point I just say, "Duck this, I'm out." And I bike out of there. The next day I go to his house, and he answers the door, and he says the single scariest thing I've ever heard anyone say. He says, "Hey. Me, I'm so sorry I couldn't get back to you. What happened? Why were you screaming?" "Bill, it's fine. You really shouldn't worry about me. Worry about him getting you one day." And then he smiled with fear and shut the door. He wasn't joking because something that elaborate was too much for him, and the moon, blood, and screams were real and unexplainable. Today, I never go in that forest no matter what. He and I haven't said a word about it either, and we're still best friends. The encounter. This is a true story that my friends and I experienced, and I would like your thoughts on if we encountered one. We used to joke about the name of a certain Navajo legend, using it to scare our friend who had no idea what it was when he got high. It was funny then, but that changed on Saturday, June 13th, between 2 and 3 a.m. A group of friends and I were hanging out in a cul-de-sac that borders a large hill where no houses are. The hill is surrounded by houses all along its borders, but a large chunk is only brush and trees with trails. Less than half a mile away is a large nature preserve bordered by mountains that lead to Black Star Canyon, California. My friends wanted to smoke some weed and were being a bit loud. I didn't want to disturb my neighbors, so I suggested we walk up the trail a bit and smoke there. While on the trail overlooking the houses, we heard a loud snapping sound, like a tree branch snapping, not like twigs. We heard this sound around 10 or so times in irregular intervals over the course of around 15 minutes. While my friends didn't pay much attention to the sound, I remained focused on it since I was sober and didn't smoke. While listening to it, I thought of a name. We decided to return to the cars and houses, and while walking at the end of the trail, we heard loud crying that sounded like a child. The crying was loud and went on for more than 10 minutes. By this time, we were in the cars talking about crying. By now, it was probably closer to 3 a.m., and while we were talking about the crying, I heard some twigs snap in the brush on the hill behind the cars. I turned and looked, scanning the hill. I thought I saw something move, but it could have been the breeze moving a bush. Then we all heard a quiet, quick whistle from the hill. I turned to my friends and asked them if they heard that, and when they said they did, I then asked if any of them did that. They all shook their heads. When we realized this, we ran into the cars and drove down the hill. I live on a large hill, to the parking lot of a CVS. While we were there, we all got into one car to discuss what had happened, and then we saw a coyote cross in front of us about 100 feet away. It looked at us and then left. I've taken this experience as a massive warning never to play around or disrespect its name again. I went from being a skeptic who only enjoyed channels like this and listening to horror stories on the internet to being downright terrified to even think about the name or be alone outside. The truth of the reality is we are a bunch of 20-year-olds who just freaked ourselves out, but it was just a strange combination of events after ducking around, and we did find out. I urge everyone to not make the same mistake we did, joking around and saying the name. I was once lost in the jungle of Costa Rica after taking an unmarked game trail by mistake. I hiked about 5 miles the wrong way before a rainstorm caused me to become lost. 6 hours later, after dark, I managed to climb a ridge to get out of the flooding valley. The rain totally flooded the valley area I was in. I used a topo map and compass to estimate my location, then plotted a route through the jungle to what I thought was the end of the trail. I was freaked out by all the animals, coati, monkeys, spiders, and snakes, moving around, escaping the rising water in the valley that had displaced them. I will admit I cried when I finally got to my car, as I really didn't know if I was going to get out okay. I had several bad cuts and a mild ankle sprain. Didn't go hiking in the wilds again after that. The thing beyond the tree lines. Okay, so, before we get into it, I just wanted to let you guys know that this had happened to me when I was younger at the time. At the time of this incident, I was around 11 or 12 years old and staying at my uncle's house. He had 2 kids, for right now, let's just call them Charlie/boy and Chloe/girl just to be safe. The deep stretch of woods surrounding my uncle's house always seemed darker than they should have been, even during the day. At night, the forest had swallowed every bit of light, leaving only the faintest glow of the moon through the branches. It was late, maybe close to midnight, and I couldn't sleep. The guest room I had stayed in had a small window that faced the backyard, which bled directly into the forest. Usually, I'd see nothing but the outline of the trees and leaves. But that night, something was standing just beyond the tree line. At first, I thought it was just a person. Tall, thin, still. But the longer I stared, the more it seemed wrong to me. Its arms were too long, hanging low past its knees, and its head slightly tilted to the side, like it was curious or listening. I blinked hard, it hadn't moved. I wanted to run and to wake up Charlie, Chloe, and my uncle, but for some strange part of me just couldn't stop looking at it. My chest tightened, and I swear the air in the room had grown heavier. That's when it had stepped forward, just one step, but just enough for me to see it wasn't human. Its legs bent the wrong way, like an animal's, and its eyes, they didn't shine like normal animal eyes in the dark. They glowed. I ducked beneath the window instantly, heart hammering, afraid that if I stayed too long, it would have caught me staring. For what felt like forever, I stayed crouched on the floor, listening. No footsteps, no movement, just silence pressing against the house. The next day, I asked Charlie and Chloe if they had ever seen anyone in the woods. Charlie laughed, but Chloe went pale. She whispered into my ear, "Don't talk about it. Uncle doesn't like us mentioning what lives out there." I didn't bring it up again after that. Part of me wanted to believe it had all just been a bad nightmare, some trick of the shadows, but deep down I knew it wasn't. Even now, years later, I can still remember the way it had stood there, silent, waiting, like it had all the time in the world. And sometimes, when I think back to those nights at my uncle's house, I can't help but wonder, if I hadn't ducked under the window, if I had just stared just a little longer, would it have moved closer? Chased in woods. Okay. This story is from 2017 or 2018, so 8 to 9 years ago. It takes place in midwinter Pennsylvania, in a town about 15 to 20 miles from Centralia. One night a friend and I were hanging out deciding whose house to sleep at. We'll call him Tim. Tim and I had to stop in a town a couple of miles from my house, so we decided to do that and then loop back around the back roads to his house. I believe we left at around 8, anticipating being at Tim's house by 10:30. This walk ended up taking about an hour to reach our first stop. As we're walking, we make it about halfway to his house. It's pitch black, surrounded by forest. The closest building is a shed/station for a water reservoir. At the time, Tim played football, and I would do a lot of hiking, climbing, and activities in the woods to stay in shape. We were both fit, capable, and confident, so this wasn't a big deal for us at our younger ages. That was until we began to hear branches breaking and very loud stomping. It sounded like somebody jogging, but this person sounded heavier than Tim and I combined. Tim looks at me and says, "What the duck is that?" I then replied, "Don't know, let's dip." So as two adolescent boys would on a pitch black back road in the middle of nowhere, we ran. As we took off, this thing got faster and faster, sounding like it was right behind us but never coming onto the road. The sounds of loud bipedal steps grew closer and closer, yet they did not leave the forest or tree line. Adrenaline started pumping as Tim and I began sprinting at full speed. We sprinted for about 3 to 5 minutes, running almost a mile with these steps behind us, and finally, we heard a loud bang. Not as loud as a gunshot, but loud like a tree falling and hitting the ground. A split second later a Jeep's headlights appear. They drive by slowly, I'm sure they're just seeing if we were okay out there. Then about a minute later another car comes and passes. We walked the equivalent of about 4 to 5 blocks until we hit the outskirts/cemetery of his town, going to his house. I've shared this story before with people, and their first mention is always a black bear. That always changes when I remind them that the steps we heard were bipedal. I've personally never heard of anything that large that walked on 2 feet. I live in a very superstitious and supernatural kind of area. I'm not a very big believer in ghosts and ghouls, but I believe in spirits. A part of me believes that this could have been something from Lenape legend. This tribe's tale is believed to be older than the country itself. Small creature at the edge of the forest. A little bit about me: I've grown up in the woods, camping, fishing, and hunting. I'm used to everything, and I've seen most things there are to see. I've also watched horror movies since I was 10, nothing bothers me anymore. About 10 years ago my wife and I got a cabin in a campground to check out. It was the last cabin in a group of 3 on the forest's edge, in the very back corner of the campground. This place was not even that backwoods. We had phone service, it was outside Bedford, Pennsylvania. The campground was not busy at all. We did our usual campfire that evening, no issues, nothing strange. I remember seeing a flying squirrel was passed, which is a pretty uncommon but cool thing to see. Anyways, we put out the fire, and my wife went into the cabin to get ready for bed. The cabin had a small open porch with a porch light. I went inside, but my cousin called, so I stepped out on the porch to talk. All I remember is walking around the porch talking, and when I went to the far side facing the forest's edge, I froze. My entire body is covered in goosebumps now as I type this. And reread it. It was a small, bipedal, gray-colored creature. It just stared at me, never moved. It was no more than 2 feet tall. The color really is what caught my eye. It was like nothing I had ever seen before, the way it stood out in the darkness. I couldn't make out its features, but I slowly backed away into the doorway, never taking my eyes off it. It was right off the porch, just out of the light, maybe 5 feet away, just at the edge of a woods. My wife said she never saw me look so terrified in all the years we've been together. She knew something was wrong. My cousin said I just went silent and then hung up the phone. I went back out maybe 30 minutes after, and it was gone. The next morning everything was fine. We took a hike, came back, and made lunch. After lunch we were inside again, and everything in the cabin started to shake, and one of the loudest sounds I ever heard flew over us. It only lasted a few seconds. Went outside, saw a few people outside also looking around, then it happened again, fighter jets flying so low over the top of this area. I have no idea if the fighter jets were searching for something or simply conducting standard military training, but their presence was unsettling. We left right after they flew over a few times. We have been back to this campground since, and nothing strange has ever happened again. I do not stay in that cabin. I was talking to a good friend last year who is very into the supernatural, and he mentioned the Pequodji after I told my story, so I looked it up. Very well could have been. A part of me always thought it was an alien or something, especially with the fighter jets the next day. I hope you enjoyed it. Let me know if you have any questions. I'd love to talk about this weird experience I had with others. So before this happened, I had a really good friend who swears he and his granddad saw a Bigfoot. Before this, his granddad saw someone peeping in their window, which is 8 feet off the ground, and he crept out the side door with a shotgun. He said when he rounded the corner, it was already crossing the Indian Mound 60 yards from the house. I used to poke fun at them when they would tell those stories and even tell other people that they believed in monsters. This house is an antebellum home on top of an Indian mound with another mound beside it. I'll never forget the day. November 12, 2009. Where I live, there are a lot of Native American sites. I know of at least 50 within a 20-mile radius of my house. My hobbies, at the time, were looking for artifacts and breeding dogs. At the time, I had several different breeds of mastiffs and bulldogs and used to crossbreed to get big protection dogs and hog dogs. This particular day, I had 2 males with me. They were born one day apart and were best buds their entire lives. Their names were Ivan and Drago. Ivan was a 165-pound South African Boer Bull X-Bull Mastiff cross. Drago was a 180-pound American Bulldog X Neapolitan Mastiff cross. These 2 dogs weren't afraid of anything. I have had to pull them off of hogs, dogs, cows, etc. Hell, they pretty much decimated a coyote pack overnight one time. So anyway, I live in the South, and it was warmer than usual later into November, so not all the foliage was dead or fallen. Me and my dogs, pull up to what was one of my favorite spots. It is situated approximately a mile away from the Mississippi River. Later, I discovered that this location is not far from where the Bigfoot was filmed around Tunica, Mississippi. So we pull up, and there is an Indian mound I park beside. It is in a corner, kind of like an eddy in a lake. From the mound to the woods, it is about 80 yards across. From the time I get out of my truck, something feels off. Didn't think much of it until about 10 minutes later when I noticed how strange my dogs were acting. Normally, they are running, sniffing, exploring, and trying to find something to chase. Today, I am almost tripping over them with every step. So I stop and look at them, and they are both staring in the same direction at full attention. This got my full attention. I am in the middle of the road up field approximately 40 yards from the woods. As soon as the woods start, there is a pretty dense thicket approximately 7 feet tall. Well, as soon as I notice this, they both take off running into the same point in the woods. As soon as they got out of sight through the thicket, I heard 2 things I hadn't heard before. 1. Ivan hollered. Not from pain but from fear. I knew them well enough to tell who hollered. 2. The most terrifying growl I've ever heard. It had to have lasted 25 to 30 seconds and got louder as it went on. I could feel it in my chest. It was like standing behind someone revving a Harley or speakers at a concert. As soon as it started, both dogs came tearing back with their ears pinned and tails tucked. I was frozen. They came and got behind me like I could protect them from whatever is making the scariest noise I've ever heard. The dogs stayed about 10 seconds tops and abandoned me. I never took my eyes off the woods and started backing toward my truck. Normally, when the dogs get to the truck and are ready, they whine, wanting the tailgate down. This time, they both jumped and clawed their way through my window. They normally rode in the back. This was a 2005 Dodge 4-door 4x4 Cummins diesel with 35 mud tires, so it was quite a leap. Well, Once I had backed up about 20 feet, this thing stood up. It was right on the edge of the interior thicket. Where I live, it is completely flat. This thing was at least 1.5 times taller than the thicket. Its head was huge, and it looked really pissed. I could see it from just below the chin to the top of its head. The surprising thing to me was how its face didn't look like I thought it should. I thought it would look like an ape or something. This looked like a person. More like what I know as a Neanderthal. The hair was black, but in the spots of sunlight, you could see some brown. After I got a good 2 to 3 second look, it took off at a 45 degrees angle away from me. As it ran away, it was either snapping limbs or just bulldozing small trees. It sounded like a silent truck plowing through trees. That day ruined many things for me. That day destroyed my love for the woods, my sense of safety, and my favorite spot. I quit deer and turkey hunting that day. I don't go looking for points there anymore. I went one time and carried my AR-10 with me and still couldn't stop watching the woods. I told my buddy about it, and he responded exactly as I would have if I were in his shoes. I can't for the life of me understand how something that size can go undetected like it does. I'm skeptical about it being able to disappear because if it could, then it could have avoided all that. I still contemplate it several times a day, every day. Not as unsettling as some of these others, but a few weeks ago I finished work early and decided to take my dog and search for deer trails before nightfall. I've hunted this particular tract of public land my whole life, and we enter on an old logging trail that leads to an old camp at the foot of a mountain about a mile in. We get in, and I've got my pistol and my golden retriever, and about halfway down that trail, I notice a deer trail coming off a hill that wasn't there last year. We walk up the hill parallel to the trail to find an opening and acorns on the ground, and I'm satisfied I found a new spot. We get back to the main trail, and I'm ready to keep walking, but my usually happy boy bows up and won't go any deeper. I tug and tell him, "Let's go, buddy," and he locks into the distance and won't move. I watch him for a minute, and he starts low growling. I'm not sure if there was a bear, a coyote, or a Wendigo waiting over the hill, but I figure we've seen enough, and it's time to head back to the truck while we've still got plenty of daylight. Something grabbed my leg in the woods today. Recently, my mental health has been terrible, but today there was a break in the clouds, so I decided to celebrate in my usual way, by packing a small day bag and heading into a little patch of woods in my town. Some backstory about this particular patch of woods. I've always felt a really good, pure energy when I was there. When I had a miscarriage 2 years ago, I took the 6-week-old embryo and buried it under a tree, had a small ceremony with my mom and my best friend, and eventually found closure for the whole ordeal. I visit my child's grave often and always leave with a sense of peace. Today, though, something felt off about the woods. I don't know what it was, but I felt like I was being watched the whole time I was there. I went to my baby's grave, and the hole had sunken in. In the 2 years that I've been visiting the grave, the hole had never been sunken in like that. It was nearly as deep as the original hole that I dug for the grave. It weirded me out, and I turned to leave, and when I turned around, the sensation of being watched intensified. I walked back towards the trail and felt something crawling up my legs. I looked down, and as my luck would have it, I had stuck my foot into a tick nest, and I had hundreds of tiny dots running up my leg. I started wiping them off, standing on one foot, and clear as day I felt a hand grasp my other leg, nearly knocking me off balance. Being pregnant again, nearly 19 weeks, scared the living shit out of me, and I damn near ran back to my car and got the rest of the ticks off me only after I was out of the trees. Does anyone have any kind of explanation for this? I've had tons of paranormal experiences since I was a small child, but never in my life has something physically touched me like that. I felt its individual fingers wrap around my leg, I felt the pressure of it squeezing. There is absolutely no way I imagined it. Hours later, and I'm still covered in goosebumps just thinking about it. Possible skinwalker experience in southern Utah in 2018. Might have been followed. Last night, my friends and I went on a camping trip to celebrate my fiancé's 18th birthday. We went to the Red Cliffs Desert Reserve in St. George, Utah. Throughout the night, we experienced an unsettling sensation, however, we attributed it simply to being an hour off in the desert during the late hours. Throughout the night, tensions between us continued to escalate for reasons that we could not fully comprehend. A guy who was with us and I went to go get firewood and started chopping a dead limb off a tree, but I kept stopping because I was hearing stuff moving out of my field of vision, felt like I was in danger, felt I was being watched from at least 2 places, and got the feeling I needed to leave, so I just stopped chopping the limb halfway through. The 2 dogs we had at one point started freaking out and were terrified of something that was behind our tent, so we went and looked but didn't see anything, so we assumed it was just a coyote or some animal or something. My fiancée and I are both empaths, and she's a medium, and we have both had many supernatural experiences through our lives, and we knew something was wrong. We laid down in the tent, and she nearly had a panic attack, so we decided to sleep in a car instead of with everyone else. As soon as we got in the car, she broke down crying and couldn't explain why, so I chalked it up to stress or something. Eventually, we both fell asleep, but sometime between 3 and 4 in the morning, I woke up from a dream in which 2 invisible witches were planning to send creatures after us, and I awoke with a terrible feeling. I decided to try to sleep more when my fiancé sits up very suddenly and says, "I keep hearing things. It sounds like there are girls talking and giggling, so let's see if they're awake, and maybe we can get the hell out of here." She then went to open the door, but I had a terrible feeling and begged her not to, but as soon as she did, the voices stopped, the dogs weren't making noise, they are both attention-seeking type and constantly whine, the coyotes we had been hearing since maybe 2 a.m., and even all the crickets that had been deafening all night were silent. So she closes the door, and the voices start again. Around 5:30 a.m., we see a light coming towards us, and it's one of our friends who says she and another friend can't sleep and the dogs are freaking out and they want to leave, so we start comparing what's gone on the past few hours, and they had heard the voices too and thought it was us, so they almost left the tent to see if we wanted to leave, but they felt like they shouldn't leave the tent. We pack up and leave by 6 a.m., and something just doesn't feel right. We go back around 10:30 a.m. for some friends who decided to stay the whole time, and they say that after we left they kept hearing things walking around the tent, both small and quadrupedal but also large and bipedal, so they made noise until the things went away, then built the fire back up. We officially left around 11 a.m., not wanting to look back, and we all felt a sense of relief when we finally made it through the hour-long trip back to the road. We think we were followed because we hear growling and other noises when home alone, and the living room TV turns on and off by itself. Does anyone have advice on what to do? About 10 years ago there was a manhunt in the county that I live in. The fugitive had hurt a state police officer and was involved in a high-speed chase in which he bailed out of the vehicle and ran into the woods. I was sitting in my stand bow hunting. I heard at least 30 gunshots. I knew when I heard them that it wasn't someone target practicing. This was mag dumping with at least 3 different firearms. I sent my dad a text and was like, "I'm pretty certain I just heard some people get into a shootout." When I saw all the blue lights and heard the sirens, I knew what I had said was correct. When I got in that evening, I saw the headlines about what was going on. I was in high school at the time. This shit was all over the news. State police, fish, and game, U.S. Marshals, and of course local law enforcement were looking everywhere. It happened about 8 miles out of city limits, and since the man was considered armed and dangerous, school was shut down until he was found. I'm from a small town with less than 2,500 people, what better time to go hunting? My family was very alarmed when I told them I was going to spend my days hunting since I didn't have to go to school. At 17 years old, I obviously didn't see the risk in going, as most young men wouldn't. I was bow hunting in my blind. It was a drizzly, rainy day. I hadn't seen the first deer. I saw some movement in the brush, and I thought it might be coming out of the thicket. A man appeared out of the brush and slowly started walking around the edge of the field. I would say he was around 200 yards away. I instantly had butterflies in my stomach. He was picking up persimmons and eating them off of the ground. He also had a dog with him. I knew that a few elderly people lived around the property where I was hunting, so when I saw the dog and noticed how nonchalant it was, I tried to convince myself it was a local enjoying himself. Wrong. I decided to sneak out of the back of my blind, walk the ridge behind me, and circle back to my truck. My first thought was that if it was him, he would see my truck parked and possibly try to break into it. I went on a death march back to the truck. I was really covering ground. I was probably 85 yards from the truck, and bam! I walked right into this person. We locked eyes from about 20 feet away from each other. I knew it was him the second that I saw him. His face was plastered all over the news. We stared at each other for probably 10 seconds. After a few intense seconds, I just veered off of the trail to my left and kept going to the truck. I never took my eyes off him. He stood still, watched me for a few seconds, and continued on his way. There's no way he met me on that trail without walking past my truck parked at the gate of the property. He didn't bother it. I have family and friends that work with local law enforcement. I gave them a call and told them what happened. They obviously recommended staying away from the area until he was in custody. 8 days passed before they get the guy. Unfortunately for him, he was ended in a shootout with law enforcement about 3 miles from where I was hunting. He seemed like a piece of shit. Multiple-time over-convicted felon. He was also a registered offender. Good riddance is what I mean. But I'm truly thankful that he wasn't interested in me. We had a face-to-face encounter, and he was most certainly armed the whole time he was out there in those woods. You never know who you will run into. I hope you guys can take something from my experience. Carry a sidearm at all times. I used to go elk hunting in the Blue Mountains of Washington. I went there multiple times before, and there was nothing out of the ordinary except some maybe questionable animal sounds here and there. That day I was up in the mountain with my 2 pointers, aiming for elks but any other prey that we could get. I consider myself to be an ethical hunter, so anything I catch, I make full use of it. Anyways, my pointers started acting weird. When they usually spot prey, they get down and approach it like predators, whether aiming to attack it or bring it towards my position. This time, however, they start barking. Like a lot of barking. Any elk within these woods would have heard them and probably fled. I was pretty upset, but they were still barking, both of them, towards a certain woodland area. Last time I saw them acting like this was when they spotted big cats like cougars and mountain lions. Assuming the dogs were reacting to big cats, I tried approaching the area where my pointers were indicating and barking. There was a small hill, and after that hill you could see the large woodland area. I was at the bottom of the hill while my dogs were on the top barking down at something. As soon as I went up there, I got shocked. I saw a large ape-like creature ripping off a tree. Some primates do similar things to find and eat bugs or insects that live inside tree logs, I guess. As soon as I went up the hill, my dogs gained a bit of confidence and started going down to it. I whistled and shouted at them to come back, and as soon as I shouted, the creature looked back and then disappeared into the woods. I regret to this day not having my phone out in time to film it. But at that point my number one concern was to not let the dogs get to it because I really didn't know what could have happened. What if it was a large grizzly? That was my initial thinking. Although I knew what Bigfoot was, I wasn't expecting or aiming to find one up in the woods. Strange feeling in the woods. 1 year ago we bought a derelict house that had been abandoned for 20 years. We moved into a static home just in front of the house and have been living there very peacefully for the last year. The house came with 10 acres of land, a large wild field and strip of woodland. We have been told the woodland is ancient, and whenever I have been in there, it has had a magical energy to it. I often go down there with my cup of tea and bring various wildflowers from the field and make a flower display and manifest things. It's always calming and feels very positive. I have been ill the last few days but felt slightly better today and was determined to take a walk down to the woods. The wind was strong, and I felt like it was pushing me towards the wood. Once in, I heard a loud bang like a car backfiring. There is a road nearby, but not close enough to hear that. After the bang I felt very unsettled. My gut told me to turn around and leave, but I tried to ignore it and carried on into the woods. Whilst I was walking, I felt my hair being played with, and I kept turning around like someone was following me. Again I tried to ignore it and told myself it was just the wind. Once I got to the old oak tree I like to sit at to do my spells, I felt something tickling my back. I did my spells, I sat for a while, but instead of the peace I normally feel, all I could feel was scared and like I needed to leave. I quickly got out of there, and as soon as I was out of the wood, I felt instant relief. Our woods is so special, but something was very off today. I don't understand what this could be. I feel a bit scared to go back. I love those woods and normally take my children, but I feel really unsettled. I've got 2, one of my own and one from my buddy. I was camping up in Arapahoe and Roosevelt National Forests and Pawnee National Grasslands with my wife. Woke up in the middle of the night with my hair on end, just a weird, freaked out sensation, heart pounding. I'm listening in the dark when I hear the sound of heavy steps outside the tent. Suddenly the tent wall presses in, and I can hear a bear sniffing the tent. It pushed up against my face, caught my scent, and bolted. I was still extremely frightened by the experience. This one is long, but it's from my buddy who was down in New Mexico camping with his wife. Was camping with my wife in some sand dunes about 30 minutes east of Roswell, New Mexico. We had struggled all day and afternoon to find a spot to camp or even a hotel, because this was during peak COVID times and everything was shut down. So we ended up getting there pretty late at night. It was gorgeous, pitch black, with no lights. It was the first time I had ever seen the Milky Way with my bare eyes. The layout of the campsite was simple. It was a straight dirt road from the entrance that led to a dead end, and every few yards along the left and right sides of the main road you could turn off and it would dead end to another camping spot. We took the first left, and at the end of the path there were already some folks camped out in an RV and grilling, so we turned around and just took the straight shot all the way to the end of the main dirt road. We set up camp and made dinner, then cracked open some beers and put on a movie on my laptop. About halfway through the movie, my wife pauses it and asks, "Did you hear that?" It sounded like footsteps. We had the rain fly off our tent so we could just look right out, and I looked around with a flashlight and didn't see anything, so we continued on with the movie. We figured maybe it was some dune animal, as we had seen rabbit and perhaps deer tracks around a large sand dune that our tent was set up beside. We finished the first movie, then put on another. About at the end of the second movie, I heard some odd whining noise. I paused the movie, and my wife said, "I think that was just the movie," and pressed play, and immediately we both heard the noise again, but louder. We paused it, and we heard what sounded exactly like the noise our cat back home makes when he's whining, only much, much louder and deeper. I'd never heard anything like it before, and I've heard all sorts of big cat calls. Something felt off about the sound, as if it were made by something trying to imitate a cat. It sounded maybe 10 feet away, and it just kept on crying. So my wife and I both decide we should probably hop in the car and turn on the lights and maybe honk the horn if we see anything and spook it off. We get in the car and turn on the lights, and nothing. Nothing's there. So we sit for a bit and Google what sort of big cats are in NM. Turns out there are bobcats, mountain lions, and Canadian lynx. So we used YouTube audio clips of all of them to try to identify which one it could be. For 45 minutes we went through clip after clip, and nothing sounded like what we heard. We thought momentarily that maybe one of the campers we had come across earlier was playing a trick on us. Maybe our movie was too loud? Maybe they were annoyed by us pulling up to their camp earlier in the night? That thought was almost more eerie, as it was so dark out they would have had to have crept around in the pitch black just to stalk us and then hide. We were too creeped out and figured we'd pack it in and maybe find a late night motel or sleep in the car. So we dash out to the camp and break down the tent, and as we do so, I spot something odd. In the sand, there were massive circular indents, 2 at a time, like something bipedal, almost like footprints or tracks but with no markings underneath. It appeared as though something massive had just pressed down on the sand. The creature emerged from behind the dune next to our tent and stopped at the exact spot where my wife believed she had heard footsteps earlier in the night. Only there was no second set of tracks leading away from the tent. It was as if something had walked right up to that spot and then just disappeared. I put my foot inside the indent to get an idea of its size. I was wearing my size 12 Doc Martens, and it was a few inches bigger on all sides than my boot. Suddenly, out in the dunes further out away from the camp, we heard this massive horn. It sounded like a semi-truck horn, but it was coming from the desert. We quickly gathered our belongings and threw them into the car before leaving. Remember how I said the trail was a single main road, with smaller paths that stemmed off it? Not anymore. On the way back, we took turns left and right. The main path had become winding and confusing, and none of our electronic map programs were functioning. After what felt like 20-30 minutes of driving, we were suddenly back on the highway. It was 3:30 to 4 a.m., and we drove straight back to Colorado and didn't stop until we passed the state line. To this day we both refuse to stop overnight or camp in NM. Ritual in the woods behind my house. I live in a pretty big house with around 15 acres of nothing but woods behind it. There is a river that runs through there that me and my friend always liked to fish on. One day, I called him up to come over and go fishing. It was a rainy, cold, and all around miserable April day. Regardless, we still went fishing. The moment we got to the river, he said he felt uneasy, like something was watching him. I didn't think much of it until later. I felt a strong discomfort as if something terrible was happening literally hundreds of feet away from us. We caught some fish after shaking off the discomfort and wanted to move to another spot, as the spot we had been fishing had died out. Once we reached the other spot, we sat down and ate some snacks. We continued fishing for 20 minutes until I saw something far back in the woods. I saw light, kind of like a light that a fire emits. I didn't think anything of it until I heard loud talking, almost like mumbling. I told my friend that it had been asleep from when I saw it. We decided we would go see if anything was wrong. As we got closer, the scarier and scarier it got. We arrived at the area where it was. There were multiple candles circling an upside-down star with a small fire in the middle. This was unsettling to me to start off with, until I saw streaks of blood on the rocks that were positioned next to where this had been taking place. Out of pure discomfort, I looked up and checked my surroundings only to see a man, only about 50 meters away, staring at us. We quickly grabbed our supplies and ran for what seemed like hours. At my house we locked the doors and hid in the attic out of instinct. It felt like something was in my house. After further examination, nothing had entered my house, but I still feel the presence of something evil creeping around my house. This will be the first group of people to ever hear this story, as I kept it a secret. Up to this date, there has no longer been any suspicious activity found in my woods, but but I cannot forget what I saw that day. We still cannot comprehend our experience in the woods. A few years ago, a group of friends and I decided to visit a hiking trail to enjoy drinks and laughter on Halloween. This was around 2015. The place we went to was Murphy Ranch Park in Whittier, California. It's in a suburb in the foothills of the city. If anyone is familiar with the place, they'll know exactly what I mean when I explain where we were and might help. At the entrance of the park is a benched and wooded area that leads to multiple hiking trails that we were sitting on, which are probably 50 to 100 feet from the park's mouth and lead into a residential street. While sitting around, we heard an owl hooting about, but it didn't sound right to us. It almost sounded human-like. As we were talking and drinking, we started even joking about it, and it seemed to get louder and closer. After about 5 minutes, from almost nowhere, a man started walking through the park between the benches. He was around 5 feet 10 inches, dressed in all black with a cloak. Now the part that was weird to us is that while he walked, there was no stride or bounce to his step. His shoulders and body almost seemed stationary, and as if he were a few inches off of the ground, his feet did not strike the dirt at all from what I saw. While he was walking through, the owl sounds were much louder than before and a lot closer. It felt almost as if it was right behind us, daring us to take a look. When we decided to make a run for it, it seemed as if time stopped. There was no sound, no light, nothing, and the man turned to us and looked at us all almost as if he was looking into our eyes individually but at the same time. He was as pale as a sheet and had yellowish blue eyes that were piercing and almost glowing. As dark as it was, you could see him, but he had no other features besides his bald head. After what felt like an eternity but was only a few seconds, he turned his head and glided straight into the trails, where the owl noise returned, as if he were following it. Within a second of entering, he vanished from sight. In that exact moment we all sprinted to our cars and took off immediately. None of us have been back since, knowing the history of what goes on in those hills. I really couldn't say if the person in question was even human. A friend of ours tried to talk to him to ask him what he was up to. 100% not my idea. I was scared shitless, and he just ignored the call and was gone. Does anyone have an idea of what I may have witnessed or even been around? I went solo hiking at Lulumahu Falls in Hawaii and heard there were some old ruins and another waterfall nearby, so I stopped to see if I could find them. I worked my way to the ruins. About a minute after turning off my camera, I heard a bunch of drums in the distance and some singing/chanting in a language I didn't understand and some voices saying my name. It was Oahu. I figured it was a luau tourist group. It was getting louder and louder, and I was getting pissed from the noise. I saw a guy on the other side of the ruins near the trees, super buff/muscular, with barely any clothes on, a red feather cape, completely white eyes, holding a torch and spear, and a bunch of shadowy silhouettes behind him in a long line. I thought they were cosplayers. I turned my face away, looking at him through the side eye, taking glances at him. He had no foot. I thought he was disabled. I assumed his other foot was hidden behind grass. All of a sudden an extremely disgusting smell happened right in back of me, reminding me of roadkill. I turned around to see where it was coming from but saw nothing. Then the drums got even louder, like they were right there in back of me. I turned around and saw that the guy had disappeared. I walked towards where the drums were, listening to see where they were coming from. I assumed hidden speakers. Look at the ground, no dig marks. Then I tracked the sound to its source. It was coming from the middle of thin air. 4 or 5 feet off the ground. I began hyperventilating and took a few steps back, far away from the drum sound. I thought I was hallucinating. I was covering my face with my hands and trying to gather my thoughts and relax my mind. Next thing I knew, my forehead experienced one of the worst pains I ever felt in my life. A sharp searing pain. I was 100% certain a seizure was going to come. I tried to relax my mind. Next thing I knew, I was overcome with the feeling of acceptance and peace and the feeling I would not die. For a while I continued covering my face, just trying to maintain a calm mind so I would not have a seizure. The whole time my head was in excruciating pain. There were drums banging super loud, feet stomping, and them singing a lot of stuff with ka in it. My body felt like it wanted to kneel at one point. During it, I had all sorts of weird feelings and sensations I don't want to talk about and a ton of pain in my head. Eventually the drums and pain stopped, and a super loud horn/conch sound thing blasted, so loud. I had to cover my ears. I assumed it was some sort of security alert nearby. I saw 2 light orb things in the distance. I looked at the ruins, paid my respects to King Kamehameha, and left fast. Later on at a group hike at Mount Olomana, I learned that the stuff I bumped into were nightmares and that the area I was in was one of the most haunted areas in Oahu. I should not have gone there. Whistling. Okay, So I and one of my friends were joking around last night in the woods as we usually do because it's fun just to chill. It's calming, I guess. But basically we have been in those woods about a good 100 times. I know it like the back of my hand. We were coming back, and it's like 12:40 at this point. We went out at like 11:30. As we are about to leave the woods, we hear a loud whistle right at us. It wasn't bird-like. I have heard countless birds, and this sound was unlike any of them. It sounded human. And my brain became uneasy, and we ran a good mile, I'd say, looking in every direction to see if anything was there. Mind you, I live around 40 minutes from the closest town, and I live in a tiny community. So it's very unlikely that it was another person. I only had my lighter that I carry, no flashlights or anything, so we were pretty freaked. Any idea what we heard? Man in the woods. I was with my niece, who is on her high school soccer team and is taking it pretty seriously and attempting to get some kind of scholarship out of it. I am pretty healthy and don't really work out too much, but something I often do is run and hike. I live in Kentucky, not in a rural part, but there is a state park near my house that is 6,500 acres, so it is pretty secluded and densely wooded. There are some really nice trails that allow you to run for a good chunk and then hike for a bit to split up the long bits of the trail that are flat. She decided to tag along with me today for a quick 3 or 4 mile run. It was raining, but not heavily, just a light drizzle that we could handle. We got up to the peak of this one hill, and it had been about 2 miles or so according to our phones, so we decided to turn back and head back to the car. As we were headed down the steep side of the climb, we were walking pretty slowly, making sure we didn't lose our footing, when out of nowhere there was the coldest chill coming from behind us once we made it about halfway down. At the time it happened we both commented on how cold it was on our backs but didn't make too much out of it and went on with our conversation. In these woods there is some wildlife, like small deer, and I believe maybe some coyotes, but they tend to stay away from the paths. In my many years of coming here, I have only heard coyotes and have never seen more than a few footprints. Once we got off the hillside and hit a stretch of the trail that was flatter ground, we began to pick up the pace when a deer darted across the path, maybe 10 yards max in front of us, causing us to stop in our tracks. The first deer was then followed by 3 more, and not one of them even so much as looked our way. My niece looked at me with a puzzled expression due to the unusual behavior of the deer, and it seemed to me that they were acting as if they were fleeing from something, possibly a predator. Once they had gone, we started back with our run, and we heard a noise behind us, a loud booming noise of something of substance falling to the ground from some height. When we stopped and turned, we saw nothing, no animals scurrying away like one would expect after a substantial noise in the wilderness. In fact, everything was calm, eerily calm. Just as we looked to each other to ask what the actual duck that was, there was yet another cold wind gushing through the valley, pushing all the rain off the leaves surrounding us and soaking our sweatshirts. I was starting to freak out inside but was doing my best to stay calm for my 17-year-old niece. However, I am pretty sure she could tell that I was extremely anxious. I tell her, "Come on, let's get to the car," and we turned to take off again. And there was a man leaning up against a tree on the side of the trail dressed in a black suit with a white button-up shirt on. His collar was open, but he had a tie on, sagging like a tired businessman on the way home from a long day. It startled me at first. I was not expecting to see anyone for a few reasons, one being we were at the very least 1 mile away from any parking lot or street, another being that we never heard or saw him coming, and the stretch of the trail we were on was flat and open for a good half of a mile. I got over to put myself between the man and my niece as we jogged past him. When we did, I looked him in the eye and gave him a "How you doing?" nod as we went along. He was pale, his eyes were very white, but his irises were ice blue. From the quick look I had up close, everything I saw appeared clean-cut and proper. I did not notice a speck of mud on him anywhere, and the two of us had it caked on the bottom of our shoes and even the backs of our pants and shirts from kicking it up on us as we ran. We had to get to the top of another hill, smaller than the last but still quite the hike up. Once on top, I took a quick look behind us, and he seemed to have vanished without a trace. Now with having the vantage point of the hill, I could see out past the trail and see most of the hill she and I had just come from, yet he was nowhere in sight. I scanned off the sides of the trail, and still nothing. My niece asked me who that guy was and why he was out so deep in the woods wearing a suit, questions I simply did not have the answers to. We made it back to the car with nothing else out of the ordinary happening to us on the trail. As we came to my car, I pulled the keys from my pocket and unlocked the doors from maybe 10 feet out. Walking up to the only car in the entire lot, I noticed muddy footprints coming away from my car door from the driver's side. Weird, considering I had no mud on my shoes when we got there, but there are trails leading up to the lot, so I figured maybe someone came through before we got there and I did not notice. However, when I pulled the handle to open the door, It was caked with mud underneath. It was almost as if someone had attempted to open my door with a muddy hand. Nothing more happened, but the whole encounter leaves chills covering my body the more I think about it. I think something followed me home from Forest Haven. I've visited Forest Haven, in Maryland, many times and never saw anything of note until the last time I went, around 10 months ago in March. I was in one of the back buildings walking down this long hallway with cells or what could have been padded rooms at some point. I had turned around at the end of the hallway and saw at the halfway point a shadowy apparition of sorts peek at me from one of the rooms. Whatever it was I saw felt sad, and looking back on it, I feel as if it was a child. I know no one was in any of the rooms because I had checked all of them in case of squatters, and I had repeatedly looked back while walking down the hallway. I get goosebumps and a swell in my throat when I talk about it to this day. Whatever it was scared the absolute duck out of me to the point that when I saw it I made an almost gasping/yelping noise and totally freaked out my girlfriend and her friend, and I wouldn't say what I saw until we stepped outside. I explained what I saw when we finally got outside, and they wanted to go back in, which I begrudgingly agreed to do, but when we went to walk back in, I heard footsteps inside and said, "Duck that," and decided it was time to leave. There have been odd things that have happened at my house in the past, but nothing that stopped me in my tracks until after that experience. One of the first things to start occurring but has only occurred once or twice is the voices. My girlfriend and I have both stepped into the house on separate occasions and heard voices. From my experience, I had walked in the front door and heard a male and female adult voice having a conversation, and as soon as I registered it, it was gone. I checked the whole house, and there was nothing. My girlfriend, however, was downstairs changing and heard a male voice speaking upstairs. She assumed it was my dad and asked me where he went when I got home an hour later, and I told her he had been at work the entire time. She never heard anyone enter or leave the house. Secondly was the little boy. This one is iffy with me because only my girlfriend saw him, and she claims she had just woken up. Essentially, my girlfriend was lying in my bed in the morning and rolled over and saw a little boy, or at least something the size of a little boy, in the doorway for a split second, and it disappeared. I chalked it up to it being a half-sleep vision of sorts, which I've had before. The third experience was when I and my girlfriend were downstairs where we usually reside, and it was very late at night. My dad's bedroom is directly above where we sit on the couch and watch TV. We were watching TV and kept hearing movement, so I paused the TV to listen and heard what sounded like furniture moving in my dad's room. He was dead asleep and had to be up at 5 a.m. for work, and what sounded like lighter footsteps going from the hallway to my brother's room. They were not home. I never did ask my dad about this because I didn't want to sound crazy, but I know it wasn't him. Finally, I am writing this because I believe the activity may be becoming more aggressive or simply more frequent. I had left for work around 4 a.m., and my girlfriend woke up to a plethora of noises 45 minutes after I had left. Something walking down the stairs, things on my shelf moving, something in the basement apparently sounding like a person moving clothes or changing, and then a very loud bang on the wall directly next to the bed. She described it to be as if someone ran full speed through my door and smacked into the wall next to her. None of the other stuff is super threatening, but that loud bang felt aggressive. We've been trying to ignore it because it really only ramps up when I acknowledge it or if we talk about it openly. I really just want to know what the noise is, whether it is safe, and if it involves multiple entities, since I have seen a little boy but heard an adult male and female conversing multiple times. Can anyone give me suggestions on how to identify this thing safely without causing more issues? A dream that came true twice. It was one of the first days of school when my best friend, who was also my desk mate, was drawing something into her notebook. I ask her what it is. She says that it's an evil nun from a dream that she had during the summer break. I ask her what the dream was about. She was locked up in some church tied to a chair, and there was the nun wanting to take her blood, or something. And I, with another schoolmate, tried to save her. Then she woke up. Now it gets interesting. The schoolmate from the dream was new to our class, so she didn't know him at the time of the dream. Then the year went by. Last week I told her that I know of a creepy church in the middle of a forest so we could explore it there together. She made Slenderman papers so we could scatter them around the church as a prank. I was hesitant because there was also a cemetery nearby, and I did not wish to be disrespectful. We went by foot because it was just 6 kilometers. When we got to the church and opened the gate to the cemetery, she paused. "This church seems familiar," she said. "This is the church from that dream I told you about in September." I asked which dream. She said she had the dream again today. In total, she had it around 15 times. She said the dream was about the nun, and that it took place in the church where the nun wanted to hurt her. We were only a little freaked out. Then she remembered that she had her notebook with her, so she opened it and found that drawing, It was one of a few in the whole notebook. We noticed that the wall depicted in the unfinished picture resembled the wall surrounding the church and cemetery. Then we scattered the pages around the cemetery and trees outside and found an abandoned crypt like water storage, and she felt uneasy and then left home. She isn't the kind of person to imagine doing this type of thing to prank others. It was genuine from her. Furthermore, she's never been at the spot. I'm still freaked out a little when I think about it because it was just a week ago. This story takes place in my hometown, around 300 years ago. There were two friends, let's call them Auntie and Bira, and they were really good fishermen. They would paddle up and down the river, sometimes being out there for several days fishing, before returning to the village with the catch. They would also sometimes take other people with them, especially younger people that wanted to learn to fish properly. One day, they were out getting prepared to venture upstream, and they had agreed that they would only paddle to the meadow that was located further upstream and stay the night there. They thought that maybe some of the kids would want to tag along. Just as they were about to ask around, they spotted their childhood friend, let's call her Anne. Anne was going to the river to check on the pelts that were floating there. We reindeer herders will put older reindeer pelts into water to soak them, making the fur peel off easily, and then dry the skin to make leather. Anne was doing just that. Anne was a bit younger than them, but they had known each other since they were children and would play almost every day when Anne was in town. Anne belonged to a reindeer herder family, so she was constantly on the move. However, each August she would be in town, as that's when her family's herd passed through the area. Bira and Auntie didn't have reindeer but lived by fishing and trading with the fish they caught. They got an idea. They should take Anne with them, for old time's sake. Anne used to be a very lively child with a lot of energy, and even though she became older, she never lost that spark. But then something had happened a couple years earlier, as she had suddenly turned quiet, didn't smile as much, and generally avoided people. However, the two friends thought maybe a fishing trip could cheer her up a bit. Fish, sit by the campfire telling stories and just sleeping under the starry sky. They walked up to Anne, who was scraping off the fur on one of the pelts. They talked for a bit and laughed until they decided to ask her if she wanted to join. Anne was really hesitant, as she didn't know what to say, but in the end she agreed to tag along. The day came, and they were ready to go. They had packed food, fishing gear, some firewood, and some pelts to sleep on, and then went off. They paddled to the hidden meadow and fished there, catching lots of different fish that they could eat by the fire. Since this was August, it had already started getting dark, as the midnight sun wasn't seen in the sky anymore. They paddled to the meadow, lit the fire, ate the fish, and had a good time. However, it was quite late, so they decided to sleep. The sky was filled with stars, but it was still light enough that they could see very well. They had been sleeping for maybe 3 to 4 hours when they suddenly were woken up by a loud scream. They all woke up and looked around, but there was nothing there. Then, just moments after, it screamed again, but this time it was closer. They all looked at each other. Auntie suggested that it might have been a fox, however, Bira said that it sounded too human-like to be a fox. They looked at Anne, whose whole face had turned pale. Then, silence. There was no sound coming from the forest. Auntie laughed and said, "See, it's most likely just a fox. What are the chances that there is an e-paras out here?" And just as he said that, it screamed again, this time even closer. Anne was terrified, and she took her pelt and ran straight to the boat. She wasn't staying there for a second, and if they didn't want to get left behind, they would need to hurry up. The guys took their pelts and ran to the boat, pushing it into the water, and started paddling downstream. As they paddled, they could hear the scream following them in the forest along the river. Luckily for them, an e-paras never ventures into water, no matter what, so in that regard they were safe. After drifting a bit through the river, with the screaming still going on, Bira was getting tired. "Show yourself," he shouted, and sure enough, a little girl, maybe 4 years old, appeared through the bushes and onto the riverbank. This thing, even though it was still a child, had managed to follow them for quite the distance alongside the river and was now staring directly at them. But it didn't get closer, as the water was stopping it. Bira shouted, "Look, we are sorry we disturbed you, but please, we haven't done you wrong, we aren't the ones that left you to die in the forest, so please, go and find the person that abandoned you instead." The child just kept staring, not moving at all. Then suddenly, Anne's neck was twisted, and in a panic she fell overboard. Auntie and Bira quickly grabbed her, but it was too late, she was dead. They turned around, and the child was gone too. The moment she hit the water, she died. They paddled home and told Anne's family what had happened. They were still wondering why the e-paras had decided to harm and despite Bira's comments. Anne's mother then went to explain. "A couple of years ago, when the family was by the coast, Anne was intimate with a Norwegian man and became pregnant. Since the Sami were seen by many as lesser humans or animals back in the day, the man wanted nothing to do with Anne and the baby. Back then it was not ideal to get intimate before marriage, as not only was the woman shamed, but her whole family could get shamed too. Anne had to tell her parents, and they agreed that no one should know about this. She managed to keep her pregnancy hidden, and when she gave birth, she took the baby deep into the woods, far from the village, and left it there to die. Thereafter, she was so ashamed that she lost the spark she had before. Anne was buried, and the place where she died is called Iparisfieldma by us locals, and even though the Iparis never got a true send-off to the afterlife, the fact that it ended its mother was probably enough for it to stop lingering around. Now, what is an Iparis? Back in the day, if a baby was born with a disability, sickness, or, in the case of the story, before marriage, the parents that didn't have the heart to end the baby and bury it would often go into the wilderness and leave it there to die on its own, turning into an Iparis. As an Iparis, they will cry, which is the first sign that you are being followed by one. They are fast too, as even the fastest sled reindeer are barely able to outrun them. Usually, their goal is to catch you, and they will try circling you 3 times. Anyone that gets circled 3 times will go insane, to the point of ending themselves. The only way to make an Iparis move on is to baptize it and give it a name. After that, it will leave and never be seen again. Scary hunting story. It was around 3:30 in the morning when I passed a car heading the opposite direction on the interstate. The moment it passed my truck, I caught it in my rearview mirror whipping a hard U-turn. Odd, but whatever. People do weird things at night. A few miles later, I noticed headlights behind me on the paved road. Same car. Still, I tried to shrug it off. It wasn't until I turned onto a rough, rocky dirt road, the kind you only drive if you really mean to, that the unease started to creep in. I drove about a mile or 2 down that road before stopping, my truck's hood perpendicular to the path. That's when I saw them. Headlights cresting the hill behind me. This wasn't just coincidence anymore. Out of the darkness came the last thing I expected. A beat-up, 4-door Honda Civic. On this road, at this hour, it was almost absurd. It would take sheer determination just to get a car like that out here. The Civic stopped in front of me, and a window slowly rolled down. Inside sat the most suspicious-looking man I've ever seen. Pale, hollow-eyed, skinny 30-year-old man wearing a full tuxedo. In the middle of the desert. At 3:30 in the morning. He leaned out and, in a low, unsettling tone, said, "Hey, man. I thought you were my friend. What are you doing all the way out here by yourself?" Something in his voice made my stomach knot. I simply replied, "Nope, not your friend. Just going hunting." The moment his eyes landed on the rifle in my hands, his demeanor shifted like a mask dropping. Without another word, he rolled his window up and drove off. But instead of turning around to leave the way he came, he continued even deeper into that treacherous road with no outlet to my knowledge. I stood there in the stillness, every instinct screaming. To this day, I can still feel the darkness of that moment, like a predator's gaze. I truly believe the only reason nothing happened that night was because I was armed. That man wasn't lost. He wasn't looking for a friend. He was fishing for prey. Never saw the car after that moment. And to this day the thought of it sends shivers down my spine. This takes place in northwest Indiana in a small city sitting on Lake Michigan. December 2024, winter, my real encounter. I just got done closing at my job around midnight and was heading back home. My house sits on a private dirt road that has literal mini craters as the potholes. The house is surrounded by a dense forest that, in about 10 miles down, turns into a nature reserve park, so the land is huge with just woods. As I was pulling up to the house, I noticed that the driveway faces directly into the backyard and straight towards the woods and tree line. You have no choice but to look at it as you are parking. As I pulled up, I was going to sit and chill for a second before going inside when I noticed in the woods, right by the tree line where it goes from yard to woods, about 10 to 12 feet in the air, 2 huge, softball-sized, yellow, glowing eyes just staring back at me. It stayed like that for a few seconds, and I watched as whatever the creature was kept eye contact and started to sway like it was in between 2 trees that were at least 7 feet apart. It kept eye contact and swayed. It never moved behind any branches or limbs, nor did it blink. That's when I turned on the high beams, and I saw a human-like creature crawling on all fours down a tree that had been knocked over by a previous storm. This tree was angled at 45 degrees, so it wasn't completely on the ground but wasn't standing either. This thing was pale white, bald, and long-limbed, the arms were the longest part, and was naked. I didn't even know what to think, but going inside wasn't a choice, and staying there in that moment wasn't either. I went into flight mode and put my car in reverse and sped down that road doing at least 40 miles per hour. I traveled at least 4 miles to the nearest gas station and remained there, hyperventilating until I was overcome with tears. It traumatized me, and it took me over an hour to gain the courage to go back home. I don't know what I saw, and can anyone give me an idea of what it could be, etc. I provided the location where the incident occurred because I thought the region might have some significance. Thanks in advance. Voices from the woods. 2 years ago, the night before Halloween, my friend and I went to a park around 11:30 p.m. to carve a pumpkin. The lights were still on, and the park sat right beside a quiet little neighborhood. It felt safe. Before we even got out of the car, a black cat ran across the road. My friend, superstitious as hell, asked if this was a bad idea. I laughed it off. We set up under a pavilion. The woods were about 200 feet away, silent, dense, and watching. Then, right after midnight, on Halloween, the lights suddenly went out. Everything went black. Suddenly from the woods, hello. Robotic. Broken. Wrong. We didn't move. Then again, hello. Closer. I turned to my friend and saw the whites of his eyes glowing in the dark, wide with pure, silent terror. I grabbed his wrist and ran. As we sped out of the parking lot, another black cat darted across the road in front of us. Gnomes. 1. Lekvatnet, Western Sweden, summer of 1906. A man named Gotthard Mattsson, 1894 to 1987, lived alone on a secluded farm in a remote part of the province of Värmland, and he had lived here all his life. To get to his home in Lekvatnet, you had to drive a long way on winding and bad gravel roads through deep forests, and the nearest neighbor nowadays lived far away. His farm and pastures were not large, but he had a lot of forest, so he had plenty of wood. His income consisted of making furniture, which he sold at markets. One of several strange events occurred at the beginning of the 20th century when Gotthard was 12 years old. It was a beautiful summer evening, and at that time there were a lot of pastures around the farm instead of forests. Everything was quiet and peaceful. That evening he was on his way down to the pasture to check on the cows when the neighbor's horse came trotting towards him at full speed. He had never seen him run like that before. He had to step aside so as not to be run over. When he reached the pasture, he saw 2 short, gray-clad figures walking across the meadow from the direction the horse had come from. The 2 small creatures climbed over the stone wall that surrounded the pasture and jumped down on the other side. Then they continued across the dirt road and disappeared into the forest a couple of 100 meters, a couple of 100 yards, ahead of him. Gotthard tried to call out to them, but they just ignored him. Gotthard understood that it was forest gnomes that he had seen, because this was a creature that was known in every farm in the forests of Värmland at that time, and many claimed to have seen them. The gnome was someone who you had to get along with and respect, otherwise, bad things could happen. Many gnomes lived hidden at people's farms in the countryside or in the nearby forests, and they helped people with everyday chores in the evenings in exchange for people putting out food for them. The rice porridge they received on Christmas Eve was especially appreciated. But if people were not kind to the gnome, he could sometimes cause mischief instead of helping, and Gotthard remembered one such incident. The farmer on a nearby farm had teased the gnomes, and one morning when the farmer went out to the stable to look after his horse, someone had put a halter over the horse's front legs. The farmer stopped teasing the gnomes after that. After Gotthard's meeting with the 2 gnomes at the pasture, strange things started happening on their farm too. Gotthard's family understood that the gnomes sometimes slept in the stable with the cows to share their warmth. One of the cows, Bilkoa, had a bell around its neck, and sometimes Gotthard's father would not take it off at night but would leave it hanging around the cow's neck. But night after night someone would take the bell away and place it in the manure pile instead. Finally, Gotthard's father started hanging the bell back in its place, and then it stopped, and the bell was left hanging on the hook. The gnomes must have thought that the sound of the bell disturbed their sleep. He no longer sees the gnomes around. Maybe they have become afraid of our modern times with cars and such and are staying away, he thought. 2. The gnome at the barn. Innerstorp, central Sweden, winter of 1944. A woman named Birgit Värn told a story that supposedly happened at the end of World War II. At the time, she was 4 years old and was living with her parents on a farm in the countryside in a quiet community called Innerstorp outside the town of Karlskoga in the province of Värmland. The farm Birgit lived on was simple and only had an outhouse, and one late evening she woke up and needed to go to the toilet. Since it was dark outside and it was the middle of winter, her mother had to come with her. It was cold outside, and they had to put on a jacket and hat when they went to the outhouse, which was on the edge of the yard. Outside there was snow on the trees and on the ground, and the moon shone over the landscape, and it almost looked like a classic Christmas card. Birgit and her mother walked through the snow to the outhouse, and the mother walked a little ahead of her, but then suddenly the girl stopped. Her mother had to shout at her to come over because it was cold outside. But Birgit had seen something strange moving by the barn right next to her. It was a small figure about 50 centimeters tall, 1.7 feet, passing under the barn. It came from a hole in the stone foundation under the wooden building where there was a large space. It continued past the girl as if it didn't see her or care and continued 4 meters, 13 feet, along the barn and then went through the door to her father's carpentry workshop. The small figure was no further than 1.5 to 2 meters from her, 5 to 6.5 feet. Birgit Vern's memory of what the being looked like is similar to many others' descriptions of gnomes, and she can still see it clearly in front of her when she closes her eyes. It was wearing thick gray woolen clothes, trousers and a coat, a hat on its head that looked like a cone, and clogs on its feet, despite it being the middle of winter. The being walked like a completely normal person. Even though the moon was shining brightly, Birgit could not see in detail what its face looked like, as there was some shadow under the barn where it was walking. The whole incident was over in less than a minute. Birgit's mother never saw the gnome, and she never told her mother what she saw. It was all too strange even for a 4-year-old girl. 3. A gnome encounter during the moose hunt. Malung, Central Sweden, October 1985. Bengt Kolthoff was out moose hunting in the Uja forest, northwest of the town of Malung. It was early October, and it was typical Scandinavian autumn weather with damp air. He and the others in the hunting party had been out all day from early morning, and now it was starting to get time to quit and head home, as the forest would soon be too dark. The land they were hunting on belonged to Bengt himself, who had inherited it from his mother, and his post that day was at a place called Prastjarn on a small headland that bordered on marshland. Here he had a good view over a large area. Bengt hadn't seen any moose all day, and now the hunt leader had just announced on the radio that it was over for today and that all the hunters could pack up their rifles and equipment. He had gathered his things and started the long walk back to the place where they had parked the cars when he suddenly heard the barking of the dogs echoing through the forest, and shortly afterwards the radio crackled and the hunt leader urged all the other hunters to remain at their posts. Bengt looked around eagerly, hoping to see a large moose coming running through the bushes. But that was when he saw something completely different. On a tree stump 50 to 60 meters away from him, he saw a small being. It just stood there gazing out over the bog, and Bengt can still remember exactly what it looked like. It was dressed in old grey wool clothes and had a peaked green hood on its head. It didn't seem to have noticed Bengt, so he could stand there for a long time and study the being. He was completely puzzled and at the same time shocked because in front of him stood a small figure that was only 60 centimeters tall, 2 feet, with grey hair and a beard and a yellow vest on its body. Was the small being wearing a yellow garment, like those in the hunting party who had colored vests, to be seen well in the forest during hunting times? Who knows? After a while, a new message came from the hunt leader on the radio that they had lost track of the possible moose, and for a short moment Bengt looked away, and when he looked towards the tree stump again, the small being was gone. Bengt Kolthoff has never been able to explain what it was he saw, and over the years he has returned to the tree stump by the bog in the hope of meeting the being once more, but he never saw it again. Glowing figure/pillar on wooded path at night. Almost 2 years ago, in October, I experienced something that I'm still trying to understand. I believe in ghosts but also try to be as practical as possible and find reasonable explanations when I can. One Friday night, my family and I drove to our scout camp. There was a weekend event, and we arrived the night before to hang out with friends who were setting up and running the activities. When we arrived, no one was there, they had gone out to eat, so I went into the woods to look for them while my husband and kids set up camp. I know this camp very well and was feeling rather chuffed that I was comfortable meandering the trails in the pitch black dark with just my flashlight. I passed the program building and started up the dirt road to a cluster of cabins where I thought our friends might be setting up for the night, when that confidence left me. I looked up and saw what looked like a glowing pillar at a bend in the road by some small trees. It was a little greenish, like glow-in-the-dark plastic but vibrant, and it came straight at me, fast. I turned around and walked briskly back the way I had come. I glanced back, and it was way closer than it should be, and I bolted. I am not a runner, but I sprinted back through trees and the parade field to the main hall, my family, and electric lights. The next morning, I went back to try to find some explanation. All I could think was that my flashlight had reflected off the white door of a cabin, distorted by the trees in front of it, and burned the reflection on my retina to create the pillar of light, but then, would it have gotten bigger, like it was coming toward me? Shouldn't I have seen the light when I closed my eyes, not just when I looked back? I didn't talk much about it until this summer, when I was talking to a friend who works at the camp over the summer. I shared my experience with her, trying to laugh it off, but she became quiet and serious. She told me that she has had bad feelings and experiences outside of the main hall and on that same path at night. She made me think that maybe I had really seen something. If I did, what the hell was that? Why did it come at me so fast? And what would have happened if I hadn't run out of there? I feel like I'm crazy. I've never seen ghosts, but I used to dream of places I would be in the future and things that would happen. I've lost that ability, though, much to my disappointment. Thoughts? The unanswered vision. This incident happened to me when I was younger, probably around 19 to 20. I'm 27 going on 28 now. I used to drive around the countryside for hours on end, sometimes up to 6 hours, and smoke cigarettes while listening to music and just daydreaming. I had been through a lot, so this was my way of letting off steam and trying to digest all the badness that had happened to me in the past 7 years. There is a route that goes into the southern part of my state and eventually takes you to Maryland. If I'm not mistaken, if you keep going along it, it will take you all the way to Florida. It was a road I was very fond of, as it intersected with a lot of interesting places. It could take you to cities and beaches alike, all while somehow remaining pretty isolated and rural. On one of these day trips I was driving through a heavily wooded area that opened up to a field lined with trees on my left. I was pretty zoned out at this point, but something on the side of the road immediately caught my attention. In fact, it even seemed that time slowed so that I could see this apparition with more vivid detail than any random artifact I would ever glance at lying off the roadside. What I saw was an older, balding man dressed in full Catholic priest's garb. His mouth was opened in what appeared to be grief, staring up at the sky through large glasses. He was standing in front of a dead deer, a buck. From what I recall it was around 3 points, maybe 4. Behind the deer was a 1970s/80s Crown Vic style police car without its lights on. It had no markings on it whatsoever to signify what county it was from, and no one was in the vehicle. I don't even think it had the engine running. Now this is pure speculation, but it almost appeared as if the vehicle had been parked there for a day or so because it was so sedentary. The other odd thing about this vehicle is that it had no damage on its front end to show that it was responsible for hitting the dead deer, nor did this deer seem all that mangled or bloody. When I took a step back and rehashed the entire scene, it appeared staged or set up in some way, as if it were all props in a play or movie. Every part of it was so odd and so still. Given the speed at which I was traveling, the glance I cast at this spectacle could have only lasted about 3 seconds at most. However, the moment felt 4 times longer, and its impact was so intense that it penetrated every part of my being, cutting through me like a knife, just like bad news. Real bad news. I was gasping for air and almost crying. Had I seen some sort of ghost? Was it a warning from a deity unbeknownst to me? Did the forces that shape time and space momentarily flex in this rural corner of Virginia, and I just so happened to be its only witness? Even when I passed the same spot on my return from this trip, there was no trace of it left. Not even the body of the deer or tire tracks from the police car could be seen. Like a breeze, a waking dream had crossed my vision. A thing so out of place it could not be surrounded by any setting native to its themes. I had no answers to any of these questions, only a lack of closure leaving its scar upon my brain for the rest of my life. I used to live in Port Alberni on Vancouver Island and was babysitting at a house in the remote area of Beaver Creek. This was about 35 years ago. The house was the last on a quiet road with few neighbors and backed onto a forest. Recently, I looked on Google Maps and saw that behind that house was nothing but more forest, leading to a mountain range. On the other side of that was Horn Lake, so it was quite remote. I have not lived in Port for many years, so I'm not sure what it looks like now. I didn't spook easily and didn't mind babysitting in that remote house, as the homeowners had a large and intimidating German Shepherd dog. Whenever he perked up at a sound outside or started barking, I would let him out the sliding door and hear him rush off, barking, to chase whatever had caught his attention. Perhaps a raccoon or another dog. I never hung around with the door open to find out, as I would quickly close it. When I heard him whining at the door a short time later, I would let him back in. I always felt safe with Blazer. He was a great guard dog. This particular time, Blazer's ears perked up as he must have heard something that I did not, and due to his reaction, I got up to open the sliding door for him. The door was heavy and didn't slide easily, and it sort of caught as I was opening it so that it was only about 18 inches open, with me in front of it, trying to jimmy it a few more inches. Blazer impatiently attempted to push past me, but my leg partially blocked the open gap, restraining him. It was quite bright out. The moon must have been pretty full, as it lit up the usually pitch black of the night. There were no street lights or motion detector lights. This was true Booneyville. At the same moment, Blazer and I caught sight of something that caused us both to freeze. What I saw could probably have been explained away upon reflection later on, after I had tried to rationalize it, but it was the dog's reaction that confirmed to me that what I thought I was looking at was what it was. Instead of racing off into the night to scare off the intruder as he always did, Blazer stood rigid, as petrified as I was. It felt like we stood there for a few minutes. I was unable to move for what seemed like forever. I willed myself to move but could not. All these years later, I still remember the strangeness of that moment, of wanting to move but physically being unable to do so. Finally, after an eternity, I gave Blazer a push out the door, slammed the slider, and retreated to another part of the house where there were no windows. I never did hear Blazer bark, and I did not hear him crashing through the underbrush as I so often did while he chased something away. What I did see that night was the outline of what I first thought was a bear standing upright beside a stand of trees. It would have been about 30 feet away from me. Because it was so light by the moon that night, the stand of trees and the figure were backlit, so its shape was easy to make out. In my petrified state, I wondered if it was a person standing there, observing me. Then back to thinking, no, it had to be a bear. It was hairy and large and had a large arm resting on the tree beside it. Time had stopped in that moment as Blazer and I stood watching it, while it watched us back. It was probably only 20 or 30 seconds, but it really did feel like minutes. It shifted slightly, and I saw its profile. At that moment, I realized I was not looking at either a human or a bear, and the dog's behavior confirmed this realization. My guess is that the dog could smell it and knew we were facing something unknown. It was Blazer's uncharacteristic behavior that caused me to not dismiss what I had seen. After a long time of cowering, I made my way to the phone, landline, attached to the wall. It took some courage, as I had to cross in front of a window with no curtains. I called my dad in a panic to come, and he did. He spent the rest of the evening there with me until the people came home. Blazer never did bark, not even to ask to come in later, but was curled up on the stair of the front door, not the sliding door, when my dad arrived. I never told the homeowners what I had seen, I only said I heard noises, and that's why I'd called my dad. It took me a long time to tell the true story to family and friends, as I knew what it must sound like. I wanted to reassure myself I had only seen a bear but just couldn't explain it away that way. Furthermore, growing up on Vancouver Island and hiking in places like Kennedy Lake, Banfield, Great Central Lake, and more, I have seen about 40 or more bears in my 50 years of living. 3 weeks ago I came across one on a trail on Mount Boucherie in West Kelowna. I know what bears look like. Even as I write this, my heart is racing, and I am transported back to that moment when Blazer and I both froze in place seeing something I will never forget. I have no doubt whatsoever that Sasquatch roams the island. I had an experience hunting at Fort Campbell. TA-21. Over half of it is a huge drop zone. The area is covered in tall grass, with only a few paths cut through it. I was one of the only people that would hunt it because it had no trees and hardly any places to set up blinds. Well, I hunted it and always walked in at 4 a.m. One morning, as I was walking into my spot, an area where I could look across to the other hill before it opened up to a massive bottom, I watched the sun come up. I'm scanning the brush with my binos, and I spot a dude just sitting in the grass, no orange, no gun, nothing. I can't clearly see him because the sun hasn't fully risen yet, but I can tell that it's a man. While looking at him, he looks right at me and sends a chill straight down my spine. I picked up so fast and bolted for the day. I avoided TA-21 for about a month and only went in for afternoon hunts when I started going back. The part that freaked me out was I didn't hear him moving in the tall grass, and he wasn't set up like all the hunters I've ever met at Campbell. Unknown figure in forest. So I'm currently a senior in college, so I'm pretty young, 22, and haven't had many strange experiences, so this one definitely stuck out to me even if it's tamer than some of the other stories on here. Anyways, about 2 or so years ago, I was a sophomore. I recently got into smoking weed with my 2 friends who were avid weed smokers. My sophomore year was the first time I'd tried weed, and because of my friends and how amazing being high felt, I got into it pretty intensely. I and my friends would smoke pretty late at night on campus in random, secluded spots, out of fear of being caught. Now my campus is pretty small, but there's a lake in the middle of it, and there's a pretty big forest on one side of the lake that has a lot of trails that people from the public walk on. One night, my friend and I decided to go into the forest to smoke at around 12 a.m. The forest becomes very dark at night, as you can imagine, and although my friend usually feels a bit fearful of the dark and being in complete darkness, on this particular night we chose to smoke without using the flashlight on our phones, which is not our usual practice. So we smoke, and everything is fine, and as we're walking through the forest to exit it, we're walking in complete darkness. I'm still not sure why we did this, especially when we could have easily tripped over a stump or branch, and to top it off, we were high, so we were already disoriented. We're walking, and all of a sudden someone appears with, I'm guessing, a flashlight, stops right in front of us, flashes the light in our faces, and then keeps walking. The person doesn't say anything, and I couldn't see their face due to the brightness of the light. What baffles me is how we didn't see the person walking towards us, especially since we were in complete darkness and only noticed them when they flashed the light directly in our faces. Also, who would be out in a forest walking around with a flashlight like that? Some may say that it was the police, but we were clearly high, and if it was the police, why didn't they say anything, like asking if we were okay, etc. Like the person didn't do anything but stop, look at our faces, and then keep walking. It almost felt like it didn't even happen since once the person left, it was just dark again. Any thoughts? I just realized that I may have seen a skinwalker a year ago. I was born and raised on the east end of Lee, close to the Shinnecock Reservation. I am white. My family lives in a house in the woods. We moved here from another part of the same town when I was 14, I am now 27. There are large sections that are semi-wild in our neighborhood, but the houses aren't really that far apart. To the southwest of us, a 5-minute walk down the street, is a big, for this part of Long Island, section of woods that is full of nature trails. It's also got a municipal dumping ground for roadkill, mostly deer, which is basically just a clearing with a few sand pits and tons of half-buried carcasses in various stages of rot. The woods/trails are a couple miles across, I think? If you follow the trails from my neighborhood all the way across, you come out on a gravel road that gives access to the dumping ground. The gravel road leads to an intersection right next to the middle school. About a year ago, my friend Ethan was visiting me, and we decided to go duck around on the trails in the woods, since it was a really pretty day and kind of warm. I'd been really drawn to those woods that autumn and had been spending most of my free time walking around in there by myself, for the first time in my life. I had spent a fair amount of time in there as a teenager, but back then I had never gone alone. So anyway, we head out around early afternoon. Ethan and I spent the afternoon wandering through the trails. Eventually we came out on the gravel access road, then the real road, and headed over to the middle school to climb on the jungle gyms and swing on the swings. It was Saturday, so no one was there, and we didn't give a duck anyway. By this point it was later in the afternoon. I was starting to watch the time/sunlight because I didn't want to be caught going back through the woods when the sun went down. After hanging out in the playground for what must have been over an hour and a half, I look and realize the sun is definitely going down and it's much later than I meant us to stay. I tell Ethan we have to leave now, and so we walk back over to the road. Having grown up in a semi-rural area, I've spent enough time in wildish places to know that they can be creepy as duck at night, even if you don't believe in paranormal stuff. In my neighborhood, there are also a lot of weird, sometimes vaguely threatening people. When my sister and I were teenagers, there was someone who for years would come look in our windows at night. We'd find the fingerprints in the dust outside every morning. So it had been drilled into me from an early age that, if nothing else, people with probably bad intent could sometimes be found in the woods, and it was best to be cautious. My friend Ethan, on the other hand, had grown up in a suburb right outside NYC and had never really done a lot of camping or outdoorsy stuff. He had never been taught that going into the woods at night could lead to unpleasant or scary or threatening situations. So we get to the road, and the sun is going down fast. We could either go home through the woods, which was more of a straight shot and probably quicker. Or we could walk on the side of what is basically a poorly lit 2-lane highway with almost no shoulder, through semi-residential areas. I asked Ethan what he preferred to do, since he wasn't familiar with the area and was also my guest. He said he'd rather go home through the woods and not be next to cars driving very fast. I also preferred not to be near cars, and looking at the sky and the time, I thought we could just about make it out near my house by the time the sun went down. However, I was still a bit apprehensive. So we start walking on the gravel access road. We're not that far in, maybe a few minutes, when we hear crashing through the trees ahead and to the left. Although we are a little startled, I mention aloud that it is probably a deer. As the gray shape approaches the road, I can feel the faint vibrations of what sounds like hoofs on the ground. It gets to the center of the road and stops. The deer is approximately 25 yards ahead of us. Everything was turning tricky gray and green because the light was fading fast. But I can see enough to see the shape of a deer. I can just see its light brown color. It has a fairly large set of antlers. It's just standing there in the road. Ethan and I are just standing still looking at it. And then, it stands up on its hind legs, with its front legs at its sides, like arms. Then, like a cell dividing, in a gray, blobby way, this is the only way I can think to explain what it looked like. There were two deer, standing on their hind legs back to back, still connected. Then they sort of folded down to all fours again, still connected. Then I think they ran off the road as one, but at that point even more light was gone, so I am honestly not sure. I do remember only hearing one thing running away. I asked Ethan if he had seen it, and he said yes. I asked him if he saw it change and stand up, and he said yes. Strangely enough, neither of us felt fear before, during, or after. I never once felt threatened, although I was certainly startled by what I saw, and it definitely felt weird. We started walking again, and although I didn't feel like we were in danger, we walked much more quickly than before. I was now entirely focused on getting us out of the woods as fast as possible. We got to the end of the access road, which was also the top of a hill. And then we started down the other side of the hill, and that's when I fully realized my mistake. I had seriously misjudged how much daylight we had left. We were going to have to walk back through all those trails in darkness. I'm only mentioning this because there's one more part to this that I didn't think to connect until recently. On the walk back, I was navigating in almost complete blackness. I have pretty good night vision, and I'd gotten really familiar with the trails in the previous month, so I wasn't worried. I was also making fun of Ethan for not having the sense to know that going in the woods at night is probably a dumb idea. At one point, when we were close to my neighborhood but still a fair distance back in the woods, I had to stop and be silent. And the woods were completely silent. I was so proud of myself for getting us back without a flashlight that it didn't register with me that a completely silent woods is unusual. And probably a negative sign. So anyway, that's my story. I'm aware that, if it's real, it's probably more likely to be a flesh gate. However, I do live near a reservation, so I decided not to rule that out. The key things that are missing are the voice mimicry and the sense of absolutely being in danger. While it felt weird and I decided to GTFO as fast as possible afterwards, I never felt threatened by the thing directly. I've had other experiences in those same woods where I felt like I was in intense danger for almost no discernible reason and had to leave immediately, but I didn't feel at that time. Unexplainable lights in the forest. So this happened 4 years ago, but it's something I'll never forget. Back in high school, I lived in a house in the suburbs of a city near the edge of a big forest. I was a freshman, and my school organized this marathon for all first-year students. I wanted to prepare myself for the marathon, so I decided to go for a run in the forest with my older brother and a close friend. Since it was mid-autumn, we decided to go a bit early so we could be back home before it got dark. On your way to the forest, you have to walk a long paved road through a meadow. So I'm going to skip forward for a moment. We had jogged for a good 2 hours with some breaks in between. It started getting dark, so we decided to head home. We were making our way out of the forest when I suddenly saw bright lights through the trees ahead of us. I told my brother, and he said it was probably just someone running with flashlights, but I mean, we've been there for a while, and we haven't met anyone, at least not on the road in the dense forest. My brother and friend brushed it off as nothing to worry about. But something just didn't feel right to me. I tried to just forget about it and move on. That's when the lights started moving around. There were 2 spheres of light turning on and off and suddenly appearing in different locations. I told my brother and friend as they were walking in front of me and weren't paying attention to the blinking lights. We stood still for a moment and tried to see what the lights would do next. At this point the lights were still a good distance away from us, but they appeared to blink closer every time they turned off. We kind of panicked because we really didn't know what this could be, so we started running towards the long road through the meadow that would lead us back into the city. The lights started getting closer, however, every time I looked behind me while I was running, I could see the lights getting closer and closer. We finally reached the road, and we started running like crazy. We just wanted to get out of there. That's when one of the lights came so close to me I literally almost passed out. I'll describe what it looked like specifically. It was a huge oval sphere, I'd say around 4 meters tall, hovering almost 2 meters above the ground. It was 2 or 3 meters away from me. The light was blinding, but something about it was both terrifying and beautiful at the same time. It was almost hypnotic, and I felt drawn to the strange object. My brother pulled my arm and told me to run, so I did. We got out eventually, and the lights didn't chase us any further. My brother told me it would be best if we didn't talk about this with anyone, as he believed it could have been an evil spirit, and it would bring bad luck if you mentioned it too much. The whole experience is something I'll never forget, as it both terrified and fascinated me. Has anyone experienced something like this? Thank you for listening to this. There is something in the woods. My mom grew up near northern Wisconsin, and she told me some stories a while back that happened to her brothers, or their area, and some of them I feel are worth mentioning. My mom grew up rather poor in a junkyard in the country in northern Wisconsin. For anyone who isn't familiar with Wisconsin, This is the part of Wisconsin that tends to have long stretches of forests and a lot of beautiful nature and scenic views. One of the stories my mom told me was something that had happened to a family that had apparently lived nearby. There was a family driving through the forests, and eventually, their car broke down. This would have been in the 70s or 80s, before cell phones were widespread, so they ended up getting out of their vehicle and making the journey home on foot. Eventually, however, they started to notice sounds from behind them, as if something was following them through the woods. Alternatively, it could be described as stalking them through the woods. When they ran, it ran. When they stopped, it stopped. Eventually they were able to get to their house, however, and they quickly entered, slammed the door, and locked it. Whatever was following them gave out a bellowing scream. Apparently the family had alerted my grandfather as to what happened and told him to look in his fields. According to my mom, he had apparently come back into the house wide-eyed and alarmed, but he didn't elaborate on what he saw. I vaguely recall my mom talking about him seeing some sort of glow in the field, though I'm unsure if it is related, but my oldest uncle went horseback riding with a friend, and they apparently came across a thing. Apparently it was white and furry, and when it saw my uncle Mike and his friend, it stood up on its hind legs, bounded a fence, and ran off. Apparently it left behind some fur, which my uncle apparently collected, but this would have been many, many years ago, and my uncle died when I was about 4 years old in a bad accident, so I'm unable to ask him about the story. I'm unsure if both of these stories are related or not, and there could be some natural causes for this. Black bears, wolves, dogs, etc. all would be living in the area. However, based on the tone of the story, the commonality of such animals, and the fact that the sighting occurred during the day, I am uncertain whether it could be a case of mistaken identity. What does interest me, however, are the stories of the Wendigo, which I have heard some depictions of being somewhat furry from Canada, skinwalkers, and the Wisconsin/Michigan dog man. Could it be related if it was not a case of mistaken identity? I don't know. I don't really care to find out, either. Just be careful in the woods. Mother Nature can be a cruel mistress, and there is darkness in this world. Be it supernatural or the very, very real depths of human depravity and cruelty. Protect yourself and your loved ones. What is following me? I have always been interested in cryptids and spirits, and I have never been scared because I firmly believe, at least regarding spirits, that if I do not give something the power to scare me, it cannot harm me, which means I am safe. Not only that, but I have frequent experiences with spirits and the supernatural in that respect. But not like this. To start this off, I live in an extremely rural town. In my town, there are only 150 residents, a single fruit shop, and a single corner store. The town lacks a primary school. Most people in my town are over the age of 60 and don't leave the house. Which might be irrelevant but kinda sets the scene. Back when I was 14, I had a friend who lived about 1.5 kilometers away from me. However, I lived in a more central part of town, and he, Dustin, wasn't allowed to walk home alone, since he lived down a very private and bush-enclosed path. We were out with a mutual friend, Stacy, who happened to be Aboriginal. It was 6 o'clock in the summertime, and if you know Australia in the summertime, it means that the sun is only just setting, so it was bright out. Walking Dustin home presented no issues at all. However, 5 minutes into the walk back, I started to feel that something was wrong. The only thing I can equate the feeling to is unimaginable guilt. Like when you were a kid and took an extra lolly and then got caught. Like your stomach sinking and your chest tightening and stuff, but I don't know, I just kept walking, and then I started feeling watched. Now, my area is known for wild dogs, and the local council baits them about 3 times a year for 2 to 3 months at a time. So I assume it's a dog, and dogs don't come out of the bush unless you're alone, which I wasn't. The path you had to walk to get back to the center of town was surrounded by thick lantana. It's next to the road, but it's a very, very quiet road, and the trees behind the lantana, you can't even see through. Basically, Stacy and I have about a 20-minute walk left when I start hearing the gravel on the path crunching behind us. I go to turn my head around, but Stacy squeezes my hand and sort of nods forward. So I keep looking forward because I got the sense she had almost an idea of what was happening. Then, whatever was following us upped the ante and started tugging on my hair. I've always worn it down, and my hair was usually at my shoulders. That was when Stacy looked at me and just tugged me forward, running. Then a scream came from behind us, in the bush, and from the road. Stacy told me to keep running home and not look back. Generally assuming she knows more about the land than me, I follow her directions. We made it home in 10 to 15 minutes, and I jumped my fence to not waste time. My mother and brother, who was 12 at the time, were grocery shopping in the next town over, meaning I and Stacy were home alone. Stacy told me to shut all the doors in the house where something could look inside, so I did, and the only rooms we could enter were the office, the lounge and kitchen, the hall, and the toilet. The second to last door/curtain closed and we sat our asses on the couch, there was manic banging from all over the house. Stacy again told me to ignore it. The banging went on for about 35 minutes before it all stopped, and I heard my mom asking me to open the door, something along the lines of "Can you open the door? I have the groceries to put inside." The issue with that was my mom was the type of lady to say, "Get this door open right now. Why is it locked? You're being ridiculous." But with much more swearing. So I ignore it, and so does Stacy, who was staying the night, I forgot to mention. Then the banging starts again and intensifies. After about 5 minutes, the banging stops again, and I hear the gate open, my mom's car park, and her angry voice at the door. That's not fully the scary bit anymore. Now the scary bit is that every couple weeks or so, I hear the banging directly above my and my brother's rooms. I've talked to my parents about it. I'm 17 now and going to move out soon, and my parents can't hear it, but my brother is also certain that he can hear it despite not being there during the incident. I don't talk to Stacy very much anymore, but the last time I brought it up, she denied being there and experiencing it, but Dustin, who I still talk to, can confirm that Stacy, not me, had told him the weekend after it happened. My parents do not lock the doors at night or shut the wooden doors, sometimes not even the screen for the dogs. And I'm quite scared that whatever is keeping track of me will figure that out, but more importantly, I want to have at least an idea of what it could be and what to do, because recently I've been waking up with cat-like scratches, I don't have a cat, and bruises on my legs and hips. One thing I remember is Stacy telling me before she denied it happening that if I ever looked out the window while it was banging, which I don't and won't, she said to look at its eyes. If they were white, it was a wandering entity. If they were red, it wanted a reaction. And if they were black, it wanted to cause pain. And she was insistent that it wasn't about spirits but physical creatures. I'm currently with my aunt and uncle in the closest city to my area because this is the time of year when there is the most activity, and if it starts scratching me and getting inside, I don't want to be home. Can anyone help? Or do you have any ideas about what it is and what to do? I had just graduated high school, and a couple of my buddies and I decided to backpack in Yosemite. We did Lyle Canyon up Donahue Pass down to Silver Lake. It was the end of June, and when we went to get our wilderness permits in Tuolumne Meadows, the ranger mentioned that the snowpack on the pass was still 100% and asked if we were prepared. We were not, but told him we were and entered anyways. We split a lot of the gear. I had the water purifier and food, my buddies split the tent and had the map. Day 1 was super mellow up to the source of the Tuolumne River. Wildflowers and stunning vistas and a lazy ascent made for a calm first day. On day 2 we did the pass. We checked out the map and decided on Wall Lake as our objective. We'd make camp there and hike out on day 3. We started ascending, and the trail forked. We ended up going the wrong way. It kept getting steeper and steeper, and the rocks turned into boulders and finally into granite cliffs. I was lagging way behind and lost sight of my buddies. At one point I was literally bouldering, grasping a giant granite rock with my fully loaded pack on, and lost my grip. I fell backwards. Time slowed down, and I thought to myself, I'm going to break my leg now, but somehow I landed flat on my back, no issue at all. I climbed on and finally crested this cliff, but there was no sign of my friends. The ranger was right, the snowpack was 100%. There was no trail marker, no footprints, just white. So I started walking in the direction I figured I needed to go, but I was losing elevation, and something felt off. After probably 20 minutes a couple passed me going the opposite direction. I asked them if they knew where the pass was, and they said, "Behind you." I had just wasted probably 50 minutes going in the wrong direction. I had a moment to calm myself and then headed back the way I came. I finally found the summit and started down the eastern slope. I lost altitude quickly, and the snowpack started dissipating. I found a lot of crust with water rushing underneath and even post-holed a few times, completely soaking my boots. Finally I got to the snow line and miraculously found the trail. I followed it for a while, and it brought me to a creek crossing, which was completely overflowed. It was no longer a creek. It was a river. It was at least 15 feet across and deep enough to not see the bottom. I walked about a quarter mile upstream and found no crossing. I turned around and walked about a quarter mile downstream and finally found one downed tree spanning the river, overtaken by about an inch of water. This was my best shot. I tossed my bag across the span and got up onto the log. I put my arms out for balance and took one step. And slipped. I came down hard and straddled the log, wrapping my arms around it. Just as the shock of taking a full body weight log straight to the nuts wore off, the log rotated and dunked me straight into the rushing river. I let go of the log. The water was freezing. Easily some of the coldest water I've ever been in. I came up for air and swam for the far bank. I managed to crawl my way out of the river and catch my breath. It was then I noticed the sun had gone behind the mountains to the west. It was getting dark and cold. Fast. It was at this point I knew I was in serious trouble. My clothes were soaked, I didn't have the map, and I had no tent. I quickly got out of my wet clothes, hung them to dry, and made camp. I ate some food and took stock of the situation. All I had was a change of base layers and my sleeping bag. After deliberating with myself on whether or not I should start a fire restrictions were in place, I determined I needed to if I was going to survive the night. This was a matter of life or death. As the sun set and the temperature dropped, I thought about my friends. Are they okay? Where were they? Why didn't they wait for me? I was cold, alone, frustrated, and scared. I gathered some wood, made a fire, got into my sleeping bag, and fell asleep. I don't know how long I was asleep, but I woke up some time later. The fire had burned itself to embers, and I was absolutely freezing. My body was in full convulsions from shivering so hard. I had never been so cold. My bag was rated to 32 degrees, so it was clear that the temperature had dipped well below freezing. I knew that if I didn't get out of my bag and find some more wood, I was going to die. So that's what I did. I got out of my bag, shaking uncontrollably, and scrounged for wood in the dark. I gathered enough to stoke the fire and got back into my bag and warmed up enough for the shaking to stop and for me to pass out. Then I woke up again. I got out of the bag, found more wood, stoked the fire, and passed out. Then I woke up again. And again. I think I did this pattern about 5 times in total over the course of the night. I don't remember. I was in a delirium. Finally, I woke up, and dawn was breaking. It was still freezing, but I stoked the fire one last time and knew I had survived the night. The sun came up quickly, as did the temperature. My clothes had dried overnight, and I packed up and got ready to head out and try and find my friends at the spot we had agreed upon. I was angry and frustrated and scared for them all at once. What if I couldn't find them? I guessed I'd have to contact SAR. The trail came to another crossing, except this time there was a huge tree that was felled across the river, wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. I sat on the log and started filtering water in the river rushing beneath me. I heard something and looked up. Lo and behold, my friends were walking up the path. All of that anger and frustration melted away when I saw them. I recounted my experience to them. They told me they both had gotten separated from each other on the cliff and didn't find each other until after they crested the summit. They made it all the way to Wall Lake and waited for me there, but I never came. They thought I was dead. I nearly was. We hiked out and down into Silver Lake. As a reward we stopped at the Silver Lake Resort and had big cheeseburgers to celebrate our survival. I learned a lot on that trip. We were really unprepared. We underestimated the conditions on the pass. I didn't bother changing into warm clothing besides a base layer. And we got separated from each other. A lot of things went wrong, but I did what I needed to do to survive. Needless to say, my trips since then have been much more thought out and appropriately planned. Oh, to be 18 again. Ghost in the woods? Yesterday I wanted to take a walk in my local park to get myself some exercise. On the trail it leads to an area in the woods for about 5 minutes. Well, I wasn't paying close attention to my surroundings, as I had my music blasting in my ears, but to my surprise, I stopped in my tracks. This is the part that confuses me, because I didn't even see it or hear it, I just stopped. I got this cold chill over me, and I turned around looking, but I couldn't see it. Then, as I turned around, I noticed it. I couldn't do anything but have my eyes tear up and hands start to shake. I didn't know what to do. It wasn't moving. Hell, I couldn't tell if it was looking at me. The figure I described last time was the same one. I've seen it multiple times in my night terrors as well, and I'm really questioning my life. Does anybody here know what I can do to keep it at a distance from me? I tried a Ouija board to see if I could connect there, but there was static, so I threw that away. Please help if you can. What was unseen? My family has always been big on Halloween. Our homes are decorated. We walk the streets when we were kids and host costume parties now that we're older. I've got lots of good memories of the night with my 2 older brothers, mother, and friends. But there's one particular story that we still frequently relate on Halloween, via a family group message nowadays, that was not as pleasant as others. A downright chilling experience that has forever embedded itself in our collective reflections. October 31, 1991. I had turned 2 in June and was already in my bedroom, which was the designated nursery beforehand. We lived in a suburb of Houston, Texas, which is today a curved row of houses, but back then it was a densely forested area. There was a large window in my room that looked across the backyard and into the woods beyond. On this particular Halloween, the moon was in a waning crescent shape and projected just enough light to see by. I had a big plastic cutout jack-o'-lantern hanging by a thumbtack on my wall. Thin traces of splintered moonlight draped onto its big grinning face. An eerie setting indeed for what is still my favorite night of the year. After a lengthy candy excursion that extended well past our usual bedtime, my mom, brothers, and I were exhausted. My 2 siblings had their own rooms, and my parents were watching Night of the Living Dead in the living room. I lay beneath the covers, taking in the sound of the swirling ceiling fan overhead, my drifting eyes looking towards my window. That's when I heard it. A faint scratching, like the pawing of a kitten on a glass door. Only, we didn't have a kitten, and there certainly wasn't a glass door in my room. I stirred fully back to wake, wondering what that sound was. I listened carefully to the gentleness of the silence. The swirling of the ceiling fan. Barbara's scream from the living room television, a symphony of horns bursting to life as she was chased to her car by a horde of undead. Then it came again. A scratching sound, similar to fingernails scraping at the base of my window, was now audible. I looked towards the window. Nothing there. Slithers of Halloween moonlight are passing through treetops and rushing into my bedroom. It came again, from something wholly unseen. A ghost? A murderer? This thing my brothers told me about is called the boogeyman? Some other creature from the deep recesses of the forest? Scratching, scratching. Trying to break in. Trying to eat me, or zap me to planets unknown. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The invisible fingers of an unknown entity were lurking on the other side of my window. Finally, I couldn't restrain myself any longer. I screamed like a 2.5-year-old who had never screamed like that before. My mom came charging in my room, bursting the door open like a firefighter. I cried out to her that there was something at my window, and it was trying to get in. She heard the scratching sound too. Alarmed, she turned on the light and raced to the window. Nothing. No ghost, no murderer, no bogeyman. Not even a lizard or moth. There wasn't even a tree limb, yet it continued to scratch and scratch. My mom called for my dad, and by this time, my brothers were rushing into my room too, with pop guns in their hands. My dad stepped inside, hearing the scratching sound as well. He went to the window beside my mom but turned about when he too saw nothing outside. Yet, it came again. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Finally, we saw what it was. Scraping the wall just above my bed, just above my head, the plastic cutout of the grinning jack-o'-lantern. It moved in the wind of my ceiling fan, the thumbtack having loosened its grip somehow. My dad took it down, and the scratching suddenly ceased. What a fright it was, though, on that Halloween night. My brothers still enjoy poking fun at me about it, although none of us are under 30 anymore. Bigfoot. So, I live in the Shenandoah Valley in Virginia and do the majority of my research here. I have had a number of incredible experiences and had 1 or 2 sightings since starting my research life almost 10 years ago. Here's the story of the first time I ever went squatching. My son was diagnosed at the age of 7 with Asperger's syndrome and PTSD. My wife and I knew that we would need him to be able to talk to us about anything and everything. By the time he was 10, due to his conditions, it was very difficult to keep him grounded and focused. So we started camping as a family. In the woods he had no one to turn to or depend on but us. Out there all we had was each other. It worked for a while, but soon it was clear camping didn't offer enough excitement to hold his interest. But because it had worked so well to bring us closer together and bond us as a family, we didn't want to have to start all over with a new and unproven method. So to spice things up a little, we decided, without any real seriousness, to start hunting for Bigfoot on our camping trips. At this point I thought Bigfoot was a West Coast phenomenon and just looked at it as an excuse to continue our brand of family therapy. So it was absolutely accidental that, while searching for places to camp online, I would stumble upon a post on an activities page for the State Parks Department about a Bigfoot campout being hosted by a research group based in the Shenandoah Valley. "This is perfect," I exclaimed to my wife and showed her the posting. After reading it, she informed me the campout was scheduled for a weekend she couldn't get time off from work for. After a short discussion we agreed it would be a great opportunity for a father and son therapy session, and the boy and I should go. I called my son into the room and told him about the trip. Not really expecting much of a reaction, I was a little shocked when his eyes lit up and he grew very excited. "Wow. Really? There are Bigfoot in Virginia? He exclaimed. I didn't know that. Truth be known, neither did I. I actually had never given it much, if any, thought at all. So I decided to do a little research on the matter and was surprised to find multiple stories of sightings and encounters from all over the state. This might actually be pretty cool, I thought to myself. I was completely unaware of what I was getting into or how much I was underestimating the situation. The camping trip was a 4-hour drive from our home on the coast. The boys slept for most of the trip. It was June, and the weather was already hot and becoming humid upon returning home, yet I could not help but observe how much more pleasant the temperatures and conditions were in the mountains. I had actually spent the better part of my formative years in central Virginia. The distance from where we planned to camp was perhaps an hour and a half. During those years, I began to reminisce about the wonderful summertime we had. Good memories that would come welling up again over the course of our camping trip. As a matter of fact, a few other memories would come back that would change everything about how I thought about Bigfoot. We took our time and stopped a few times during the trip. So a 4-hour trip turned into about 5.5 hours and got us to the campsite somewhat later than we expected. After meeting everyone and claiming a spot, we set up camp, and my son began his usual duties of collecting firewood and water. I took a few minutes to get a rundown of the weekend's plans from our host. No nighttime hiking or exploring was planned, and the daytime hikes would be in areas previously visited and would be easy and relatively short. Only a mile or two. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. So we spent the rest of that evening eating, talking, and listening to stories around the fire. The next morning everyone got up around 7, and we shared breakfast and got ready for our day. That morning, another camper arrived, bringing the total number in the party to 6, as I recall. After breakfast we prepped for our first excursion and set out. We had to drive to the first location, which surprised me a little. It even had me questioning the legitimacy of the so-called research group I was camping with. Even my son was a little skeptical. As we drove, I began to realize we were actually leaving the camping area and getting closer and closer to civilization. We pulled over at an area just inside of National Forest property. It was still heavily wooded, but I could see houses from where we were. Still naive to the whole Bigfoot thing, I immediately began to question the validity of the location. We exited our vehicles, and our host led us up a moderately steep hill for about 50 yards or so, and then we hiked through the woods for about a quarter of a mile. I was about to ask our host what we could possibly see in an area so close to where people lived when we cleared a second small hill, and standing before us were about 5 or 6 teepee structures of various sizes and construction. I was instantly amazed. So was my son, as made evident by his repeated exclamations of "What the crap? And are you kidding me right now?" The structures weren't huge, but they were definitely big enough. They were made up of trees approximately 12 inches in circumference. A few of them had trees that were a bit larger. Say 18 inches to 20 inches. And they all were about 20 to 30 long. And these were trees, not branches. Some of them had been inverted to expose root balls at the top of the structure. What I noticed right away was the lack of any rope or cord binding them together. Instead, they were carefully and purposely woven together at the top. I was a Boy Scout and have actually built teepees from scratch. The construction method was similar, but in place of any cord or rope, everything was secured with branches, or the thinner tops of the trees themselves were woven together. I had never seen anything like it before. And I was amazed. Honestly, this could have been the highlight of our trip, and I would have been cool with it, but there was so much more to come. Who built them? How? It has to be someone with considerable strength. The trees weren't huge, but once you factor in their length and the fact that there were as many as 6 or 7 of them put together in each structure, the combined weight would be a challenge for anyone without several individuals and or mechanical assistance of some kind, like a block and tackle. In addition, we could not find any evidence any of the trees came from the same general area where the structures were found. After studying the structures for a little while longer, we continued our hike. After about 5 minutes or so, our host found a print that seemed fairly fresh. I couldn't believe my eyes. I could see the entire thing. The heel, outline of the foot, and toe impressions. All of that was impressive enough, but when he took out a tape and the print measured almost 17 inches, I had no choice but to stop and re-examine everything I thought I knew about the woods and what lived in them. Okay. I'm good. What more could happen? We hadn't realized another member had also arrived that morning but had chosen to begin hiking immediately without coming to the campsite. As we all stood there still mesmerized by what we had found, we heard a noise and some rustling on the ridge above and to the right of us. It was the new guy. As he came down the hill towards us, he was shouting. Something just threw something at me. He was yelling. Yo! Something just threw stuff at me. I don't know what it was or where it was coming from, but something was throwing stuff at me. As we watched him get closer, my son exclaimed, "Look!" "What?" I answered. "I just saw something flying through the air, and it almost hit that guy." The boy replied, pointing to the new guy. And before I could say anything else, I saw a pine cone flying through the air from the direction of the ridge our new companion just came from and watched it land on the ground about 10 feet from where we stood. The 7 of us stood there in amazement. A few seconds later another pine cone bounced off a tree a few feet from our host. We all scanned the ridge line but could see nothing. Where were they coming from? And who was throwing them? I was looking at some structures about 200 yards from the ridge up there and all of a sudden got hit by something that was thrown at me. Our new friend began to explain. I can take a hint, so I began to leave, and every 10 to 15 yards I'd walk, something else would be thrown at me. He was very excited as he spoke, and the look on his face was one of genuine surprise. Just then a pine cone bounced on the forest floor right next to me. I was starting to think whatever was throwing them was missing us on purpose, and we needed to think about leaving. And as I thought it, my son was already headed back the way we came. "I think we should go," said our host. "I am in these woods a lot, and we need to leave. I don't know if they are upset because I brought so many of you here. Or maybe John, what we will call our new friend, got too close, and they are angry about that. Either way, we should go." As he finished speaking, he chuckled a little, as he and I were the only ones still standing there. The rest of the party were well on their way back to the cars. My son is taking point. The occasional pine cone would still land near us as we made our way back to the cars, but they stopped once we were about 200 yards from where we were when John joined us. We caught up to the others at the structures we first found, and they were all still visibly shaken by our shared experience. My son could not stop talking and asking questions on our way back to the campsite. Questions I did not have the answers for. Once we regrouped at the campsite, we all tried to answer the same questions. Questions I am still trying to answer today. And as I pondered, my mind was flooded with those memories I mentioned earlier. Memories of other times I was camping or spending time in the woods and hearing strange sounds or feeling like I was being watched. And one particular memory of camping with my family. And of a horrible smell and noises outside our camper. And the look on my dad's face when he came back from investigating the noises and the smell. The sound of his voice when he just kept repeating, "That was not a bear. That was not a ducking bear." And that was the first and only time I had ever seen my father afraid. So that's the story of the first time I ever went squatching. And the first time I can honestly say I ever experienced anything Bigfoot related. And clearly why, for me anyway, there was no going back to anything I could call a normal life. And that was the first day of our weekend in the woods. So much happened that weekend I could never be the same. That night we heard whoops and howls that sounded like monkeys in the Virginia woods, and something, or things, kept moving around our campsite in the dark of the forest. And the next day I caught something on camera that absolutely sealed the deal for me, and I have since devoted as much of my free time as possible to searching for the truth about what is out there. So hit me up and let me know what you think. I promise it's all true. I still do the bulk of my research in that same area. I head a research group, and we are always up for the opportunity to educate people about the things we have discovered and share what little knowledge we have about the things that live in the woods here in Virginia. Thanks for your time. Something evil in the woods by my old home? So to give a bit of background info, we are located on the East Coast in the Delmarva area, and my family and I were living with my aunt until we had some money saved up to move into a home of our own. The area my aunt lives in is almost all farmland and woods. The closest stores are 30-45 minutes out each way, and my aunt owns about 8 acres of land in the back of her home. In the front, there are woods that face the home and stretch for miles in each direction, with the occasional house built close to the single-lane road she lived on but on the side of the woods themselves. We also parked our car out on the street and not in their driveway because they had several vehicles. The walk from the street to the back of the house is about 5 minutes. Anyways, my mom and I smoke. It's about 11:30 at night, and we decide to take a drive around the neighborhood, smoke, check out the farms, and see the animals at night. We're driving for a bit, and we finish smoking both our cigarette and joint and head back home. Everything seemed normal, no weird experiences on the drive or any indication anything was wrong. My instincts could not have been more incorrect. We pull up to the house. It's so rural out there aren't streetlights, and it's dark enough to count every star in the sky if you wanted to. I turn off the car and try to use the flashlight on my phone because I couldn't see while walking to the house, and I felt that it was darker than usual. My mom and I get out of the car and immediately cannot see. The side I get out on is less than 10 feet from the woods. Even with my flashlight being on her, she and I lose one another for a moment as I couldn't see her at all just from the short distance around the car. We both feel extremely disoriented and express to one another how it's much darker than normal. As soon as we got done saying that, we both noticed this noise that had been there since we got out of the car but hadn't realized it at first as it got increasingly louder. It sounded as if a man had a microphone hooked up with surround sound speakers throughout the woods and was humming just a straight hum but not musically, almost as if whatever was making this noise was satisfied. It was so deep but smooth. I compare it to a man's voice only because of how deep it was, but this clearly was not human. My mom and I looked at one another, stopped dead in our tracks, and asked if the other could hear it. The humming got louder. As if whatever this was trying to draw us in. It wasn't menacing like a screech or a howl. Instead, it was a loud reminiscent of a predator looking down satisfyingly at its next meal, and it was the only sound we could hear. No more animals, no goats, no frogs, nothing. As we both realized what we were hearing, we took off toward the back entryway of the house. I have never been so scared in my life. I've had encounters with the paranormal and entities, but not this. Luckily we moved from there months ago, but I still have no idea what that thing could have been. What scares me more is that it could dull our senses. It caused us to be unable to see, feel dizzy and disoriented, and for a moment, we couldn't even hear each other despite having our arms locked together after we found one another. Can someone tell me what this possibly could have been? Floating bright green rectangular object in the woods. I've been staying at my boyfriend's house since June. I work from home, and he leaves for work at 8 every morning. So yesterday he left for work and called me on the way until he got there at 8:30. Every morning I go out with the dogs and feed them. Around 8:40 I go outside and let them out and walk back in because I forgot my water. As I'm walking back to the door, I'm just humming along and singing, and I leave the door open. I walk over to the door, and out of my periphery I see this bright green object, taking the form of a box, floating 4 to 5 feet off the ground by one of the sheds, and it must have heard my voice because it immediately darted back behind the side of the shed. In the backyard there's a pool 40 feet back from the back of the house, and behind the pool is the shed that's about 30 feet back, so there's some distance. Immediately I freaked out and called my boyfriend, who was still outside, and I'm trying to convince myself my eyes were messing with me, so he told me to go back inside and calm down, and so I took the dogs and went inside and waited to see if this thing would poke back out after it thought I had left, so I'm looking through the glass door, and to my horror, it did. I was so scared. What could this be? I called my boyfriend again, and he told me to lock up and get out of there, and as he's talking, this thing starts creeping out completely, and all I see is the long, rectangular, bright green object, about a car's length, maybe a little shorter, floating out from the side of the shed, and I'm watching it come out into the clearing and then disappear behind the other shed. Unfortunately, I was too stunned and scared to take any pictures or videos. And his cameras that pointed to where it was happening were all down, and we weren't able to retrieve any footage. A trail in the Smokies where the forest felt very aware of us. In mid-August 2025, my boyfriend, my best friend, and I took a week-long trip to the Great Smoky Mountains National Park and stayed near Cosby. We'd already done a massive mountain hike, Mount Camerer, earlier in the week, Davenport Gap, and many other intermediate trails too. So by our last day we were intentionally slowing things down. I picked a shorter trail near Cosby, about 5 miles round trip, that led to the remains of an old steam engine. It seemed quiet and low-key, like a good way to end the trip. When we got there, the parking area was completely empty. No cars. No hikers. Nothing. Worth mentioning here, I'm the spiritually inclined one. I'm open to weird, liminal, maybe there's more going on here kind of stuff. But, they were also not so inclined to go on this final hike, so no matter what happened on the trail, I was going to be optimistic. Now, my boyfriend and my best friend are the opposite of feeling any other sense, very grounded, very rational, very there's a logical explanation for everything. They don't entertain spooky ooky ideas at all. So if I'm feeling weird, they are always there to reassure me with a logical explanation. So, literally right at the trailhead, we noticed an old rusty hatchet embedded in a tree. Just stuck there. I genuinely wished I had taken a pic of it, but once again, at the time I brushed it off because they didn't want to be on this hike, but I wanted to make the most of our last moments in the Smokies. So I tried to be as normal about it as possible without putting up any warning signs. But in hindsight it felt like a warning sign we ignored. About halfway in, there was a detour to a small cemetery, which isn't unusual in the Smokies. We took it. It was tiny, only a handful of graves. Being raised deep in the Ozarks, this wasn't an unfamiliar sight to me. I assumed it was probably a family cemetery. The headstones were old and weathered, some barely readable, and the whole place felt very tucked away. We were careful where we stepped and kept our voices low without really talking about it. It didn't feel like a place to rush through or joke around in. Oddly, though, it didn't feel creepy at all. There was no sense of being watched or unwelcome. If anything, it felt calm and steady, almost grounding, like the most peaceful part of the entire hike. I remember thinking that if there were anywhere on that trail you'd expect to feel uneasy, it would be there. But instead it felt settled. Like we were meant to pause, acknowledge it, and then move on. Looking back, that contrast is part of what makes the rest of the trail feel so unsettling. Because whatever felt wrong later on, I really don't think it came from there. We turned back around to the actual trail and continued on to the steam engine remains, looked around briefly, and then turned back. It was literally a couple of parts, so not much to look at but cool nonetheless. However, that's when things shifted, not dramatically, just subtly. The sky darkened quickly, the way it sometimes does in the mountains. I checked the weather app, and it showed clear skies everywhere else, which isn't impossible given how localized mountain weather can be. Still, it was noticeable. Then, every so often there was a low, soft noise that my brain registered as a growl. Realistically, it could have been wind, insects, or a distant animal. We stopped multiple times to listen, but whenever we did, the sound stopped too. No movement. No follow-up noise. What made it unsettling wasn't the sound itself, but how my body reacted to it. I hike a lot, and while this was my first time in the Smokies, we've already been on a surplus of hikes at every hour of the day and night. I've heard animals, rustling, and sudden noises. This felt different, not louder or scarier, just wrong. I had this deep, physical awareness of being exposed, like I needed to keep moving. Not panic, just alertness, the kind that doesn't come from conscious thought. Later that night at dinner, we talked about the hike. My boyfriend mentioned that he'd been hearing chittering sounds on the walk back. Not animal chittering, but something closer to whispering. My best friend immediately said she heard it too. Again, there are explanations for that. Sound carries strangely in forests, especially on empty trails. But we hadn't passed a single person, and the trail was a straight there and back with no side trails. There wasn't an obvious source for voices that close. Both of them admitted they felt uneasy on that trail. Not scared of something specific, just uncomfortable, like they wanted to be off it. Coming from two people who don't believe in anything spooky, that stood out to me. And truly that's what the trail was like. Not spooky, not scary, but it was the first time we felt like, shit. We don't belong here, or something doesn't want us here. One last detail still sticks with me. On the way in, there was a large spider web stretched between two trees, fully blocking the trail. My boyfriend is tall and had been running into webs all week, but this one had a large spider sitting in the center, so he noticed it and warned us to duck. We did. On the way back, the web was gone. Spiders do move their webs. Wind happens. Animals pass through. I know all of that. It just felt strange because the trail had been empty, and the web hadn't been damaged, it had simply disappeared. Nothing overtly happened on that trail. No clear threat. No moment where we ran or turned back. But out of all the miles we walked that week, that trail is the only one where all three of us independently felt the same thing, like we didn't belong there. And even knowing there are logical explanations, that feeling still hasn't gone away. Still think about this specific 5-mile Cosby Trail from time to time. Weird stuff. My girlfriend and I went for a hike today. We went to some caves located by Little Hoosan Lake on Vancouver Island. This lake is very isolated, situated deep in the woods, and accessible only by a turnoff from the sole highway in the area, which stretches for 2 hours through dense forest. To the best of our knowledge, we were the only visitors at the location, there were no other vehicles present, and reaching our spot would have required a long walk. Once we finished up at the caves, we drove a short way down to the lake itself. We were down at the lake, and the path to get there was right on the edge and kind of flooded. We went for a dip and then went and were lying on this rock with my dog. I heard a weird whooping noise come from across the lake. Then we heard a sound that resembled someone walking on gravel or large rocks being moved around. That grinding noise. And it sounded like someone talking but too far away to make out words. People say when they have a sighting sometimes it sounds like talking, but they can't understand words, like someone talking but too far away. I was ready for someone to pop out around the corner. But no one did. My dog ran up the trail after he clearly heard what we heard. My girlfriend heard bushes rustle. When I caught up to my dog on the path, he was looking up the bank into the woods. When we reached my truck, the parking lot was empty, and during the drive back towards the highway, we only encountered one vehicle heading to the caves we had just left. It was just so weird. We were swimming for a bit, and the water was frigid, so we were making quite a lot of sound before laying back and relaxing on the rock I mentioned. Before we sat down, we heard a splash in the lake just beside us, but we attributed that to a fish, but it happened about 3 times, and the ripples were in the same 3-foot by 3-foot area each time. We didn't see any fish. Could the splashes have been caused by something throwing rocks into the lake near us? We heard the sound of walking and a strange voice approximately 10 to 15 minutes after that incident. We ducked off after this. I wish we stuck around and looked up in the woods to where my dog was looking. Maybe tracks could have been found. Last week, I was coming down from the public game mountain one night when I noticed a set of reflective eyes in the distance illuminated by my light. Figured it was maybe an animal on a tree. After watching for a minute, I noticed a second set of reflective eyes at the same height, but about 5 feet to the side. Both are about 8 feet up. I stood there for a bit longer, checking my location on Unks and observing whether the tacks had moved, but they didn't, so I assumed they were just reflective tacks indicating the direction to the trail leading down. But I'm not ducking with that, so we went down the ridge. A couple of days ago I was coming out and was going towards that same ridge, so I decided to check what I was seeing, and nothing was there. I still assume it was an opossum or raccoon, but the eyes were spaced exactly like someone's, and there were 2 of the same height. Just staring at me. So I definitely will be uncomfortable every time I'm in that area at night, even though it's like 50 yards from a neighborhood. Less creepy and more just weird. I have seen multiple people going in past me but never see them come out, and I'm there until dark, so I don't know where they are going. The singing lady in the forest was my childhood imaginary friend. I grew up an only child with very few children close by enough to play with. So, aside from reading and drawing, I spent most of my time wandering around the forest surrounding my parents' and grandparents' homes, pretending to be Pippi Longstocking/Xena, etc. For my entire childhood I had a secret friend in the forest I would talk aloud to, sing with, and chase around. She would teach me about herbs and their uses, teach me how to meditate, sing songs to me in a language I did not understand, and lead me to interesting/beautiful places and huge old trees. Huge old trees in marshy areas were where I knew I would find her. Her name was L'Oreal. She was a tall, thin woman in a long tattered dress who often carried a staff/walking stick that had an antler and a bunch of things tied to it. Her hair was very long, straight, and very pale. There was always wind catching it. Her hands were slightly large and elongated and had what I can only describe as claws for fingernails. Her face was almost deer-like, yet without being totally non-human in appearance, and her skin had a golden glow. She was always barefoot and serene. Her eyes were huge, either an extremely pale color or blank/glowy voids. Her voice was the wind. I never saw her clearly close up. She would hide in the brush because humans were not supposed to see her. However, I would see her in glimpses and in dreams. The very first time I saw her was the only time she showed herself to me fully, albeit across a field, in broad daylight. She could and often did appear as animals. Specifically whippoorwills, crows, foxes, and deer. She appeared once as a black coyote and another time as a skunk. There were often crows around her favorite places. I know she may sound monstrous, but she was never scary in any way. Whenever she was around I was filled with a feeling of peace, familiarity, and comfort, especially when she sang. When she sang, my entire body would tingle. She would teach me about magical/medicinal herbs and how to use them. When I was a bit older and began studying medicinal plants and the folklore of plants, I noticed that what I remembered her teaching me had an uncanny level of basis in reality. She would tell me stories of what the trees had seen by basically playing silent movie clips in my head. She often said I was her friend, that we were like trees, and that the deer and other animals were our siblings. She also explained that she could not leave the forest because she was the forest. I have never been able to identify the language she spoke in, but I always understood it. The first memory I have of her is from around age 4 to 6. My last memories of her are from around age 14 to 16, when I moved into the suburbs and no longer spent most of my time in the woods. I missed her dearly when she stopped appearing. I was a child with a wild imagination. Gurgles from the woods? Back in public school, grade 8. I think. We were on a trip to a place called Durham Forest, which was very nice. Located in a largely forested area, as it should be by the name. We were there for 2 days with my entire class, and things were quite chaotic. Anyway, it was the night before we had to go home, so the counselors put together this big fire for us. I forgot to mention that at the time, it was mid-December. Halfway through the fire, I've got to go to the washroom, and so does this other dude. Now, The road from the fire to the cabin is long. Forest on one side, little man-made climbing structures with the odd group of trees here and there. So I and this guy go off and head back to the cabin to use the washrooms. The walk there was fine. However, the walk back was wild. I and this guy, let's call him T, were walking back, chatting occasionally, when we passed by a small circle of trees and heard a loud, gurgle-like noise. I can't really explain it. It sounded like a mutated gurgle. T and I look at each other and book it. As soon as we got back to the fire, we tripped over each other from running so fast and got in trouble with the teacher. We kept eyeing each other from across the fire, because what the duck? House in the woods. When I was growing up, my parents had a place on the edge of town. One side was the neighborhood, and the other was hundreds of acres of woods. We used to go exploring the woods back there to kill time and build forts. You know? Typical boy stuff like that. I was probably around 13 to 14 years old at the time. We never would go too far because we were scared if something bad happened, no one could get to us quickly. As well as the fact we never told our parents where we were or what we were up to. So they wouldn't even know where to begin to look. Plus cell phones weren't extremely common back then. One day we felt extra brave, so we decided to go even deeper into the woods. Now where we lived at the time, the best way to describe these woods was super dense with a ton of underbrush, so you couldn't see out above or too far ahead of you. So it always seemed dark and very unnerving. On that day, the weather was misty and drizzly, which added to the initial creepiness of the woods. We traveled a distance that I would estimate to be between half a mile and a mile. Now I wasn't 100% familiar with the area, as we hadn't ever gone this far. So I knew of no paths or entrances/roads leading into the woods. We picked a random spot and began cutting down smaller trees to build a fort. After a couple of hours and being a typical narrow-minded teen, we decided to look around the immediate area for something intriguing. Walked a couple of 100 yards and found a barely visible path. Of course, when you find a path, you have to follow it, right? We followed the narrow path through dense cedar trees. It wound back and forth for what seemed like an eternity. Finally we came to a clearing and found an old 2-story farmhouse, as I would describe it. The treetops loomed over the roof of the house, making it seem much darker. Now what do you think we did? Of course we had to go inside. At this point we were soaked from being out in the drizzly mist. I came to the door, which was already cracked open slightly. I opened it a bit more and peered inside. Nothing too spectacular, by any means. A few pieces of rotting furniture and trash littered the dust-covered floor. Parts of the floor were gone, and you could see into the darkness below. The whole house had a bad lean to it, so I didn't dare go upstairs, as it could have very easily fallen over. Upon further investigating, we found a few old handmade creepy dolls. The white fabric they were made from was dirty and tattered, and their button eyes had long since fallen off. The whole place just had this super eerie vibe. It was getting late in the evening by this point, so I thought we better go back. Left the house and started walking back on the path. 30 feet or so out, I checked to see if there were any other paths or a road leading to said house. Didn't see anything. As I turned to look back at the house, I swear I saw something move away from one of the second-story windows, as the curtain was moving ever so slightly. I figured my eyes were playing tricks on me, so I didn't think much of it. We made it back home, and the next day I told one of my close friends about the house and that I was going to take him there. He comes over, and we head that way. I made sure to tell him about all the details on it during our trek there. We get to the path and are fixing to round the last bend before the house comes into view. Upon coming to the clearing, I couldn't believe my eyes. The house was completely burned to the ground. Nothing was left except the concrete risers it was sitting on. No ashes, no still smoldering embers. Nothing. The ground was still wet from the previous day's precipitation. My friend looked at me in disbelief, as I had been pulling his leg the entire time. I told him no. I swear it was here yesterday. I never saw any smoke that evening, which you could have easily seen from my parents' house. Being the young, curious individual I was, I had to figure out what happened. So I walked up to where the house was, and the only thing I found was one of the creepy handmade dolls sitting in the middle of where the house stood. We never went back into those woods again. I still drive by those woods on a daily basis on my way to work. Part of me wants to go back in there and see what I'll find. A possible demonic experience in the woods of Pennsylvania. All of these events took place back in the fall of 2006. The fact that it was almost 9 years ago makes me feel both old and weirded out for still remembering every vivid detail of what happened that night. I was about a month and a half into my freshman year at what is now called the University of Valley Forge, a small school in Phoenixville, Pennsylvania, about 35 miles west of Philadelphia. Phoenixville is a small town, and Valley Forge is an even smaller college. One of the things about attending a Christian college in a small town is that you have to get creative to have a good time. Within my first week there, I had linked up with a group of similar souls, who, despite the regulations set out in front of us, were game to find something to get into. It was this kinship that led to the night of my first ever geocaching trip. I remember that it was sometime in mid-October, because fall in Pennsylvania truly is spectacular. It's probably the thing I miss most about that area. As was the norm, on this particular night we found ourselves with absolutely nothing to do. Knowing how we were and being an all-around good dude, our RA offered us an idea that none of us had ever heard of before: geocaching. For those who have never heard of it, I'll pitch it to you the same way he did to us. It's like modern-day treasure hunting. Someone lists the coordinates or directions to a cache, you find that, and replace whatever you find with something of your own. To a man, all of us were in. To make everything even better, our RA Chris said that they had just done one the day previously very close to campus and that it'd be a lot of fun to go at night. We loaded up in the car with a few flashlights and prepared to head off. Before we left, our RA, Chris, who was also in the parking lot heading to dinner with friends, gave us a few pieces of advice. The cache you're looking for is in a rock outcropping along the trail. Oh, and if you can't hear the creek anymore, you've gone too far. Have fun, boys. With that, the 5 of us were off. The place we were heading was less than 10 minutes away. We just took a right out of the front of campus and then a left on Pickering Dam Road. The cache was hidden in a little park that was really just a glorified trail that ran along a creek. It is a pretty little area, though it would be more than 2 years after this night before I went back there. We arrived, parked our car alongside the road, ignored the park closes at dusk sign, and headed across the wooden bridge and down the trail. I should probably say that it's important to note this was 2006. It was before the days of GPS watches, cell phones with GPS apps, and anything like that. None of us had any cell reception for the entirety of this event, which wasn't uncommon back then. I'll also mention now that rock outcropping is probably the single shittiest piece of advice I've ever been given. There had to be 100 piles of rocks, or mini cliffs, along that stretch of trail. We'd find one and look through it to no avail, so we just kept working our way down the trail. 10 minutes became 20, and 20 minutes became 30. All in all, we'd probably been looking/walking for 45 minutes before Joey, now my brother-in-law, said, "Hey, can anyone hear the creek anymore?" Sure enough, there was nothing to be heard. We'd gone too far. It was this moment when I first took in how deep in the woods we actually were. Considering the time walked and accounting for a little bit of time looking, I'd say that we were at least 1.5 miles back on the trail. Now I grew up in the actual middle of nowhere in Clark County, Virginia. The area I'm from is known to locals as Frogtown, but it's mostly just my family and 2 other families that populate the area. Being this far deep in the woods at night was something I'd grown up doing, but I could tell it wasn't sitting well with some of the other guys. I flashed my light up the trail, which was now starting to incline, and saw one more rock outcropping. I can't explain why, but even though I'd known we had gone too far, I said, "Let's just check out that last one up there, and then we'll turn back." We started trudging up the hill to look at the pile of rocks and realized the trail came to a little dirt cul-de-sac. We'd reached the end of the trail. This was when everything started. The only way that I can explain it is that instantly it felt like we were in a different area of the country. The trees all along the trail had been big, thick sycamores, maples, and oaks, but the trees here were twisted and shriveled in the weirdest way. I'd swear that there was even some sort of moss hanging from all of them like you'd see in the South. It was instantly very unsettling. Then we all noticed the fence that was surrounding the circular area where the trail ended. It was twisted rusted metal, almost like bike chains strung up in the tree about chest high. Looking at it, there was no way that it served any purpose as a fence, but it was quite obvious that it had been put up there purposefully. Jordan piped in. "It looks like something out of Texas Chainsaw." He was spot on. It resembled a scene from a horror film. Regardless of the situation, no one in the group wanted to be seen as soft. We were all pretty new friends, and we were 18-year-old boys. Being afraid was not an option. We circled up and tried to decide where it was most likely that we were going to find this cache. As the others talked, I heard the strangest noise somewhere way off in the darkness. We'd heard several cars beep horns, and this sounded really far off as well. I'd guess at least 1/2 mile away from us. Whatever it was making a noise I'd never heard before in the woods, and it was loud. "Did you hear that?" my friend John said to me. "Yeah," I replied, shaking my head. We both turned around, shining our lights out in that general direction, both knowing it was too far away to see but needing to look anyways. As our lights started to penetrate the woods, Almost instantly the same exact sound started again, but now it was right at the edge of the woods, circling us. It was by far the loudest decibel noise I have ever heard in my life. I go to NHRA drag races every year. I used to tour manage a band. This was by far louder than any dragster I've ever heard or the loudest room I've ever been in while bands played. It was over 150 decibels, no questions asked. The noise that only 30 seconds ago seemed half a mile away was now 10 feet away from us at the edge of the woods, surrounding us 360 degrees. It was unlike anything that I've ever heard occur in nature. It was high-pitched shrieks and low-toned groans at the same time. Knowing that there was only one way out, all of us made a break down the trail. I was at the head of the pack, sprinting faster than I had since football had ended the year before. I had probably run for 3 or 4 minutes before I checked up and looked behind me. The rest of the group straggled in, Joey being closest behind me, and John and Jordan halfway dragging our friend Rob, who wasn't in quite as good of shape as the rest of us. The sound had stopped, and all of us regrouped. This led us to start questioning what had happened. A few of us were positive that it was our RA playing a prank on us and that we had just embarrassed ourselves greatly. At that moment the thought was, what the hell else could it have been? We were all kind of at a weird point, either we'd all just been punked or something that was beyond explanation had just happened to us. Regardless of what it was clear that some of the guys, Rob, had already had enough. We decided to just walk the rest of the way out, probably a bit less than a mile left at this point. As we started walking, Jordan shouted from the back, "Hey Davey, if you're going to stay up front, let me get that flashlight here at the back." Figuring that this was the right call, I walked back to him to hand him my flashlight. As I placed it into his hand, things almost went into slow motion for me. I saw a visible wind moving through the trees along the trail behind us and saw some of the limbs breaking. Before I could say anything, or even think, the sound had returned. We all took off again. This time it wasn't encompassing us as much as it was driving us out of the woods. It was an actual force driving through the woods behind us. Breaking sticks, kicking up leaves. There was no physical presence there, but nature reacted as if there was. Another 3 or 4 minutes of sprinting, and we stumbled across the bridge and into the car. Back on campus, everyone tried to relax. We drank much needed water and tried to focus in on how we were the biggest bunch of idiots on the face of the planet. I finally got a hold of Chris on the phone and called him to let him know he had won. It didn't take long to hear the waitress talking to him at the restaurant. He was still out at dinner 25 minutes away in the other direction. I told him what happened, and when he got back to campus, he assured us that he had nothing to do with it and was actually visibly shaken by the experience. As all of us sat there, realizing that it wasn't a prank or a joke, that we'd experienced something paranormal, something strange happened. I had a few scary experiences before this, and many more since. Normally, as you flesh things out with your group and listen to it from their point of view, the whole experience falls apart. Someone sees or hears something different than you, and when paired with your own and everyone else's experience, it makes a paranormal situation a normal situation. But in this case, everyone to a man experienced the same thing. The story wasn't falling apart, it was actually strengthened. The realization that others had been there with me and experienced it as well made it so much more real somehow. I was more scared sitting in our lounge without the adrenaline coursing through me than I was when my fight or flight kicked in out there on the trail. We didn't really talk about that night all that much moving forward. It was just a weird thing that happened. We started doing other things to fill up our time, and soon it was too cold to be hanging outside late at night anyway. Some of the first outsiders that I told the story to were 2 guys from another dorm at the end of the year. It was community service day, and I was paired up with these guys cleaning out a lady's backyard. We had ended the work in the morning, and the woman offered us lunch and to sit on the roof of her garage and enjoy the sun. We were swapping stories from the year, and I told them almost word for word the same story I just told you. One of the guys asked, "Where did you say that happened, man?" And I told him, "Pickering Dam Trail, just up the road." They both looked at me like I was an insane person. "Matt, you should go back there, man." Me, "Well, I haven't since then, but what do you mean?" "Matt, I'm not trying to freak you out or anything, but there is a cult that meets back there, it's apparently real evil shit." Me, "Shut up, man, you aren't going to freak me out any more than I already am." But he was being completely serious and wouldn't drop it. He made me promise not to go back there at night alone. I thought it was weird that some dude I barely knew would take it that seriously, but he really did. Like I said earlier, it was the spring of my junior year before I had the stones to go back. I went in the day with several other people and didn't tell them what had happened there before we went. We walked back the trail, and in the light of day the place was just as eerie as it had been that night. The fence was still hanging there. Not only were the trees twisted and strange, but they were all cut off at the same level. The rest of the trees outside of this circle were tall and strong and of differing heights, but around the circle, they all stopped at about 20 feet, almost in unison. That's when a friend mentioned the markings. On almost all of the trees, there were the strangest symbols carved deep into the bark. I felt that feeling, the hairs were standing up on my neck, goosebumps went down my arms, I took a deep breath, and I told the others I needed to head back to campus. I went back to the area a few more times following that, but never walked back the trail. We'd sit on the bridge over the creek and smoke, or fish, or just hang out. I never experienced anything out of the ordinary again, and despite friends trying to persuade me, I avoided walking back that trail. Anyways, that is one of a few paranormal experiences I have had. I'd love to have some discussion about it, especially if anyone is from the area or has had a similar experience. Thanks for listening. I had a terrifying experience in the woods. I can remember almost every little detail of this crazy encounter I and a friend had in the woods that still sends shivers down my spine when I think about it. Back in May of 2020, when COVID first shut down all the schools, I was a senior in high school, and my friend and I would hang out at their house almost every day. This friend lived in a nice little town in South Jersey in a very small neighborhood. The neighborhood was really just two side streets that connected at the top and made a rectangle, and behind it was all woods and no houses in sight for miles and miles except for one small side trail that led to another small neighborhood off to the right of this one. One evening in mid-May, while we were relaxing, I recall noticing a skateboard in their garage and developing an interest in learning how to ride it. So we grabbed it and went to the back connected street right at the wood line, and there was a small hill in the road so I could get practice. And when we got to the hill, which was only like a 2-minute walk, I noticed a path in between two houses on the back street and was curious what the trail was. Then I kept practicing going down the hill and ended up hitting the smallest pebble known to mankind and fell and fractured my wrist. Fast forward a day, and the following night I brought that path into the woods and asked my friend if they had ever been back there, and their response was somewhere along the lines of, "Yeah, I go for walks back there at least twice a week." We both thought it would be a fun little adventure, but all I can say now is it was going to be the complete opposite. We both brought small handheld flashlights and didn't use them until we passed both houses on each side of the trail entrance. As I mentioned earlier, there was a side trail that led to another neighborhood, but we chose not to go there. Instead, we decided to venture off the main trail and explore deeper into the woods. This was a decision that would later haunt us. After walking deeper in for about 5 minutes, we heard what sounded like something crunching a bunch of leaves in front of us. We both stopped, shined our lights in that direction, and saw nothing, each of us thinking it was a deer or something similar. After that, we decided to change our direction to avoid the crunching sounds, but after another 5 minutes, we heard the same noise in front of us again. We shined our lights once more and saw nothing, and at that moment, it started to rain slightly. Both of us, being a little creepy, knew something or someone was down there with us. I had a bad feeling and said quietly, "We need to get out of here ASAP." But our dumbasses went off path twice, and when we finally got back on the original path, all I remember was hearing the same crunching noises of sticks and leaves behind us again. At that point, it started to rain heavily, so we began to speed walk. Then, I decided to turn around and look, and all I saw were 4 flashlights coming right at us, almost running. After that, we started to sprint and somehow ran right past the trail exit and back to the road in the neighborhood. We were about to try to climb one of the giant fences of a house to escape, but I knew that my fractured wrist would make that difficult. So the only other way was to run back towards where the lights were, and surprisingly, they weren't there. They were gone. We got a small sense of relief but were still a little freaked out. I was the first one to leave the trail and reach the road, while my friend chose to walk out slowly. I kept urging them to move faster, but then I saw about 4 separate flashlights approaching from behind my friend, which prompted me to yell for them to run, and fortunately, they did. I remember sprinting full on down the street and going around the corner. I turned around to see what it looked like. There were 3 to 4 people standing near the entrance, not moving, and I was mainly seeing them from a dim street light that gave off just enough light to make out some figures. We ran back to their house, locked the doors, and felt relief knowing we were safe. To this day I refuse to ever go near that trail again and wonder who those people were and what their intentions were. My friend and I started discussing and proposing solutions regarding their identities. If they were cops, they would have announced themselves, and why would they be deep in the woods with no cop cars around? That immediately eliminated them. No one followed us back down there since the noises were first in front of us. It couldn't have been another group from the side trail because we would have seen them coming down. Whoever it was most definitely already down there before us and had to have been watching us for quite some time. Not a single word from them was spoken, and they were chasing us. I still strongly believe to this day whoever they were definitely didn't have good intentions if they were to actually get to us. Sorry, this might be a lot, but I haven't really talked about it to many people for fear of judgment or something else, so I'm here now to share a really scary encounter we had in the woods. Spooked the F out in the woods. I'm not the sort of person who usually gets spooked out by the woods, but, I swear, it just felt today like something was up the entire time I was in the forest and even as I was biking on the path to get there. Part of it is just that it's fall, so there are tons of leaves coming down. Not only do the leaves make a lot of noise hitting things on their way down from the tree, but once they're on the ground, anything stepping in them also makes extra noise. Even just squirrels can be very loud when they run around in dead leaves. I was also a little spooked to begin with because there were noises in my house last night, and that is way out of the ordinary. So, yes, I was primed to be spooked to begin with, but I still feel like there was a bit more to it. On the bike path, I really felt like I kept passing large animals just out of my sight. On one side of the trail it's a river, on the other side, it's a steep hill with lots of brush. I've seen deer both coming out and retreating into that brush before, so it's not unreasonable to think maybe that's what was in there. I doubt it, though, because the animal sounded really close, like I was hearing it breathing and grunting, and I should have been able to see it. Still, there are apple trees lining that side of the trail, so I'm trying to settle on the whole thing just being deer eating apples. Once I was off my bike so I could walk the trails, the large animal noises freaked me out even more. It only took a few minutes into the walk before I heard them, too. I'd noticed some raspberry bushes that, very much to my surprise, were fruiting. There were a ton in a clearing, and I made my way into them from the main trail to get a few berries. I'm not way out in the bush somewhere, there are neighborhoods nearby, so it's not like I'm going to run into a whole lot of wildlife on these trails, but the way I was hearing these noises in the raspberries, I could swear I was with a bear. This happens out in bear country, since bears like berries, and you want to avoid berry patches if they're around. I was freaked the F out and just got back to the main path. I'm not usually afraid of the woods, I wasn't panicking, and I have had wildlife encounters. Still, I haven't turned around so many times to see if something's behind me for a long, long time. Again, this trail isn't exactly isolated, and I ran into a few people with their dogs, and things were mostly normal. At one point in the trail there were a ton of dead grasshoppers, but it's getting to be the end of their season, so maybe they're just dying out now. The last section of the trail spooked me out the most. I was on a swivel. I kept turning back behind me, looking up into the trees, peering into the woods, and the entire time not even wanting to look. I felt like if I looked, I'd see something I really didn't want to see. I compare it to this one time I got flashed, and the dude really wanted me to see him. It was like there was something nearby that really wanted me to see it, possibly just to scare the shit out of me. That was pretty much it. Just noises and feelings and stuff that I'm sure could be explained away, but I was legit afraid for my safety, and none of it felt normal. Old ghost story. I have a cousin, we'll call him Jay, that was basically my brother growing up. Jay was the definition of a wicked kid, he'd stay in trouble in school, curse at his mother, and just generally be a shithead. Jay's mother and father, referred to as aunt and uncle from here on out, were separated and lived in different cities. Uncle lived in a town called Hinton, West Virginia, while aunt lived in my city with Jay and his little sister, B. When I was about 11, Jay got to be too much for aunt to handle, she sent him to live with uncle. It sucked for me because I lost my big brother, but it worked out for the best for him. About a year later, aunt and uncle reconciled, and aunt took B to live with uncle in Hinton. If she kept her job here, she'd commute every day. When it was warm I would ride down with her on Friday evenings so Jay and I could fish all weekend. They lived in a double-wide trailer just outside the city. Upon entering the door, you would find yourself in the kitchen, then walk through it to reach the living room, and finally enter a narrow hallway that was approximately 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. At the end of the hallway there was a closet. If you stood facing the closet, then Jay's room would be on your right and B's room would be on your left. When I was about 14 or so, I had ridden down with aunt. We get to the trailer, and nobody is home, uncle had the kids in town. As usual, and is ducking around in the car while I'm walking in to put my things up. I walk in like normal, pet their weird dog Mocha, and go to put my bag in Jay's bedroom. As I approach the room, I hear something that sounds like someone digging through an old box of action figures that we hadn't played with in a very long time. I start to open the door and I see this little boy sitting on the bed. He's wearing blue shorts and no shirt, and he's making a Batman figure fight many faces from He-Man. At this point, I'm curious as to why there's some random kid in the house, but since he looked to be the same age as B, and since they live in the country, I figured they'd left the door unlocked, and this was one of B's friends who didn't understand boundaries. I asked the kid his name, but he just keeps slapping the figures together. Aunt had walked in, and she asked me who I was talking to. I turn my head and tell her I was talking to this kid. She looks a little freaked out that the kid was there and asked me what I was talking about. So I turn my head back to tell the kid to talk to Aunt, but when I turn back, the little shit is gone. The only things on the bed are a pillow and the 2 action figures. Someone listening to this might say that the boy probably just ran out, but that's not the case. There's one window in the room, and if you've ever tried to open an old trailer window, you'd know how hard it is to do, and it's even harder to do silently. Well, he probably ran past you as going through somebody's head too, but that's wrong because Aunt never saw the kid. So at this point I'm figuratively shitting my pants trying to figure out what the duck. As I'm getting ready to turn to tell Aunt what was going on, I hear something that sounds like drawers opening across the hall in B's room. I snap my head around, and the little ducker is in there now. He definitely ran past you is what somebody's saying, but again I'm blocking the whole doorway out of Jay's room. Even if he could have gotten the window opened and closed silently, he couldn't get into B's room because the window was broken and wouldn't open. I would be willing to accept that he moved past me like in the Matrix, but the issue is that he is no longer wearing blue shorts, they are now red, and he is covered in dirt as if he had been playing in the woods all day or something. I don't clearly recall what I said, but I know that the phrase "get the duck out" was included in some form. At this point, Aunt is in the tiny hallway with me, asking what's going on. I keep my eyes on the kid until Aunt says something to me, then I turn my head. I have no clue what I said to her, all I remember is actually trembling in fear for the first and only time in my life. I ask her who this kid is, but when we look back in B's room, he's gone. The only reason I fought my instinct to nope the duck out was because I thought she'd think I was crazy, and I felt like I needed to explain it to her. I start the story from the beginning, but when I get to the end the figures were just lying there part of it and point in Jay's room, the figures aren't there anymore. I have a slight reputation for messing with people, so my aunt thinks that's what I'm doing, and my uncle comes home and agrees with her. I tell Jay about it, and he calls me a fag for some reason. I try to ask B about it, but she's fascinated by a dead butterfly or moth or some shit that she found walking in the house. I decided that maybe I was seeing shit. Since I wanted to go fish, I just let the whole thing go. As we're all waiting in the Greenbrier River, B comes over to me and asks me if Jeffrey put all her toys up. This freaks the shit out of me, but I ask her what she's talking about. She says that Jeffrey is her friend, but he doesn't attend school with her and refuses to tell her where he lives. He says he never has a shirt on, which she's jealous of, and she never sees him come or go. Jeffrey will just kind of be there 1 minute and then gone the next. The only evidence that he has been there is the toys that are out. So I'm ready to literally shit my pants now. I try to get more info out of her, but she's 6 and more worried about the red eye that Jay just caught. I tried bringing it up a few more times, but she just kept saying she didn't want to talk about it or that she'd rather do something else. Jay and B both have kids now, aunt and uncle live in the same trailer, none of them have ever seen Jeffrey. I asked B about it, but since she was so young, she said she doesn't remember much, all she remembers is that they'd always play together. They said they'd play in the trailer and play in her grandmother's house that was right next door, but then Jeffrey would always try to get her to go play in the woods. The woods creeped her out, so she'd never go with him, though. What I experienced in the New Mexican wilderness. Before I begin, I just want to say that it may well have just been some kind of strange rabid coyote that we encountered out in the Gila River National Forest, but maybe it was something else. I am not sure what I believe. 4 years ago I was on a camping trip in the Gila National Forest in New Mexico. I am from a small town on the Arizona-New Mexico border called Duncan. Don't worry, you've never heard of it, but now I live in St. Louis, Missouri. When I say small, I don't mean doesn't have a Walmart small. I mean, if I stood on my roof, I could see where town ends. It was small, but it was a good upbringing, if extremely boring. I had a week off of work and had been planning this trip for months. I was taking a few really good friends back to where I would hike in high school. My best friend Dave, his brother Daniel, and his brother's girlfriend Ida, who had long grown tired of the Idaho jokes made her whole life, partially by me and Dave, and now went by her shortened middle name Beth. Obviously I wouldn't include that last bit if it wasn't important, so keep that in your back pocket for now. We were all experienced campers and outdoorsmen. Daniel had actually met Beth partially hiking the Appalachian Trail, and Dave and I had spent time doing walkabouts in the Ozarks and Smokies with one trip up to the Boundary Waters, where we lost a pack in a capsized canoe and had to survive off the land for a few days before we got to someone with a satellite phone. This is important because you need to understand that we all knew our way around the wild, we didn't scare easily, and we knew that 9 times out of 10 the animals we were afraid of were more afraid of us. Just as an aside, Typically these stories are annoyingly vague when it comes to location and details, especially the ones people say are legitimate. Any local will tell you that these are real places that people do go while backpacking. The plan was to start from Silver City, go 42 miles north on NM15, and turn left toward Gila Cliff Dwellings National Monument. Continue 1 mile to the West Fork Trailhead. Walk a half mile back to the TJ Corral Trailhead, climb Little Bear Canyon, then hike down into the Middle Fork Gila River Canyon. Follow the river upstream, and set up camp around the 6-mile marker. After the day hikers are gone, backtrack to the hot springs before dinner. The next day, continue up the Middle Fork to set up camp at the Meadows. I called it Matthews Flats in high school. The next day take the Pryor Creek and Lily Park trails, crossing plateau grasslands to the rim of Hell's Hole Canyon. Take Hell's Hole Trail 268 to West Fork Trail 151, following it 12 miles to the end. There's a great campsite under a rocky alcove near the Hell's Hole Trail junction if we make it there in good enough time. If this story doesn't dissuade you, I'd recommend this backpacking trip, but I won't be going back there. On our first night we made camp exactly where we were supposed to, around 6 miles from the trailhead down the Middle Fork of the river. We found a nice quiet spot by the riverbank about 40 feet from the water. It was dark, and the fire was small but warm, and the food that you make while camping always tastes better than when it is cooked at home. We were quiet, and the stars overhead seemed close enough that if you reached your hand out, you could brush them away like sand from a blanket. The only light came from a half-moon hung low in the sky through the scrubby trees in our fire. The euphoric peace was crushed by the absolutely unmistakable sound of coyotes that echoed throughout the trees behind us. Those who have never heard them may think, they are basically dogs, they'd sound like barking, but that's not the case. Coyotes cry, they shriek and yap. Some people think they sound like children crying out in pain. Beth heard them first and turned her flashlight to the north. We could tell they were a long way off, but when you hear something like that, you instinctively look for a source. Daniel said we should pack up tight tonight and that we didn't need any scavengers like that getting into our food or trash. We agreed even though the likelihood of anything getting close to us was very slim. Bears had been sighted recently, so it was better to be safe. We repacked anything that could attract unwanted attention and, in the process, let the fire die down to embers, all the while hearing the crying to the north. It was then we all saw it. A single coyote, sitting in the dark watching us about 30 to 40 yards out of our camp next to a small mesquite tree. We could see its shining, iridescent eyes in the dark, thanks to the little fire, and they shone bright like emerald mirrors when flashlights were shown in its direction. We heard his pack to the west again, but he didn't react beyond turning an ear in that direction. Dave asked if he should shoot it since coyotes are vermin around here, but we all said no, it hadn't done anything and may have just been curious. Dave had a .500 Smith & Wesson revolver as a black bear deterrent that he kept in a leg drop holster on his left leg. It was getting late, and we had a big hike the next day, so after everything was put away, we got into our tents and went to bed. I didn't sleep too well that night, and every time I looked through the mesh window of my tent, I saw those two unflinching iridescent orbs in the darkness. The coyote was gone when we woke up. We broke camp and buried the fire. Not disturbing the environment was important to us, and we made sure to leave nothing but footprints. Beth and Daniel were the first to notice something wrong, though. The mesquite tree that the coyote was close to was much bigger in the daylight. And there were absolutely no tracks to be found. Dave quickly explained that it was too dry for good prints and the coyote was just probably closer than we thought in the darkness. I wasn't convinced. We were camped on a riverbank, so in theory it should have been at least a little wet, but there was no need to incite a panic over nothing, plus it was gone by this point, so I thought, who cares? We had 2 more days on the plateau with a night at the top, and when we got about a half hour into the hike, Daniel stopped. He was sure he had his knife the night before, but it was now missing from its sheath on his pack. He decided that we should go on ahead and he would run back down to the campsite. It should only put him about an hour behind us, less if we walked slowly, and he had plenty of experience on his own. Besides, we got smart, and Daniel rented a satellite phone for $50 for the week, so if he got in trouble, he could call the park rangers. He said he would be back long before dark when we had camp set up, and he should have been. The trail at that point wasn't that tough. He wasn't. We set up the camp at the Meadows and got a fire going. The sun had set, and the last light was leaving the sky. The reds and pinks of the sunset gave way to the purples and blues of night. We were discussing whether or not to send someone out to look for him when we heard fast, heavy footsteps. He was running, winded and trying to say something. He didn't have his pack. There. I thought and looked at Dave, who already had his gun out, ready to put down whatever came up the trail after his brother. Daniel was gasping for air. He collapsed at Beth's feet, holding himself up with his arms. Beth screamed, asking if he was alright, what was wrong, and if he was hurt. Meanwhile, I reached in my pack and retrieved my camp axe. It wasn't much, but it was better than the small 3-inch knife I kept in my hip pocket. Nothing came after Daniel. He was still panting when he turned over to sit on the ground. "It's not a coyote," was all he could say for the next 15 minutes between drinks of water from my camelback and gasps of air. He repeated it over and over. I looked at Dave, who had never seen his brother like this. Daniel was an Eagle Scout and a fairly large guy at about 6 feet 2 inches and 200 pounds and wasn't the type to get spooked by an animal, even a big one. Beth never let go of him as we made food that night. One of the tents, some of the food, his sleeping bag, and one of the 2 cooking pans had been in his bag. A day hiker actually found it, and it was sent back to him some weeks later. It was torn a bit, but nothing was missing. Always put your info on your stuff, kids, there are still good people left. When he got a hold of himself and was able to breathe normally, he told us what happened, punctuated by deep breaths and a vacant look as he was trying to decide if what he just experienced actually happened to him. He said that he had almost reached the river when he realized how quiet it was. He heard no birds, no bugs, and no wind. He barely heard the river, which at this point was little more than a trickle, when the night before it was shallow but at least 15 feet across. He looked up the trail to see the coyote from the night before, but it was standing on 2 legs like a man 40 feet from him. He said it stood 6 feet tall and didn't dance around at all, trying to stay up like a dog does who is trained to balance on 2 legs. He made it a point to mention that its mouth was closed as it just stared at him. A deep, primal fear seized him and triggered his freeze instinct. He said he locked eyes with it for a minute that seemed like hours when he finally had the sense to try backing away. No sooner had the thought entered his head than the coyote let out the most unnatural coyote cry he had ever heard. He said it wasn't deafening in the sense that your ears are left ringing, but it was deafening in the sense that that noise is all you can hear even after it has stopped. Daniel wasn't stupid enough to think that he could outrun a coyote, especially one of this size who was clearly not afraid of him, so he had to think quick. He slowly took a step back, fully expecting the animal to charge, but it didn't. Too afraid to look away, he crouched down and felt for a rock, a big stick, or something to defend himself with, but there were nothing but small pebbles. It began to move its mouth, and Daniel stood up. The animal's eyes rolled back in its head, and it slowly opened its mouth too wide to be natural. He showed me a picture of an animal called a thylacine and told me its mouth looked like that when we got back after all this. It's an extinct dog-like thing from Tasmania that could open its mouth to something like 130 degrees. Look it up if you have the time. This obviously put him over the edge. His flight response kicked in, and he took off back towards us. An hour away. Running full tilt back down the hiking trail, he heard the cry one more time a few seconds later, as deafening as ever. He heard the shifting of gravel behind him and the sounds of footsteps. The coyote was running after him. Whether it was on 2 legs or 4, Daniel didn't know, but he didn't risk slowing down to look back and see. He was horse-collared by his pack a few feet later. From his knees he slipped it off and ran as fast as he could. He knew the coyote should have been on him within 20 yards, but there were no footsteps behind him. He ran as long as he could before he slowed to a walk. Winded, he turned around to see nothing. He heard a snap in the forest to his right, and he saw it as it reared up on 2 legs again. He couldn't run far, but it was the only chance he had. He stopped to walk whenever he was too tired to run anymore, but every little twig snapping or rustling in the forest became the coyote in his mind, driving him forward. Eventually he could see our firelight through the trees and broke out into a sprint. He said he nearly passed out more than once and that pure fear kept him running. Obviously at this point our trip was over. We had half the food and half the tents, not to mention whatever was following us. We didn't have much choice regarding what to do that night, though. It was dark, and we had to try to hike back out the next day. Daniel wouldn't sleep unless someone kept watch, so we slept in shifts. The tent we had left was a 3-person tent so that Dave and I could keep our packs inside with us as well as other supplies while we slept, so while it wasn't ideal, it wasn't that big of a deal to cram 3 of us in while the other one kept watch. We stayed up between the tent and the fire for an hour and would then sleep 3 hours while the others took their turn. Dave left us his revolver with instructions to shoot to wound, not kill, with the first shot, but not to hold back if any follow-up shots were necessary, just in case we were shooting at something that wasn't our coyote. God forbid we should shoot a person hiking the woods at night for some reason. He took the first watch. Beth took the second, and I took the third. Beth woke me up at about 1:30 a.m. She was visibly scared. Before I could say anything, she put a finger to her lips and then covered her mouth with one hand. She was silently crying and looking at Daniel. I got up out of the tent and looked around. The forest was still except for the wind and the trees. The wind blew the tall grass, and it bent as if an invisible hand brushed the tops of the blades. Visibility was obviously limited, but we could see the tree lines surrounding most of the meadow. Beth and I silently looked at each other and the surrounding area for 5 minutes before speaking. I wondered why on earth she woke me up instead of Daniel when she finally spoke. In a low whisper, she told me, I heard my name, with tears still slowly rolling down her cheeks. Trying to remain rational, I told her it was okay, we were all shaken up, and that the wind bending branches could conceivably make a bass sound and blowing through leaves could make a th sound, forming Beth. She was shaking her head. I didn't hear Beth. The hairs on my neck and arms stood up. She swore she'd heard Daniel's voice coming from the trees calling her real name. She looked in the tent to see if he was still there, and when he was, she was too afraid to wake him. I stayed awake with her for the remaining half of her shift trying to hear what she heard, but the only noise came from the occasional bug and the sound of the wind. After a long while she settled down enough to be able to at least try to go back to sleep in the tent. We were so focused on listening that when it was my turn to take watch on my own, the fire had died down to almost nothing. This gave me something to occupy my time after Beth went back in the tent, though, so that was okay. Unfortunately, rebuilding the fire took less than 15 minutes, and I was left with nothing to do but be alone with my thoughts for the remaining 45. This was the first time I really had to think about what was happening and how ridiculous it sounded. I believed them though, Beth and Daniel. Growing up on the border of New Mexico gave me countless opportunities to talk with native Navajo people. I knew that what was out there perfectly fit the description of a skinwalker, an evil Navajo medicine man who had inherited the ability to shapeshift into different animals if he wore their skin. I had seen some weird stuff in the desert as a kid, but nothing like what Daniel said he saw. We weren't that far from the res, what we called the reservation, so it made sense, but they didn't actually exist, right? Plus, I was told I didn't have to worry about them. A native kid I went to high school with told me that as ridiculous as it sounds, they can't hurt white people. But now I obviously wasn't sure. I thought it was just superstition, so I never asked how to actually fight these things. I began to fear an encounter. What if it actually was real? If so, why did it want us? What would I do if it attacked? Would bullets hurt it? If not, what then? Would I die out here in the wild, victim of some kind of ancient ritual? My fear turned to dread. How would it kill me? My death was inevitable in my mind. We could call the rangers or police or something, but it would take them hours to reach us, minimum. By then it would be way too late. Looking back now, I'd think I was being irrational, but I now know that a sudden, deep-rooted fear is a sign of a supposed skinwalker nearby. My shift was almost done. I had almost forgotten about the gun beside me on the log I was sitting on. I almost didn't hear it. A twig snapped off in the brush. Through the waves of heat and sparks escaping the fire, 2 iridescent orbs shone amidst the darkness of the meadow before me. My heart was in my throat. I shot up off the log and raised the gun. The eyes disappeared into the dark. Did I imagine it? Was I so afraid of this thing that I had envisioned its eyes locking with mine through the flames? The cry almost 90 degrees to my right shattered my thoughts. It couldn't have moved that far, that fast, could it? Was there more than one? It sounded like a coyote, just one, high-pitched shriek, but that wasn't the only sound there. Over a year later I would be at an outdoor concert. I was one of the first people in the gates, and the sound tech had not muted one of the mics on stage. When a gust of wind blew through the empty amphitheater and reached the mic, I froze. The low, quiet rumble of the wind emanating from the subs that shook my core froze me in my tracks. That's as close as I can come to describing the noise beneath the singing shriek of what I heard. I turned. There off to my right, standing upright, was the thing. Its forelegs weren't raised in a beg position like a dog does when they stand on their back legs. They hung awkwardly downward in front. Its mouth was closed as it stared me down from the tree line some 90 feet away. I heard Daniel gasp in the tent next to me. He knew it was back. Beth stifled a scream through her hands. Through more sheer terror than I had ever experienced, I unloaded 3 shots in its direction, forgetting all about the aforementioned plan to shoot to wound. The gun kicked way harder than I anticipated, and at least one of my shots flew far into the treetops above the creature. I think I hit it with 1 shot, though, because it took a step back on 2 legs. I saw its mouth open then, I saw every tooth on its bottom jaw, and they were all pointed at me. The animal shook its head once, and then with speed unlike anything I had ever seen, it ran straight across the meadow right for me. Still on 2 legs. The others came pouring out of the tent now, as all of this had taken place over the course of less than 20 seconds. I fired again before it took too many steps and for sure hit it this time in the chest. After this hit, it dropped down on all fours and jerked 90 degrees and took off in that direction. It ran toward the tree line behind the tent and picked up speed as it disappeared into the tall grass. I fired one more shot where I thought it would be before Dave yelled at me to stop. The revolver was a 5-shooter, and he didn't have much ammunition. He thought he would only use the revolver against bears and figured if you can't put the bear down in 5 shots, it's over for you anyway. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. Its image haunts me to this day. It pops up in my head from time to time, and I can't help but dwell on the living image in my head. Eyes rolled back, mouth open too wide like a thylacine as it gave a cry from another world. I gave the revolver back to Dave, and he reloaded with what little ammo he had left, just a small pocket-sized 20-round box with only 15 left before he reloaded. None of us slept again that night. We packed up camp and waited by the fire until first light. The plan was to begin hiking as soon as we could see and call the park rangers to get out and meet us on the trail as soon as they could. We knew it would be more than a day's hike, but if the rangers could meet us on quads or, ideally, a truck, we could get to the imagined safety of the trailhead quickly. We called and told them we had been attacked by something in the night. It turned out that the guy who answered, Roderick, was Navajo and got real quiet as we described what we saw. In a very serious tone, he said they'd bring out 2 side-by-sides and that they'd get out in the next few minutes. He also told us that if we saw it again, not to look it in the eyes. He said he knew what it was and that we were lucky a few bullets deterred it for now. Hiking back down the trail, we were all extremely on edge. Every movement in the corner of our eyes was the thing. All of us had weapons out, silently walking, eyes constantly scanning. Dave, who was in front with the gun, stopped momentarily, causing all of us to stop. Not 10 minutes from our camp was the body of an elk. It wasn't torn in half, its entrails didn't spill out all over the trail in a bloody mess. The skin was gone, and the head, and something had eaten much of the top rear leg, but it was largely untouched by the scavenger animals of the forest. We would have heard a hunter the day before, and no trophy hunter would leave the carcass in the middle of a trail. I don't even know if it was elk season. I think that thing wanted us to find it. It wanted us to know what it was capable of and what it planned to do to us. We didn't see a single animal the rest of the hike, living or dead. When we heard the motors of the side-by-sides heading up the trail, we all breathed for what seemed like the first time since we broke camp. Roderick was driving the first one. He asked if we were all okay and if we had seen it again. We said no, but we told him about the elk, which he completely brushed off and told us to get in the vehicles. He didn't really want to talk about what he thought it was, but I knew. He had us fill out a report upon getting to the ranger station but told us to hang around there for a few minutes. He walked out of the station with us and told us that he didn't know what exactly we saw because he wasn't there, but to him it sounded like something that his people don't talk about because they get power from the verbalization of their name and they feed on fear. He also told us that it would make him feel better if we received a blessing from a good medicine man on the res. Beth wanted to go, but the rest of us just wanted out of New Mexico. Roderick drove us to our car, and we spent the next 3 days with my family back home. After that we drove to Phoenix and flew back to St. Louis. I still wake at night when I hear coyotes crying. They live in the woods behind my house. I always go back to sleep when I realize that they are just coyotes and nothing more, when I don't hear the chest-rumbling whisper beneath their cries. I still hike and backpack, but it took a while to get back out. Out of the hundreds of times I have been out, this was the only time I had ever been attacked by anything. I have gotten into Native American paranormal sightings since I left New Mexico, because if skinwalkers are real, and I'm not necessarily saying they are, we may have simply been attacked by some kind of rabid coyote that learned to stand, and at this point I almost believe it. If they are real, why not Wendigos, why not the Whistlers, and why not Sasquatch, the big water snake, or the Piasa bird? Unfortunately there's not really a satisfactory ending to my story, because it's not a story. It is reality. There is no edgy cliffhanger or goosebumps-inducing final line. That's it. That's my story, and if you have one, I'd love to hear yours. Thank you for listening.